Alrighty. Testing. Oh, is it live? Hold on. Yes, it is. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you are watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. So drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile, press high chat, X out the chat, hit that thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch is the main channel. First link for the Scrim Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. If you are watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, again, this is the recap. Excuse me. The good news is you can click here anytime. During market hours, and you should see us live. So that's it. All we ask, you're positive, respectful. Hiccup again. Hold it down. Excuse me. And that is pretty much it. So hopefully we see you here. Hopefully you check out the second link in the description. That is the nightly watch list, main channel. We'll talk about that a little bit here. That's pretty much it. So love you all. God bless you. Hopefully we see you. Hopefully you have a good day. And welcome back, Chad. Welcome back. I hit that morning jog. Nah, man, I hit that morning log. That I sound like I'm not like smoking weed, but like that morning log. Like I was gone, bro. I don't know what happened. I'm still kind of clapped. I was like, dude, I was better than waking up at 6:30. I'll tell you that much. You know, I had like an extra like 5-10 minutes. Still haven't got the poop yet, but I'm okay. I'm content with it. I'm totally chill with that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Tesla. You thought it was driven? I know, man. And y'all need to be positive, man. Y'all need to send me yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all need to send me positive messages. Stop worrying so much. I wake up to like 70 messages like, are you okay? I'm praying for you. I think you're dead. I think Josh has been it says some negative shit low key when I look. I'm like, damn. Why can't it just be like, you know, I love you? Like, it's like there's missing person reports, everything. It's crazy. I appreciate it though. It's good. I never had that many people care about me in my life. So, I mean, I'm adjusting. So don't, you know what I'm saying? Just don't even like. You could keep doing. I love you all. Okay. Now we gotta do it. It's all right, man. Shit, bro. 6:26. Please sleep in a little bit. I did more than sleep in. I sleep in. I took takeout. You know what I'm saying? I took it to go. I wish I had that. How come they don't have sleep in the to-go cup? You know what I'm saying? I would take some. I would order so much of that right now. You know what I'm saying? Is Starbucks open? No way Starbucks open. Let me see. Actually. All right. Get some of that too. I wish the Starbucks down the street was open. I don't know if it is. If it is, we're definitely in business. If not, you guys are screwed. So I was gonna take at least an hour and I didn't take at least the first round of push-ups to wake me up. I'm feeling like we'll see. Anything could happen, but dude, it's early. Let's get this beginning. We're scared. Don't be scared, my son. Don't be scared. Fed. What's today? No, today's not Wednesday. But there's going to be a few Fed people. But I know Powell out Wednesday. Postmated. I don't want nobody's slimy fingers on my coffee, except for the person who made it. They earned that right. Okay? Gotta watch out. All right, but let us get prepared, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you know you live in the greatest country in the world. See, we may be a little late. We may be here and there, but doesn't change the fact that you have a bunch of veterans who sacrificed a lot. We live in just the greatest country in the world. You have all this opportunity. You could change so much. So I hope you take it. I hope you take advantage of it. I hope you don't forget where you came from, and I hope hopefully you get rid of some of the entitled prickness that a lot of people have. So, right hand over your heart, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to Jacks! Let's go, baby. It's game time. It's game time. Yes. Yes. Oh, man. Okay. You got 1 minute. 1 good, solid minute. Oh, it's fascinating. Okay. Please help. Bear with me. Round 1, fight. Alrighty here. So I want to see Tesla, obviously. You guys have been looking at that, and they've been doing good off that reopen news. Where's the rest? Tesla, Nvidia, Twilio, Shopify, Abivai, all that. Oh, Twilio. I want Twilio. Twilio's still going to be expensive. We're just waiting for those contracts to get cheap. Okay, Abivai went up. I wanted that, but they went up a lot. There's going to be McDonald's and Walmart, too. UNH is up, and then Home Depot. Novax, Rise and Shine. Kid Manning. Service out traffic. I didn't make the AMAT play yesterday. Yeah, those Teslas are coming up a little bit. HD Snap. What was the other one I was going to look at? Shopify. Remember Shopify? Shopify's up 2%. They were up a lot yesterday, too. Let's see. Cisco, all nice. DataDog. Did DataDog have earnings? I know you guys were talking about that yesterday. Jeez, man. Shopify is really expensive still. Bro, I'm so surprised at how some of these premiums have held up. Damn. Today's what? Today's Tuesday? Today's only Tuesday. Today's Taco Tuesday in some areas, too. I don't know. Is Taco Tuesday a global phenomena? Or is that just, like, geographical? Taco Tuesday is great. Well, that's today. It's crazy. You get a holiday 52 weeks in a row. Glaube. What's happening with the Fed buying bonds? We will see again. Did you guys watch the watch list yesterday? There's a very important issue that happened, and it had to do with the what's it called? It had to do with the rate cut. And those expectations drastically changed. So hopefully you guys have been watching that. That is important. Tilo White, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, bro. So I'm talking about. Well, I mean, all you did was live. Like you made it. You know what I'm saying? I know some of you sound like you did anything special waking up, but you did. See what I'm saying? Liam too. That's dope, man. Happy birthday. You made it. Be smart. Be wise with your moves. I don't care what you do. I just hope that it's wise. I'm just trying to bear fruit, make that shit multiply. That's what Uncle Answer says. I think that could be a good birthday gift. A whole 2-7. That's crazy, man. You bro. You made it. You made it. You made it far. Oh, Mustafa's in the building. Great. Fauci testifies before court. Do you think we'll still be seeing negative interest eventually? But I hope not, honestly. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm prepared for that. Like, I'm not. That's it. Like, once that happens, that means if I get negative interest, my kids get negative interest. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm cool with just giving it to them. I'll ask your generation. But if it starts with us, that'd suck. It's just a different world, bro. It's just a different world. A whole new world filled with rates and yield curves. No one to tell us no. And where's the dough? Now I'm in a whole new world with power. Thank you. Fans, I know I'm trying to start early. I'm just you know what I'm saying? I'm dead. I need that. And vaccines. We don't have nuts, huh? Sounding like reading Ram. I love that show, bro. Did anybody ever watch that weird show with the sheep on PBS? You know, we were only allowed to watch PBS for a good majority of my life. We only had basic cable, and that was the only thing. That was just the only thing allowed. What was that one with the little sheep? Was it Sean the sheep? Lamb chop. Money. All right, who the fuck's Sean? Lamb chop, baby. Lamb chop. Yeah, it's lamb chop. That's what it was. I love lamb chop, bro. Lamb chop, bro. That's crazy. I love lamb, though. I don't know how I keep eating that. That's crazy. Sean the sheep. What the fuck's Sean the sheep? That's crazy. I want to look into Sean the sheep, though. I don't mean to hate on Sean the sheep. You know what I'm saying? I just never met a sheep named Sean. You know, I've met lamb chop. I say that's a pretty clever. You know, I thought all lambs had like clever names. I met lamb chop. I met Wooly. You know what I'm saying? Not like Sean. It'd be like Kevin the cow. Yeah, lamb chop just built different, bro. That's funny. That's crazy. Bananas in pajamas. Yeah, there. So, oof. That's funny, bro. A video on options? Yeah. We have a bunch of videos on options. Health sector again. Everything just turned red right there for the last 5 minutes. We're still up 106, but you can see it across the board. I don't know. BA's killing it. Copped a taco off lease. You got a car? Nice. Did it work? What you get? What you walk away with, bro? What kind of deal we talking? And the NVAX, I didn't get to touch NVAX. Bro, some of these biotechs have gone crazy. That's NVAX. You guys have seen Myrna. My mom was tripping out on Myrna. She was like, not even the stock. My mom was trying to tell me about mRNA DNA. She's like, do you know what they're doing? I said, what? She said that they're like changing, like, she's like, it's genetic, what they're trying to do. I said, oh my gosh. But all these medical companies, but so I think Myrna could be a breakthrough. My mom's scared about it. But I was trying to tell her, I was like, Mom, this is all about that remdesivir. know what I'm saying? Like, if you ain't got, like, in the next few years, if you don't got remdesivir, like, 6ix9ine is going to be flexing remdesivir. You sit down. He's saying, if you ain't got no remdes, you a little boy to me. I'll kiss you on your forehead. That's it. And like, Gary, like, get some remdes, son. Get some. People be like, damn, 6ix9ine really on that. Yeah, you ain't in the same bracket. He's like, I got remdesivir, you don't. We just not in the same bracket. That's it. He's like, y'all big mad. How y'all let me go to jail? I should have got COVID in jail, and now I'm free with remdesivir? You big mad. How'd you let that happen? That's why you mad. You little boy to me. Pretty great. Actually, Mustafa made a TikTok yesterday making fun of that. And it was actually really funny. And I laughed for a minute. And I was like, oh, Mustafa, you're so great. Too bad I know you in person. It just ruins it for me. You know? I'm sure that's how he feels about me. Like, Mustafa doesn't get he can't fantasize who I am. So, like, some of you still think I'm, like, 6'6" and, like, look like Brad Pitt. And then you have this just idea of how I'm supposed to look like. And then it's just all going to get shattered once you see me. So I ruined that for Mustafa, but he ruined it for me too. So it's just fair game. Oh, Beyond Meat. Dude, the contracts got clapped yesterday. We were up on them and then they got clapped. I was so surprised. You like to think I'm a Chad more than a Brad. I hate to break it to you, I'm more of a Mad than anything. Isaiah Habibi, Ishkorak. How can I help you? There's no Chad and Brad in my country, my friend. There's Ahmed, there's Ahmad, there's Muhammad, there's Assad. There's many other names. Corey's a good name. Chad Pitt, Abdullah, great name. Trump tweets Elon. What was it? What was I gonna? Someone check that. I just blend, bro. Yeah. Now Trump tweeted about oil prices. Bro, I'm slow this morning. I'm slow. Bear with me. What time is it? 6:42. 6:42. Market's up 143. I mean, watch this point. I think I gotta just be. I think I need to be expecting a little bit more here. I think at the market. I think it might be a little. Just get ready. 2 p.m. California should let Tesla and Elon Musk open the plant now. It could be done fast and safely. Wow. Interesting. All right, okay, go. Yeah, he did 3 minutes ago. He really did say that. That's crazy. Yeah, I was late today. That's why you couldn't find the stream. A good thing you're here. It also could have been because the poor performance yesterday. I don't know. That could be it. I just would love to throw in uncertainty to get my selfish desire fulfilled. So maybe that was it. Maybe, maybe there was a lack of motivation. Maybe I was angry. But like the video, press hide chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. You thought the run got me, bro. I'm telling you, I thought I was worried about myself when I checked. I had so many people send me worrisome DMs. I was like, am I in trouble? I was like, am I even alive? I didn't know if this was real. I thought I was missing for a second. It was crazy. W. I still, oof. Dude, that's crazy. That contract would be, didn't that contract expire this week though? That's crazy. That's $10 in the money now. This is real life. I don't know, man. I really don't know. Was it June or let me check. That W contract. I want to see. I'm curious. Yeah, that was a May 15th, 185. We sold it at $8. Damn. That's not bad. So remember, we sold the first one at 1,000, sold the second one at 800. Now it's at 13. 1260. All right. I need Twilio. Why? Twilio's just hard. Shopify would be good. Shopify's a little bit cheaper on some of them. I was looking at some of them pricing like $60 or $100 something for like a $60 move. It's decent. Are the banks still getting clapped? Let me see. Wells Fargo is up and down, but it's not holding. So that does not sound like progression. Fun fact. Bullard says rates too low, whether or not we have yield curve control. Basically the same thing, USD, DXY. That's crazy. Remember, that's why I said that's why our yield curve is too perfect. And it's kind of crazy. Remember last time we saw the dynamic yield curve? That was just weird. Someone sold a lot of puts. They sold out. They sell the open. HD. Watch some of the growth stocks. I think Shopify, Twilio, W. What was the other one that ran? I think Shopify's just in the middle. I don't know. It's just they're expensive. And that's why I need like a real big move. Where are we at actually? Look there's our previous clothesline. Bro, the previous clothesline is a beautiful, beautiful thing. How do you feel about IVR or WMT? I think Walmart would be a little bit better, but if you are a beginner and you are just starting, I would paper trade. That's the best possible way to start out with. And then even if you aren't going to paper trade, make sure you don't do any advanced crazy strategies. Yeah, save TOS. I think they should. I feel like that's a pretty standard metric. I feel like I've seen the previous clothesline for a really long time. I've just never used it. I used to think it got in my way. Paper trading, yeah. Remember, we had that talk yesterday. We said if you guys could start on there, you'll be good. Bullard doesn't see much role for gold outside of inflation hedge. Damn. He's coming after gold? That's crazy. That's Crazy. Apparently Fauci comes. Wait, so someone said Fauci's testifying. Is he like testifying? Or is it just like he's talking? Is it task force or is he like testifying before court? Senate? Why is he testifying in Senate? Oh, about reopening? Save America. Why would he do it in a courtroom? I could just picture Fauci with the cape and shit. That'd be dope. It'd be a cape made by Fauci. And that'd be his branding. Proudly frizzle, baby. Good morning. Nothing like waking up to a persistent peach. Oh, man. So if any of you have not gotten a good wake up yet, try your local. Dude, oh my gosh, Brad. Fuck making the kids book. We need to go make a peach farm. Boom. Call it Fauci's Persistent Peach. Persistent Peach by Fauci. Bro, we'll just have a peach farm. Bro, we run it up. Peach, I think it's a great deal. That's a good idea. Dude, look at all the red all across the screen so far. This looks so bloody. Found you on testifying. Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Huh? Fauci's like, nah. When I talk, you better listen. Yeah, S&P is down. Dow Jones is up. We could dance bachata. Sam, a dime of every dollar that you get. There's good lyrics, but it just nothing hits the same as like, are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? Huh? Isn't that crazy? You're gonna walk away with, are you dumb, stupid, or dumb? More likely. And then at the very least, even after that, you'll just be like, I just want the lashes. So, Suraj, baby. How am I feeling today? I'm feeling good. Little tired. We still got to get the thing jump started. I got to get morning Josh out here, or morning Josh out of here. And then afternoon Josh needs to move in. But, you know, there's a lot. There's a lot. There's a mixed rift in the matrix. Yeah, and I mean, I think the timing, everything, bro. This is the crazy, the musical chairs of all of this. I mean, a lot of people. Do you guys know that's where some, we're down now. Do you guys know some people are getting a little bit concerned about a second wave. Does anybody know what happened yesterday? Yesterday morning, I talked about it a little bit, but not really. Like, think about what happened. Well, not mutation. There's 2 countries, but mainly Germany. So remember, Germany. We were really excited about Germany a few weeks ago because they got it really under control. So then now that it started coming out, they started reopening everything, and then it kind of, and then went not so good. But that's what people are worried about now. It seems like that, but then also it's still just the financial effect, because that if there is a second wave, think about that. So like, let's say we get everything reopened and people start getting sick again, and then it happens. It's just like, dude, it'll wreak havoc, which not already there. Claudia said I like it, so I'm back. Let's go, baby. Welcome. Good morning. Yeah, I think some gyms are opening up. Lifetime gym. That's ironic. It's called Lifetime. So what if you end your lifetime there? Dangerous. I'm paranoid, but I'm not paranoid now. It's so weird. Honestly, I just want like a Red Bull to just think about it. .98 survival rate. Well, listen, man. Lysol kills 99.8% of bacteria. They're still in business, and so is the bacteria. Okay? Apparently, that has not stopped anybody's business model. Lysol's like, I'm going to keep selling these wipes, and the bacteria is like, I'm going to keep mating and growing. That's it. So I don't trust 99.8. Clearly, there's a whole industry surrounded by it. I think it's a conspiracy, honestly. I think the bacteria is working with Lysol. And they're like, hey, it's collusion. They're just like, we'll keep growing and we'll keep mating and growing the bacteria. You keep selling the strips, just leave 0.2% of us out, and that'll be enough. That's it. Just total collusion. It's like the airlines. I'm sick of it. Germanipulation. Oh, Bill Gates was totally in on it. Tell me he don't own stock in Clorox. Tell me you don't own stock in Clorox and Johnson & Johnson and Procter Gamble. I'll wait. Go check his port. He does. He owns a lot of it. Making hand over fist off of this Clorox. Bill Gates, bro. That's so dope. I kind of like Bill Gates. I'm sorry. I know you guys see the negative part. I just see the positive part, because I'm like, dude, if I get so rich, at one point I'll just be able to start talking about anything as if I know about it, and people will listen to me. It's great. I'm like, yeah, I think, I made so much money. We need to talk about desalinating the ocean. I think we got this figured out. How can we only see the positive part? I don't know. Somebody talked to me about that yesterday. They said maybe they're like, you always. I don't know why. You think I could STFU? Oh, that the Bill Gates joke got you, huh? My bad. That one, we hit that one deep. He really had that Bill Gates hate. He's like, don't you joke about this. Don't you joke about anything. Okay? I need to type more comments from my comfort in my own home. He paid scientists to see how we could help block the sun for a couple days. I just think he's bored. Honestly, it just sounds like a midlife crisis just when you have billions of dollars. Like, he's not going to go buy a new Corvette. He'll do what Elon and Bezos did. They're just going to try to build a spaceship. Bill Gates was like, let me just try to block the sun. Let's see if we could spread a virus around the world. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I just like to make fun of it. I'm sorry. So if it hurts any of your opinions or you believe Bill Gates did it or not, I just like to mess with that. Mad his chest is. Oh yeah, probably. Have you seen his posture? Awful. Y'all thought he worked on computers his whole life. His chest is not to the sun. Makes sense. Don't do that. Some of y'all be smart in stocks, but not too bright on the underworkings of the world. And I'm sure you figured it out on YouTube. Amen. God bless you. Some of y'all. Thank you for blessing me with your presence of being a superhuman who understands said inner workings and gracing me with your presence in the YouTube chat. Why would you deal with us peasants, honestly, if we do not even know? Why would you even wait? Is it time? Is now the time? Are you going to harvest us? Is that? That's crazy. Let's clap some. Dude, it's Morning Josh. I'm telling you, just don't let Morning Josh. All right, let me go get something to drink, okay? Let me see if I could evict Morning Josh real quick, okay? Walmart going parabolic. I said it yesterday. I said 2 long-term stock picks for my friend. He called me, and he asked me, and one of them I said Walmart. And then the other one I said Spotify for him because he likes music. He's in the music industry. And he was telling me, he told me his long-term portfolio, but he only had Facebook and Snapchat for growth. So I told him to get some Spotify. But Walmart is killing it. Walmart is really great. I wish we copped some of that earlier. That's going to be the one. I think Walmart, that as we build the portfolio. Actually, it's a little better. I wish we just got it here. Like 104, bro. Dude. Oh, man. Walmart's a good stock. Yeah, I'm buying. Yeah, I want to wait on Spotify a little. I think I'm just going to buy a ton of Spotify in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just going to wait at various times, but Spotify's solid. Like, even then, even this, it's the same price for the last 3 years. I think dollar weighted average, you're buying it cheaper. You're going to name your first son Mustafa. That's a good idea. He'll probably be a less risky individual. And he'll be very codependent on you. Sounds like Mustafa. Sorry, Mustafa. Sorry, I need to get a drink or something. Twilio's hitting the low. I invest in Spotify. I like Spotify. I think Spotify's a solid company. It doesn't give dividends. Well, you have to have a balance. So that's what I was trying to explain. Like my boy, he had Nike, he got MGM, he had a bunch of good quality stocks. But then the only growth company, he had like 12 companies, and then 2 of them were growth stocks. So I said, "What are you doing?" I said, "You need to get some growth in there." Premature economic restart could hit economy hard in 20. Or the 2000 add to the economy. Honestly, it's hard to say because we don't really know. We don't know what's going to happen. Like you don't like, and that's what somebody said. Like there's just, again, if you saw that data I put up a few days ago, it was interesting. Is Fauci live? Let me get him on here. Trump hints he wants negative interest rates. Dude, I'm telling you. Remember, somebody asked me that this morning, and I told you guys. I said like this is that's like a world changer, right? When America goes negative rates, it's crazy. Is it possible to break the spirit while driving with him? No, because he knows. I said I don't care. I love the guy. I said apply again in 12 months. Do whatever you want. If he wants to stay in Ohio all day and have me make fun of him, I will. I will gladly do that. If he wants to step up and rise to the level that is set up, I will appreciate that as well too. But either way, he will learn the world goes on without you. Unfortunately. Watch live, Fauci. I don't see him live. It says stand by. Do you guys see Fauci online? Would I wait on buying a house? It depends on the deal. So if somebody gives me a deal right now, I'll take it. If not, I'm waiting though. I'm just stacking up a lot of cash, but then I have to buy. That's crazy. Like by the end of the year, I'm going to buy something. I have to. So by the end of the year, I always have to buy depending on taxes. So I have to either get a commercial property this year or a set of automobiles. But we think we're going to go for property because everything. There's nothing to buy right now. That's like the whole problem. Like, you realize that's what people are having the issue with? People are literally like, even if you made money, like, what are you going to spend it on? There's no bars. There's no shopping. There's no travel. There's literally nothing. Like, you literally can't do anything. Like, it's wild. $2,000 a month we used to pay down my house and save for future. That's crazy. See, now that's the best part. That would make sense. I think for all the like stimulus, I think everything. I think it'll just help with a lot of. I think that'll just save real estate. Now that I think about it, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks, Josh. Currently my VA loan isn't offering 0%. No, not interest rate, 0% down. So they're still going to charge you interest on the loan, but they should accept it with 0% down. So they should just give you an easier loan with zero money up front. Send an email. tradingfortran@gmail.com. I'll send you to I'm gonna send you to Lending Tips. He does a lot of VA stuff. But no, that's why I think it makes more sense. I think the payments will just pay for houses. Phase 2 opening. So many people were out with no mask, like nothing happened. Made me think of Como. You wear a mask to protect me. Okay. Yeah, but I've been seeing a lot of people here. No, people don't care. Bro, yesterday, like, there's traffic. There's actually, like, traffic. I sat in traffic yesterday. There's traffic. You don't see people with masks. Like, I think a lot of people are kind of like, I feel like a lot of people feel tricked. Does that make sense? I feel like a lot of people feel tricked. Where I feel like they went through all this now. They got so much information. That's it. Everybody, too much arguing back and forth. You don't know what the hell is true or not. So people just feel tricked. I feel like they're just sitting. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like, wait a minute. Some of you feel tricked. You feel tricked. Again, you feel tricked, but it doesn't mean you know anything, right? It doesn't mean you could feel some way, but it doesn't mean it's the truth. But, you have people really like, it feels like, wait a minute. They're like, why did I just sit inside? And then but then I could. I'm fed up to your point. I don't know. It's just weird. It's really weird. It doesn't mean it's not the truth. It could be either way. The feeling is either right or wrong, but the feeling doesn't make it what it is. But, It's interesting. Negative rates means the kitchen sink didn't work. Precisely. And that's a whole regime shift. That is going to be a whole change to the economics. That will change the next 10 years. Honestly, if they go negative rates, surprisingly, what we expect to see, what we've already seen in the economy may not come true, just because it changes the whole thing. Is Fauci on? I'm trying to get the Fauci. They said I had to sign up for like a wait list. They said they only sell Fauci to approve.
Another proposal not yet approved is to put in your mouth a sort of lollipop sponge. Take a photo of that with your cell phone and send that to your doctor. If it lights up, you're positive.
Do you hear this shit?
You might send that saliva lollipop to a nearby laboratory. Which
am I watching something else?
Could be a gene sequencing laboratory.
You hear that?
Which can deal with thousands of those samples overnight.
I ain't taking no lollipop sponge from this guy. Of
course, anyone
No, I haven't played in the background.
One day can test positive the next, but
Jesus.
Such widespread screening of entire campuses, schools, or places of work will help identify those who are sick, trace down those who are exposed. That in turn should help persuade the rest of us to go back to school and back to work.
Some Marks, he said, I don't care. I don't want no. My mom said, don't matter who they are. You offer me that weird ass lollipop sponge. I don't care if you're the president. Stranger danger. Oh wait, yeah, is that Fauci? Yeah, this is it. All right, yeah, so this is it. Let's run it.
Before it actually has been proven to work, in order to speed up the result in case it does work. Those vaccines, those treatments are the ultimate solution. But until we have them, all roads back to work and school go through testing. The more tests we conduct, the better we can identify those who are sick and exposed. Then we can quarantine the sick and exposed instead of trying to quarantine the whole country. Now, in my opinion, this will require millions of new tests, many from new technologies. Some of these will fail, but we only need a few successes to get where we want to go. That's why I said on Thursday that what our country had done so far in testing is impressive, but not nearly enough. First, squeeze all the tests we can out of current technologies. Next, try to find new technologies to help us contain the disease and persuade us to go back to work. Now, this is a bipartisan disease, hearing persuade us to go back to work. Now, one other thing. This is a bipartisan Senate. Such an exercise sometimes encourages finger pointing. Before we spend too much time finger pointing, I'd like to suggest that almost all of us, the United States and almost every country, so far as I can tell, underestimated this virus. Underestimated how contagious it would be, underestimated how it can travel silently in people without symptoms to infect other people, how it can be especially deadly for certain segments of our population, the elderly, those with pre-existing conditions, minority populations. Let me go back to the March 3rd hearing that we had in our committee on coronavirus. 6 weeks after the first case was discovered in the United States, a day when only 2 deaths were recorded in this country. I read at that hearing this paragraph from the New York Times 2 days earlier on March the 1st. They reported this: much about the coronavirus remains unclear, the Times reported, and it's far from certain, this is March 3rd, March 1, that the outbreak will reach severe proportions in the United States or affect many regions at once. With its top-notch scientists, modern hospitals, and sprawling public health infrastructure, most experts agree the United States is among the countries best prepared to prevent or manage such an epidemic. That was the New York Times on March 1. A lot of effort has gone into trying to make our country well prepared. Over the last 20 years, 4 presidents, several Congresses, in response to 9/11, bird flu, Katrina, Ebola, H1N1, MERS, passed 9 major laws to try to help get this country ready for what we're going through today. These laws stood up the Strategic National Stockpile, created an Assistant Secretary for Preparedness. It created incentives for the developments of vaccines and medicines that we're using today, strengthened the Centers for Disease Control, created BARDA, thanks to the leadership of Senator Blunt and Senator Murray for 5 straight years. We've significantly increased funding for the National Institutes of Health. All this was part of a shared goal. Democrats, Republicans, 4 presidents, several Congresses, to try to get ready for what we're going through today, whether it was known like anthrax or unknown like COVID-19. But despite all that effort, even the experts underestimated COVID-19. This hearing is about how we improve our response to this virus as well as the next one. During the oversight hearing, I also intend to focus on, as I just said, the next pandemic, which we know is coming. What can we learn from this one to be ready for the next one? What can we learn from the fast tracking of vaccines and treatments that we're about to hear about that will make it even faster the next time? How can we keep hospitals and states from selling off protective equipment when their budget gets tight? How can we make sure Congress does our share of the funding responsibility? How do we provide enough extra hospital beds without canceling elective surgery, hurting other patients, and bankrupting hospitals? Whose job should it be to coordinate supply lines so that protective equipment and supplies get where they're supposed to go when they're supposed to go? What's the best way to manage the stockpile? My preacher once said, "I'm not worried about what you do on Sunday. It's the rest of the week that concerns me." I'm afraid that during the rest of the week between pandemics, we relax our focus on preparedness. We become preoccupied with other important things. Our collective memory is short. Just 3 months ago, this country was preoccupied with impeaching a president. Now that seems like ancient Roman history. Now, while this crisis has our full attention, I believe we should put into law this year whatever improvements need to be made to be well prepared for the next pandemic. If there is to be finger pointing, I hope they're pointed in that direction. We're fortunate today to have 4 distinguished witnesses who are at the heart of the response to the coronavirus. We're grateful for their service to our country. I've asked them each to summarize their remarks in 5 minutes. Then we'll have 5-minute round of questions from each senator. I've agreed we'll end our hearing about 12:30 after we have a full round of questions. Every senator will have a chance to have his or her 5 minutes. Senator Murray will then have an opportunity to ask the last question or to close the hearing, and I will then close the hearing. There will be other hearings to follow this hearing, like last Thursday's hearing, and senators may submit their questions in writing within the next 10 days. Staying at home indefinitely is not the solution to this pandemic. There is not enough money available to help all those hurt by a closed economy. All roads back to work and back to school lead through testing, tracking, isolation, treatment, and vaccines. This requires widespread testing. Millions more tests created mostly by new technologies to identify those who are sick and who've been exposed so they can be quarantined, and by containing the disease in this way, give the rest of America enough confidence to go back to work and school. For the near term, help make sure those 31,000 UT students and faculty members show up in August. We need widespread testing. Millions more tests created mostly by new technologies to identify those who are sick and who have been exposed so they can be quarantined. By containing the disease in this way, give the rest of America enough confidence to go back to work and back to school. Senator Murray.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My thoughts are with you and your team right now as you try to navigate the same challenge so many in our country are worried about. We all wish your staff member a speedy recovery. And as everyone works to take appropriate safety precautions today, I'd like to thank not only our witnesses for joining us today, but also our committee staff for working to set up a safe format for members and witnesses and the public to participate in this hearing remotely. Families across the country are counting on us. for the truth about the COVID-19 pandemic, especially since it is clear they will not get it from President Trump. Truth is essential so people have the facts so they can make decisions for themselves and their families and their communities. Lives are at stake. If the president isn't telling the truth, we must, and our witnesses must, and we're counting on you today. And families need us to take this opportunity to dig into the facts about where things did go wrong so we can finally get them on track. Because the Trump administration's response to this public health emergency so far has been a disaster all on its own. Delays, missteps have put us way behind where we need to be on diagnostic tests and allowed inaccurate antibody tests to flood the market. Corruption and political interference have impeded efforts to secure desperately needed personal protective equipment and promoted dangerous, unproven treatments. And we recently learned that after experts at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention spent weeks developing a detailed guide to help our communities understand how to safely reopen when the time comes, the Trump administration tossed it in the trash bin for being too prescriptive. But this is far from the first time this administration has silenced experts who were doing their job and putting public health first. The fact of the matter is, President Trump has been more focused on fighting against the truth than fighting this virus, and Americans have sadly paid the price. Since this committee last heard from these witnesses on March 3rd, we have seen over 900 deaths in my home state of Washington, over 80,000 deaths nationally, and the numbers continue to climb. Still, President Trump is trying to ignore the facts and ignore the experts who've been very clear we are nowhere close to where we need to be to reopen safely. My hope today is that we can cut through this and have a serious discussion about what is needed to safely open.
Dude, stop
how
spamming,
close we
bro.
are as a country to meeting those needs and
doing?
how we actually get there. One thing that's abundantly clear, we need dramatically more testing. It is unacceptable we still don't have a national strategic plan to make sure testing is free, fast, and everywhere. That is why I fought to make sure our last COVID-19 package included an initial $25 billion testing fund and a requirement that the administration submit a plan by May 24th. And when I say a plan, I don't mean a PR plan. I mean a plan with specific timelines and numeric goals for supply and funding needs, one that actually addresses the issues we're seeing on testing capacity and distribution and disparities and building out our public health system, and makes clear to states and tribes and employers and the American people what they can expect and what the administration will do to keep Americans safe.
We need proper representation.
But testing alone won't be enough to reopen our country. We still need far more personal protective equipment than has been available for our healthcare workers on the front lines. And we will need far more for other workers as we reopen. So we desperately need this administration to step up and get that equipment to states who are doing everything in their power to purchase supplies, but simply cannot get nearly enough. Because the reality is, unlike states, the federal government has the tools to actually fix the problem, if only the administration would use them. And we also need that equipment to actually work, and for the FDA to act promptly if it does not weeks later when people may have already been exposed. And just as importantly, we can't expect people to go back to work or to restaurants or to confidently send their kids to school if there isn't clear, detailed guidance about how to do that safely. Schools, from early childhood through college, need to know how to keep their students, their staff, and their educators safe. When should they wear masks? How do you run a school cafeteria or a school bus? And if they can't reopen classrooms, schools and families need to know we are working to ensure every student gets an education. Tools like online learning can only get us so far if we don't address the digital divide so that every student can access them. And even then, there will be learning loss that could deepen existing educational disparities among low-income students, students with disabilities, English language learners, and other vulnerable populations if we don't make sure they get equal access to resources and support. And of course, schools aren't the only workplaces we've got to be thinking about. We need to make sure that industries across the country know how to safely reopen and that people know their workplace is safe. Secretary Scalia needs to stop dragging his feet and do his job and have the Department of Labor set forward a rule that makes clear worker safety is not optional. Mr. Chairman, I hope this committee can hear about those critical issues from Secretary Scalia and Secretary DeVos, as well as other experts in the space in the days ahead. And this is especially important to protect workers and residents at our nursing homes and other congregate care facilities, where we've seen some of the most deadly outbreaks. And as the rash of outbreaks at meatpacking plants shows, this isn't just an issue for the healthcare industry, it is an issue for everyone. And just as we need a plan before we can start to reopen, we also need a plan well before we have a safe and effective vaccine to guarantee that we can quickly produce and distribute it on a global scale and make it free and available for everyone.
Hey, you guys need to be nice, okay? I love you all. Be nice, because if you don't want to watch this, I will gladly put on 6ix9ine. Okay? Make your decision. Just listen to Karen. She's a nice lady.
There's still a lot that Congress needs to do. There isn't time to spare. Some, including the White House, say we've already provided enough economic relief. Well, my question to them is, what good is a bridge that only gets you to the middle of the river? We don't need to wait around to see if people need more help. We know they do.
I'm going
to
keep it up.
We need to work quickly on another aggressive relief package, and we need to make sure our priorities in that bill are protecting our workers, our students, and our families, and addressing this public health crisis, not bailing out corporations or protecting big business from accountability. People across the country are doing their part. They are washing their hands and wearing masks and social distancing and staying home. They need their government to do its part too. They need leadership. They need a plan. They need honesty, and they need it now before we reopen, so they can rest assured that we are doing things safely and competently with their health and well-being as a top priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dude, just listen. This is important.
It's an important hearing, and I
Bro,
know lots of people may be watching.
They're about to clap your whole entire life. I would pay attention, okay? Just pay attention and fucking listen.
Committee,
Trust me. Just listen, okay? It's for your soul.
We have some very strong views, but we're able to work together and to express those views and respect each other and our witnesses. And a big part of that goes to Senator Murray and her staff. So thank you for that. Each witness will have up to 5 minutes to give his testimony. Thank you for making an exception and agreeing to testify by video because of these unusual circumstances. And thank you for what you're doing for our country. Our first witness is Dr. Anthony Fauci. He's director of the National Institutes of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institutes of Health. He's held that position since 1984, which meant he's advised 6 presidents and worked on HIV, AIDS, influenza, malaria, Ebola, and other infectious diseases. He was involved in treating Ebola patients at NIH and also worked on vaccine trials for Ebola. Next, we'll hear from Dr. Robert Redfield. He's director of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, which has its headquarters in Atlanta. More than 30 years, he's been involved with clinical research related to chronic human viral infections and infectious diseases, especially HIV. He was the founding director of the Department of Retroviral Research within the U.S. military's HIV research program. He spent 20 years with the U.S. Army Medical Corps. Third, Admiral Brett Giroir. Admiral Giroir is Assistant Secretary for Health at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. That puts him in charge of development of public health policy recommendations. He's taken on the responsibility for coordinating testing and focused on the increasing number of tests that we can do with existing technology. His federal service includes a variety of activities with
These are your congressmen. This is Senate, I believe.
In advanced research, threat reduction. He was part of the Blue Ribbon panel to reform the U.S. veterans health system. And finally, we'll hear from Dr. Stephen Hahn. He's commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration. Before joining FDA, he was the chief medical executive of the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. He was chair of the Department of Radiation Oncology.
Free rider eliminated.
Pennsylvania.
Be positive and respectful.
Investigator at the National
Simple as that.
Institutes of Health.
Ban any members who are not positive and respectful.
Service Commission
God bless you.
In 2025. Now we'll ask each of our witnesses to summarize their remarks in 5 minutes. Following that, each senator will have 5 minutes for questions and answers in order of seniority. Dr. Fauci, let's begin with you.
Fauci's now. Now he's going to speak.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member
Finally.
and members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss with you today the role of the National Institutes of Health in research addressing COVID-19. The strategic plan that we have is fourfold. One, to improve our fundamental knowledge of the virus and
he might be dropping a plan right now.
Next, to develop new point-of-care diagnostics.
Oh, no. This
Next,
might be a full-ass plan.
and test therapeutics. And finally, to develop safe and effective vaccines. First, with regard to diagnostics, as you probably heard from Dr. Francis Collins last Thursday, the NIH has developed a rapid acceleration of diagnostics program called RADx, with an award to that specific program of up to $500 million to support the development of COVID-19 diagnostics. It is a national call for innovative technologies that will be evaluated in a Shark Tank-like selection process to get to either success or failure rapidly. Moving on to therapeutics, I'll talk a bit about the remdesivir success antiviral in a moment, but let me emphasize that there are a number of broad-spectrum antivirals that are in various stages of testing. In addition, we will be looking at convalescent plasma, which is plasma from individuals who've recovered from COVID-19, to be used in passive transfer, either in prevention or treatment. In addition, hyperimmune globulin, which can be used as a gamma globulin shot. We'll be looking at repurposed
Find any
drugs,
biotechs related to that.
immune-based therapies and host modifiers.
The hemoglobin.
And finally,
I forgot which company that was.
monoclonal antibodies.
That's related.
Let me take a moment to describe the remdesivir placebo-controlled
Remdes, baby.
trial,
Ho, ho, ho.
which was done internationally with a power of more than 1,000 individuals in sites throughout the world. It was in hospitalized patients with lung disease. The endpoint was primarily time to recovery. The result was statistically significant, but really modest. And we must remember, it was only a modest result, showing that the drug made a 31% faster time to recovery. We hope to build on this modest success with combinations of drugs and better drugs. Moving on to vaccines. There are at least 8 candidate COVID-19 vaccines in clinical development. The NIH has been collaborating.
He was talking about
with a number of
remdesivir right there,
pharmaceutical
Gilead.
companies at various stages of development. I will describe one very briefly, which is not the only one, but one that we have been involved in heavily developing with Moderna. It's a messenger RNA platform. You might recall in this committee that in January of this year, I said that it would take about 1 year to 18 months if we were successful in developing a vaccine. The NIH trial moved very quickly. On January 10th, the sequence was known. On January the 11th, the Vaccine Research Center met to develop a plan. On the 14th of January, we officially started the vaccine development. 62 days later, we are now in phase 1 clinical trial with the 2 doses already fully enrolled. There will be animal safety. The phase 1 will directly go into phase 2-3 in late spring and early summer. And if we are successful, we hope to know that in the late fall and early winter. There are some important issues, however, in COVID-19 vaccine development. We have many candidates and hope to have multiple winners. In other words, it's multiple shots on goal. This will be important because this will be good for global availability if we have more than one successful candidate. We also, as the chairman mentioned, will be producing vaccine at risk, which means we'll be investigating considerable resources in developing doses even before we know any given candidate or candidates work. I must warn that there's also...
Oh, shit. The fuck did I do? Sorry. What just happened? Where did the fudge go?
B. And finally, I want to mention the NIH has launched a public-private partnership called Accelerating COVID-19 Therapeutic Interventions and Vaccines. The purpose of that is to prioritize and accelerate clinical evaluation of therapeutic candidates with near-term potential. Hopefully, our
So
research
therapeutics
efforts,
may be the
together
priority.
with the other public health efforts, will get us quickly to an end to this terrible ordeal that we are all going through. Thank you very much. Happy to answer questions later.
Thank you, Dr. Fauci. Dr. Redfield, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman Alexander and Ranking Member Murray and members of the committee. Our nation is confronting the most serious public health crisis in more than a century. Yet we're not defenseless. We have powerful tools to fight this enemy. We have tried and true effective public health interventions, such as early case identification, isolation, and contact tracing, combined with important mitigation strategies, include social distancing, frequent hand washing, and face covering. These public health tools have and will continue to slow the spread of COVID-19. I appreciate the
Peloton's up
opportunity this
10%.
morning to provide a brief overview of some of CDC's ongoing work in response to COVID-19. CDC has been working 24/7 to combat the pandemic. CDC's Emergency Operations Center is supporting state, tribal, local, and territorial public health partners in building core capabilities, particularly workforce, laboratory, and data and predictive analytics. Epidemiologists are conducting surveillance for COVID-19 as well as conducting health system surveillance. Community mitigation teams are providing guidance on infection control and contact tracing. And our laboratory experts are performing serological testing to better define the extent of asymptomatic populations. As local leadership makes decisions to reopen, they'll require varying degrees of federal support. Each location will be different and will face unique circumstances. CDC has conducted a state-by-state assessment of public health testing capacity and contact tracing capacity, as well as surge plans. CDC is providing technical assistance and funding to the states provided through the Supplemental CARES Act and the Paycheck Protection Program and Healthcare Enhancement Act. We're working directly with the state public health leaders to define their needs for testing and testing devices, supplies, and manpower, surveillance, data collection and reporting, contact tracing, infection control, and outbreak investigation. I want to spend a moment to focus on several key elements. First, testing. Rapid, extensive, and widely available timely testing is essential for reopening America. CDC's role in testing continues to support diagnosis and contact tracing, surveillance, and outbreak. And we work with the public health partners to define their particular testing strategy for their jurisdiction. Admiral Giroir will address the testing components of the response in greater detail. Contact tracing. Increasing state, tribal, local, and territorial contact tracing capacity is critical. It's a critical part to stop the chains of transmission and prevent the occurrence of sustained community transmission. CDC's role is to provide technical training, assistance, and support to the states as they hire and build a workforce necessary to be fully prepared to effectively respond to the public health challenges posed by the ongoing COVID pandemic. This will be an expansive effort. Surveillance. Our nation's surveillance program is built on a combination of systems, including existing syndromic, influenza, and respiratory viral disease surveillance systems that have been combined with commercial and research lab platforms and our case reporting form system. CDC is adapting these and optimizing it to have a surveillance system in response to COVID-19. Importantly, in light of the significant occurrence of asymptomatic infection, the surveillance for asymptomatic infection becomes an important public health tool for early case identification. CDC is working with each public health jurisdiction to develop a prospective surveillance program to include active surveillance among those that are most vulnerable, such as individuals in long-term care facilities, inner-city clinics, and homeless shelters. We need to rebuild our nation's public health infrastructure. Data and data analytics, public health laboratory resilience, and our nation's public health workforce. Now's the time to put it in place for the generations to come, not only for the public health system that our nation needs, but for the public health system that our nation deserves. Before I close, I want to recognize the tireless commitment of the dedicated CDC staff who've deployed to every corner of this nation to fight COVID-19. More than 4,000 employees have deployed here and globally. Science and data continue with technical expertise and public service to be the backbone of CDC's contributions to the U.S. response. I extend my serious gratitude to the healthcare workers in the front lines, as well as their family, and the essential emergency personnel, as well as the American people, to say thank you for adhering to the stay-at-home guidelines and protecting the most vulnerable. It's important to emphasize that we're not out of the woods yet. Battle contends and we must, but we are more prepared. We need to stay vigilant with social distancing. It remains an imperative. We are a resilient nation, and I am confident that we will emerge from this pandemic stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Redfield. Admiral, welcome.
Here to provide you with an update on the nation's progress in testing for COVID-19. On March 12th, Secretary Azar requested that I lead the COVID-19 testing efforts within HHS, including oversight and coordination of the FDA and CDC with regard to testing. Since then, the nation has performed more than 9 million COVID-19 tests, a number far greater than any other country and double the per capita tests performed to date in South Korea. To reach this point, we implemented a phased approach to meet testing needs during mitigation and now during phase 1 reopening of America. Beginning March 20th, we pioneered 41 community-based drive-through testing sites in locations prioritized by the CDC. These sites have been a profound success, testing over 167,000 high-risk individuals and demonstrating a prototype that is being duplicated multifold in nearly every state. Next, the administration leveraged trusted retailers, including CVS, Rite Aid, Walgreens, Walmart, Kroger, and Health Mart, who are now providing testing at 240 locations in 33 states, 69% of which are in communities with moderate to high social vulnerability. To meet the need for collection supplies, like swabs and media tubes, we first secured the global supply chain through a military air bridge. We worked directly with manufacturers to increase domestic production. We collaborated with the private sector and the FDA to validate multiple swab and media types that vastly expanded supplies while minimizing the need for PPE. Finally, we used Title III of the Defense Production Act to further invest in domestic manufacturing to prepare us for reopening. To support the need for surveillance testing during reopening, on April 27th, we issued a new testing framework that also prioritized testing for persons without symptoms who are prioritized by health departments or clinicians for any reason, including screening of asymptomatic individuals according to state and local plans. Next, our federal multidisciplinary team conducted multiple calls with leadership from each state to set state-specific testing objectives. Collectively, states and territories established an overall goal to perform 12.9 million tests over the next 4 weeks. The federal government is able to and will support the achievement of this goal. Specifically, the federal government is shipping to states 12.9 million swabs and over 9.7 million tubes of media in May alone. Last month, we also detailed the location and capacity of every lab machine in every state that could potentially run COVID-19 assays, and our team has worked with test suppliers to match reagents to these machines. Looking forward, between now and the end of 2020, the federal government will procure over 135 million swabs and 132 million tubes of media and distribute these to states as requested to supplement the now robust commercial supply. We anticipate marked increases in current tests as well as a dramatic expansion of new point-of-care tests, like the first-in-class Quidel antigen test authorized by the FDA just last Friday. Quidel anticipates being able to distribute 300,000 tests per day within just a few weeks. So by September, taking every aspect of development, authorization, manufacturing, and supply chain into consideration, we project that our nation will be capable of performing at least 40 to 50 million tests per month if needed at that time. And if new technologies are authorized, like whole genome sequencing approaches or any novel solutions uncovered by NIH's new diagnostics initiative, that number will be much higher. Finally, I want to acknowledge and express my heartfelt gratitude to the officers of the U.S. Public Health Service Commission Corps, the uniformed service I am honored to lead. 3,471 men and women have deployed in support of this pandemic, on the cruise ship in Japan, to our military bases repatriating Americans, to our community-based testing sites and international airports, to FEMA and our task forces, to nursing facilities, including King County, Washington, and to field hospitals and hard-hit communities across our nation. I thank each and every one of these officers and their families, and on their behalf, I thank the members of this committee for supporting our training needs and the establishment of a ready reserve to supplement our ranks in future national emergencies. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these remarks.
Thank you, Admiral Giroir. And now Dr. Stephen Hahn, our fourth and final witness.
Chairman Alexander, Ranking Member Murray, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to participate in this hearing today. I first want to start by thanking the American people for their incredible efforts at mitigation and extend my condolences to those who have lost loved ones. From day one of this pandemic, the 18,000 FDA employees, who are just incredible scientists, doctors, and nurses, have taken an active role in the all-of-government response to this pandemic. FDA has worked to facilitate the development of medical countermeasures to diagnose, treat, and prevent COVID-19. We've worked closely with laboratories, manufacturers, academia, product developers, our federal partners, and companies that don't even make medical products but want to pitch in, for example, by making hand sanitizer, personal protective equipment, and ventilators. Every decision we have made have been driven by data with the goal of protecting the health of the American people. In a public health emergency, however, our response has balanced the urgent need to make medical products available with the provision of a level of oversight that helps ensure the safety and effectiveness of those medical products. I'd like to take a few minutes to tell you what FDA is doing to help the country at this point, and which Americans judge is safe to return to work and to school. It starts with testing, as others have mentioned. FDA has worked with more than 500 developers who have or said they will be submitting emergency use authorization requests for COVID-19 tests. This includes some newer technologies that heretofore have not been used as part of diagnostic tests in response to a pandemic. We have issued 92 individual emergency use authorizations for test kit manufacturers and laboratories, and we've been informed by more than 250 laboratories they have begun testing under the regulatory flexibilities we outlined in March. We are conducting rolling reviews of EUA submissions so that we can quickly authorize tests in which the data support. In a public health emergency, the accuracy of diagnostic tests is important, not only for the individual patient, but for the patient at large, for the public at large. FDA is helping to ensure the availability of tests that are providing accurate answers. We are also monitoring the marketplace for fraudulent tests and are taking appropriate action to protect the public health. And we are working to provide more clarity about which tests have been reviewed and authorized by FDA and which have not. Serologic tests will play a role in our recovery. Unlike diagnostic tests, which detect the presence of the virus, serologic tests measure the amount of antibodies or protein present in the blood when the body is responding to an infection like COVID-19. These tests can help identify individuals who can overcome an infection and who have developed an immune response. We will continue working with labs, manufacturers, and across the government to find a balance between the assurance that an antibody test is accurate and timely access to such tests. Of course, The way we will eventually beat this virus is with a vaccine, and FDA is working closely with our Fed partners, including the NIH, vaccine developers, manufacturers, and experts across the globe. We intend to use our regulatory flexibility to help ensure the most efficient development of a safe and effective vaccine to prevent COVID-19. Until a preventative vaccine is approved, however, we need medical products to bridge the gap. FDA has been working for several months to facilitate the development and availability of therapeutics as expeditiously as possible. And we've created an emergency program for this acceleration called the Coronavirus Treatment Acceleration Program, or CTAP. We have reassigned staff to work with urgency to review requests from companies, scientists, doctors who are developing therapies, and we're using every available authority and regulatory flexibility that's appropriate to facilitate the development of safe and effective products to treat COVID-19. A variety of therapeutic areas are being evaluated, as mentioned by Dr. Fauci and others, including antiviral drugs and immunotherapies, as well as convalescent plasma, hyperimmune globulin, and monoclonal antibodies. As Dr. Fauci also mentioned, we recently announced the positive results of the NIAID trial of remdesivir and issued an EUA for the treatment of hospitalized patients with COVID-19. Two other promising treatments that I mentioned are the antibody-rich products, convalescent plasma and hyperimmune globulin, and I am certainly willing to go into more detail if members of this committee have questions about this. But we are working very aggressively and closely with stakeholders to facilitate the development of monoclonal antibodies, which, if shown to be safe and effective, could act as a bridge therapy to the development of a vaccine. We recognize that developing vaccines and therapies need to go hand in hand with ensuring that there will be sufficient supplies for our country. So we're also working with manufacturers to make sure that this supply chain is robust. Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and members of the committee, please know that in FDA, you have a dedicated team of some of the nation's finest scientists, healthcare providers, and public health professionals. We are guided by science and data, and we won't let up until we facilitate the development of products that our nation needs to get back to work. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Hahn, and thanks to all four of you for your expertise, for your dedication to our country, and your hard work. We'll now begin a round of 5-minute questions from each senator on the committee, alternating between Republicans and Democrats. Each senator has, if you're by video conference, you have a little time clock at the bottom, and I would ask you to try to stay within 5 minutes for your questions and answers. I will start. I've got a question for Dr. Fauci and then Admiral Giroir. Doctor, let's look down the road 3 months. There will be about 5,000 campuses across the country trying to welcome 20 million college students, 100,000 public schools welcoming 50 million students. What would you say to the Chancellor of the University of Tennessee, Knoxville, or the president or the principal of a public school about how to persuade parents and students to return to school in August? Let's start with treatments and vaccines first, Dr. Fauci, and if you could save about half of my 5 minutes for Admiral Giroir for testing, I would appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, I would be very realistic with the Chancellor and tell him that when we're thinking in terms...
It's a her in this case.
Oh, okay. I would tell her, I'm sorry, sir, that in this case, that the idea of having treatments available or a vaccine to facilitate the reentry of students into the fall term would be something that would be a bit of a bridge too far. As I mentioned, the drug that has shown some degree of efficacy was modest, and it was in hospitalized patients, not yet or maybe ever to be used either yet as prophylaxis or treatment. So if the issue is that the young individuals who will be going back to school would like to have some comfort in that there's a treatment, probably the thing that would be closest to utilization then would likely be passive transfer of convalescent serum. But we're really not talking about necessarily treating a student who gets ill, but how the student will feel safe in going back to school. If this were a situation where we had a vaccine, that would really be the end of that issue. in a positive way. But as I mentioned in my opening remarks, even at the top speed we're going, we don't see a vaccine playing in the ability of individuals to get back to school this term. What they really want is to know if they are safe. And that's the question that'll have to be due with what we discussed earlier about testing. So I'm about halfway through the remarks. I'd like to just pass the baton to Admiral Giroir, who would address the question of the availability of testing and what role that might play in returning to school. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fauci. And Admiral Giroir, you said that while we're doing about 10 million tests this month, that we might be as high as 40 or 50 million by September, and a month, which is a significant increase. So if I'm Chancellor of the University of Tennessee, could I develop a strategy where I'd say to all my students, we have, for example, an antigen test, which is quick and easy. You want everybody on campus to come by and take it once before you begin school. That will at least let everybody know that on that day we've isolated anybody who's positive, and then we can continue to monitor. Is that strategy possible in August and September?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I may reserve 20 seconds for Dr. Redfield as well. The strategy that's going to be employed really depends heavily on what's the community spread at that time. If there's almost no community spread, your strategy will be different. If there's high community spread, it will also be different. But yes, technically, we will have the ability, and your chancellor will have the ability. We expect there to be 25 to 30 million point of care tests per month available. It is certainly possible to test all of the students, or it is much more likely that there would be a surveillance strategy done where you may test some of the students at different times to give an assurance that there's no circulation. And that would be done in conjunction with the CDC and the local health department. There's also strategies that are still needing to be validated, but of pooling samples. We know in some experimental labs as many as 10 or 20 samples can be pooled. So essentially one test could test 20 students. And finally, there are some experimental approaches that look interesting, if not promising, that, for example, wastewater from an entire dorm or an entire segment of a campus could be tested to determine whether there's coronavirus in that sewerage, the wastewater. So there are other strategies being developed. And I'd like to at least give 20 seconds to Dr. Redfield, who really will be working on the strategy of how to employ the test given different community spreads.
Dr. Redfield?
Yeah, just some quick comments, sir. I mean, first, I think it's really important to evaluate critically the role of changes in social distancing on college campuses and high schools.
Grub. Uber approaches Grub for takeover. The shit's not updating, though.
Clearly, also developing an aggressive program for wellness education, making sure people understand when they're symptomatic. They need to seek evaluation.
Is the stock halted?
I think you are going to have to look at the role of testing. I think there is going to be an important role of testing in this circumstances, and I think it will be individualized.
Nice. All right, let's see what happens
where
there.
These different schools are, where they
give it 5 minutes. Prices will probably go crazy on it.
I'm going to wrap it up there so I can set a good example for the other senators with their 5 minutes. Senator Murray.
I had to run in from the bathroom on that one. What other food deliveries are there? Grub and...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses.
Uber Eats, that's it.
Dr. Fauci, you have warned of
needless
Postmates, suffering
DoorDash,
and death if we push to reopen too soon. But the president has actually been sending the opposite message. I want to ask you today, what is the most important message
is DoorDash a stock?
You have for communities and states that are reopening,
stock, bro.
Even as our public health experts make it
DoorDash
clear
is owned
it's too soon. Tell us what the consequences are.
Thank you very much for that question, Senator Murray. As I've said many times publicly, what we have worked out is a guideline framework of how to safely
I feel like Grub might be a little bit more specific to that.
And there are several checkpoints in that with a gateway of showing, depending
so get ready
on
when
the
that gets unhalted,
dynamics
that'll be important.
of an outbreak in a particular region, state, city, or area, that would really determine the speed and the pace with which one does re-enter or reopen. So my word has been, and I've been very consistent in this, that I get concerned if you have a situation where the dynamics of an outbreak in an area are such that you are not seeing that gradual over 14-day decrease that would allow you to go to phase one. And then if you pass the checkpoints of phase one, go to phase 2 and phase 3. What I've expressed then and again is my concern.
Uber's popping off of it.
Some areas, cities, states, or what have you, jump over those various
Uber's really going crazy off that.
And prematurely open up without having the capability of being able to respond effectively and efficiently. My concern is that we will start to see little spikes that might turn into outbreaks. So therefore, I have been being very clear in my message to try to the best extent possible to go by the guidelines, which have been very well thought out and very well delineated.
So if a community or a state or a region doesn't go by those guidelines and reopen, the consequences could be pretty dire, correct?
The consequences could be really serious, particularly, and this is something that I think we also should pay attention to, that states, even if they're doing it at an appropriate pace, which many of them are and will, namely a pace that's commensurate with the dynamics of the outbreak, that they have in place already the capability that when there will be cases,
I was trying to get some of the Ubers, but I didn't get filled on them.
Even under the best of circumstances, when you pull back on mitigation, you will see some cases appear. It's the ability and the capability of responding to those cases with good identification, isolation, and contact tracing will determine whether you can continue to go forward as you try to reopen.
Get ready for Grub to be unhalted.
It's not only doing it at the appropriate time with the appropriate constraints, but having in place the capability of responding when the inevitable return of infections occur.
Well, thank you for that. And it's very clear in order to do that, we need knowledge, which is about testing. And for months, this administration's approach to testing has really been plagued by unrealized goals and disregard for systemic problems within that supply chain. And last week, an average of just 250,000 tests per day were performed in the United States. That is a small fraction of what we need. And yesterday, President Trump had the gall to declare the U.S. had, quote, prevailed on testing in a press conference that was filled with misinformation and distortions. Dr. Gerard, public health experts do not think the U.S. has prevailed. I'm glad you finally committed that states, including my home state of Washington, will receive enough tests to meet their goals for May and June. But this administration has had a record of giving us broken promises that more tests.
That's going to be hard to get filled on.
And they don't.
Everything's crazy
and
on that.
We know, by the way, that testing is
pretty much
needs will persist long past June, long past. So I wanted to ask you today, will the administration's forthcoming strategic plan that is now required under the COVID package that was just passed and signed into law, will that strategic plan on testing include specific numeric targets for testing capacity, supply chain capacity,
yeah, it's halted again.
And
you're not going to get anything.
Shortages?
It's all right. We're late. Not even late, but it's just like given the nature of the news. If anything,
and statements Murray,
honestly, you might just buy shares.
We are, as I've stated, we continue to have a work in progress as we build the testing capacity. We have established the targets with the states of over 12 million tests over the next 4 weeks. We think those targets are going to be good in May and June. But as Dr. Fauci said,
this is still,
we really have to be.
We're going to talk about what's on here. Pay attention. Thank you, everybody in here being positive and respectful. The chat is a beautiful eyesight to watch. So thank you for posting information and putting that on there. No, do we act slow? No. Well, now we act slow, yeah, but I don't think we responded to that pretty quickly. I just think that chain really.
Yes, there will be targets. The targets will need to change based on the evidence that we see, but we are highly committed to securing the supply chain. We've worked daily with every manufacturer, and I'm just pleased we're in May and June able to get ahead of the states so that we can supply them what they need so they have those assurances. So there's not going to be any doubts about that.
My question to you is, when you put out that specific plan that you were required to do, we will see numbers that you are going to tell us that you will reach, targeted for testing and supply chain capacity and protection of source. Instead of just saying we hope to have 1 million this week, next week, so you will give us the specific targets, correct?
We know specific. I'll say yes, ma'am. We know the specific. We know the specific amounts of tests we have over the summer.
How many we need?
So, yes, ma'am. We developed the need statements by working with the states individually, with epidemiologists, with the CDC, so that overall in May we'll be testing about 3.9% of the overall U.S. population.
I'm fine, but what I'm telling you,
Well over time, Senator Murray.
how many we have, but how many we will need, not just for May, but in the coming months, so that we can be prepared to have them.
Yes, ma'am, and not to be repetitive, but we need to be evidence and data driven, because what we may see in May or June will drive differences in the amount of test goals we have. So we really just need to be very humble about this. We need to look at the data. We know that the testing needs will go up over May and June as we progressively open, and we will do our best to predict that. But you have to understand we have to see what the data
60. How many do you have
at that time.
Okay,
I would
appreciate that.
at
Mr.
least hold
Chairman,
one
again,
till
what
the
our
end of the week.
strategic
But if you only
plan
have one, maybe
requires
Ghetto Spread it.
is what is
That's a good
the
play.
goal? Not how many we have,
That's a good position
but
to
how
be in.
many we need, and that's what
5?
we'll be looking for. Thank you.
Maybe
Thank you,
see what the
Senator
values
Murray.
are
Senator
at, take a little
Enzi.
bit of profits, and then hold the rest. But I would
Thank you,
hold
Mr.
one until
Chairman,
Friday.
and
Just
I
watch. Pay. I
particularly
mean,
appreciated
you
your
know,
opening statement
how have you
where
seen me
had
play the other place?
very succinct
Go look at the
list
Tesla
of
play. Go look at the Zoom play.
preparations we need
I
to
have
learn
contracts
from
expired on
this
Friday. There's a big run up.
pandemic
How have I played it?
for the
That's
next one.
the best way, because it's
Not only
just
should
a
we
mix
be
of
working on this
taking
and
profits
preparing,
while
but we need to
leaving
look
some on the
at
table to
future
ride it.
too. And I think we've learned a lot. We're fighting
You're
a virus
in a good
at the
position.
same time that
Like, that is a
scientists
good
are
play
learning
to
about it.
have.
So we need to be nimble. We also need to be sure that we are prepared for a second wave of outbreaks that could coincide with the start of the flu season, potentially stressing our healthcare system
You've got
even more
I
than
mean,
it
so
already
that's a good
has
play.
been.
You could hold those for a little bit.
Admiral
Which
Girard,
one, June 80
I
calls?
thank you for your comments. I
Yeah,
think
those were
they've been,
25. I don't think you got those at 25
comforting
cents, did you?
about what has been done and what can be
You
done.
did. Those are nice.
I agree with Senator Murray that we need to have some specific goals. As an accountant, that's always one of the things that I'm looking for. For questions, Dr. Hahn, our understanding of the clinical picture.
So yeah, if you hit them, just play them how. Just think about the Zoom play. Think about the Tesla play. I mean, here are the order transactions. You guys remember these? Remember the Zoom? How do we play it on the way in? How do we play it on the way out? There's the Tesla. Think about the scaling in, scaling out. So be smart and know what you guys need to do.
To evaluate the appropriate clinical or surrogate endpoints for review of vaccines and treatment.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. The evolving clinical picture and obviously the way this is manifesting around the country clinically does in fact inform the endpoints that we will work with developers of therapies on so that we can get the absolute most efficient, but also the most accurate information and appropriate endpoints to make the necessary authorizations
Grubhub
and
is
approvals.
back.
We have set up this program called the Coronavirus Treatment Acceleration Program, where our top scientists and clinicians have been at the table consulting with our colleagues at NIH and CDC to actually address those questions.
It's really
What are
the next level
appropriate
is just get them.
endpoints? I'll give you an example. We do know that in some
the next level is just going to be taking them on the bottom.
Severe COVID disease,
but that's
developed
getting the
thrombotic
shares.
or clotting type episodes, and so we prioritize a review of agents that we think might be beneficial. And obviously the clinical endpoints for those trials will be different than an agent that's an antiviral like remdesivir, whereas Dr. Fauci mentioned we're looking at time to recovery. So we want to adapt it to the clinical circumstance as well as to the type of therapy that's put before us.
Thank you. Another question to Dr. Hahn. We have made a lot of progress in vaccine development.
What is Grubhub?
But BARDA
Dude,
has
Grubhub was at
identified that
$140.
manufacturing of needles
What the hell?
and syringes is a significant gap in pandemic preparedness. What has HHS done in advance of a potential national vaccination campaign to ensure that we have sufficient capacity to administer a vaccine?
Senator Enzi, thank you for that question.
Yeah, anything June to September, anything from weekly to September is just it's pumped already. I mean, it doesn't mean you could still get a play if it keeps moving, but
it's all about
it's not like you're able to steal anything like you were able to.
As well as an operational plan for administering the vaccine.
You had the first pop. Halt instantly in the first minute. You know, usually we could take advantage. If we had like 2 minutes, we could have took it. But
Dr. Collins, Dr. Fauci, his colleagues at NIH, the Department of Defense, as well as other members of HHS and FDA. Dr. Peter Marks from our Center for Biological Evaluation Research has been helping coordinate that, is working very closely with Dr. Fauci and his team. And we've created what's called a Gantt chart to look forward. What are the necessary supply chain issues, syringes, needles, et cetera, depending on the various vaccines that are being developed,
because Uber could probably benefit off of it.
They have
no
to
competition for Postmates or DoorDash or whatever they own.
The supply chain to ensure
Uber
that
Eats.
when a vaccine is ready to go, we will have the necessary supplies to actually administer it and operationalize the vaccination.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions, but again, the clock's not visible there. So
Grub got a buyout offer from the one place.
I'll submit
Uber.
those in writing.
Thank you, Senator Enzi. Senator Sanders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Anybody be buying
And let me thank all of the panelists
I think that
for
plays
the hard
cash.
work they're doing and for being with us today. It is sad to say
Shout out
that
if you hit
we
it,
have
though.
a president of the United States, the leader of our country, who from day one
Bernie,
downplayed
giving the money away like
the
Bernie.
dangers facing this country from the
Out of
pandemic,
the money rings like a curve.
who told us that the crisis would be over in a few months, that we did not have to worry, who fired those members of the government who wanted to
I think
act
it's a
aggressively and
mix of
among other
rumor, but I
things,
believe it is
at a time when
confirmed
we
that
need
the
international,
company approached them, but we don't know anything
cooperation,
else.
cut funding for the World Health Organization. But let me also say that I think we understand that facts are terribly important. Not everybody, that we don't fully understand all of the ramifications of the COVID-19 epidemic. But let me ask Dr. Fauci a few questions, if I might. For a start, the official statistic, Dr. Fauci, is that 80,000 Americans have died from the pandemic. There are some epidemiologists who suggest the number may be 50% higher than that. What do you think?
I'm not sure, Senator Sanders, if it's going to be 50% higher, but most of us feel that the number of deaths are likely higher than that number because given the situation, particularly in New York City, when they were really strapped with a very serious challenge to their healthcare system, that there may have been people who died at home who did have COVID who were not counted as COVID because they never really got to the hospital. So in direct answer to your question, I think you are correct that the number is likely higher. I don't know exactly what percent higher, but almost certainly it's higher.
Dr. Fauci, let me ask you this. In the terrible
all stock combination with Grubhub.
1918,
That's kind of shitty.
The
That's kind of
virus,
shitty. So it wouldn't even be. It would be a merger.
It came back with a vengeance.
That's not even a buyout. That's a merger, right? Or is it? Are they saying cash and
if we
stock?
don't get our act together, as bad as the situation is now,
So you're looking. It's
because
now it's just like they're going to just pretty much say, "Hey,
in the fall or
you give us your company, we'll give you equity in the bigger company that's going to own your company." So they're just going to transfer the shares.
That possibility does exist. However, and the reason I
That's
say
pretty
that
whack. It might die.
is that when you talk about
It might
this
hold up
virus
around
just
55.
disappear,
I don't know.
as I've said
We'll see.
publicly many times, that is just not going to happen because it's such a highly transmissible virus. And even if we get better control over the months, it is likely that there will be virus somewhere on this planet that will eventually get back to us. So my approach towards the possibility of a rebound and a second wave in the fall is that A, it's entirely conceivable and possible that it would happen, but B, I would hope that between now and then, given the capability of doing the testing that you've heard from Admiral Giroir, and the ability of us to stock up on personal protective equipment and the workforce that the CDC under Dr. Redfield will be putting forth to be able to identify, isolate, and contact trace, I hope that if we do have the threat of a second wave, we will be able to deal with it very effectively to prevent it from becoming an outbreak, not only worse than now, but much, much less.
Okay, well, let me ask, we've heard a lot of discussion about vaccines. Obviously, everybody in Congress and in this country wants a vaccine. We want it as quickly as possible, as effective as possible. Let me ask the Honorable FDA Commissioner, sir, if, God willing, a vaccine is developed, and if we're able to produce it as quickly as we all hope we can, I would imagine that that vaccine would be distributed to all people free of charge, or make sure at least that everybody in America who needs that vaccine will get it, regardless of their income. Is that a fair assumption?
Senator, I certainly hope so. FDA is very committed to making sure that all populations in the United States, including those most vulnerable, are included in the clinical trials. And
well, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, if and when the vaccine comes, it won't do somebody any good if they don't get it. And if they have to pay a sum of money for it in order to profit the drug companies, that will not be helpful. Are you guaranteeing the American people today that that vaccine will be available to all people, regardless of their income?
Sir, the payment of vaccines is not a responsibility of FDA, but I'm glad to take this back to the task force. I share your concern that this needs to be made available to every American.
Does anybody else want to comment on that? Mr. Joral, do you think we should make that vaccine, when hopefully it is created, available to all regardless of income? Or do you think that poor people and working people should be last in line for the vaccine?
I'm sorry, Senator, were you asking me?
Yes, I was, sir. Yes, I was.
No, my office is one of the offices committed to serving the underserved, and we need to be absolutely certain that if a vaccine or an effective therapeutic or preventive is available, that it reaches all segments of society, regardless of their ability to pay or any other social determinants of health that there may be.
Good. So when you're telling the American people today that regardless of income, every American will be able to gain access to that vaccine when it comes?
They should gain access to it. I don't control, I think
you represent an administration that makes that decision.
I will certainly advocate that everyone is able to receive the vaccine regardless of income or any other circumstance.
Let me just switch gears.
Senator Sanders.
All right. I'm sorry. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Those are important questions. I don't want to cut senators off, and it's hard to see the time clock.
Watching this hearing of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pension Committee of the U.S. Senate, an unusual one, just that picture speaks volumes right there. Only a handful of senators actually in the room. Others, along with the key witnesses, 4 leaders of our health system, all appearing remotely because of obviously the concerns, the general concerns, in a few cases, concerns that they may themselves have been exposed to the coronavirus. Also, this is the first chance for many of these experts to speak free of the White House, speak directly to members of the Senate who continue to hone down on issues of testing and also the risk of communities across the country opening potentially prematurely. And we heard Dr. Fauci mention that inevitably when you begin to open up society, we will see more cases. His concern is that many communities may not be prepared for those consequences. This will go on for another couple of hours, but we want to bring in right now Casey Hunt, who's been watching this for us. Casey, what is the significance of this hearing and what happens after?
Well, Lester, I think that what you've seen is an event that is focused on facts, the realities of testing, the realities of reopening in a way that, is much different than what we have been seeing daily throughout this crisis at the White House, where we have seen quite a bit of politicking and not necessarily the same set of facts from the president as what we're hearing from these officials today. Dr. Fauci, of course, testifying that he thought it would be a bridge too far to think that we would have a vaccine in time for fall semesters. He was answering a question from Lamar Alexander, the chairman, about how universities could prepare for this. He also said that he was concerned that if we open up too quickly in response to Senator Murray, that we would start to see little spikes, outbreaks that potentially could turn into something bigger. So he was pretty measured and cautious in his responses here, as Democrats have been urging him not to pull any punches. He hasn't been going after his boss, going after the president, but he has been presenting a pretty straightforward picture of a very dire situation across the country. One thing that stood out to me as well, Lester, is that he acknowledged that it's likely that the count of the number of deaths in this country is not actually taking into account everyone who has been affected by this. He talked particularly about New York City and reports of people who were dying in their homes that are likely not part of the official coronavirus death tally. So very much both from a factual perspective and also from an optics and reality of how this hearing had to play out perspective, yes, we're talking about attempting to reopening.
Is it over? I just went to the bathroom real quick, but I'm even kind of over this just because I know it's going to be I think this is going to, that's why they're throwing out the commentators. I think this is going to go on for a few hours. So I thought it was important to listen to just because, I mean, it's clear that they're, what's it called? This is getting very political. But this is a plan. I mean, this is kind of weird. I mean, there's a lot of stuff talking from personal privacy to the contract tracing. So I think this is important issues. And I think, honestly, that was your first congressional meeting towards your new Patriot bill in a weird way. That's what I don't want to jump to conclusions, but that's where I'm kind of getting that idea, not to mention now the second wave and what everything's going to do. Yes. Make sure all right, you guys are really so listen, we're going to go non-members only. I don't know though. You guys have been slacking on the I saw them. I was in the bathroom. I looked at the likes. I was like, I don't know if I should get mad. I really don't even care. But I was like, you guys, are you okay? I don't know. You guys, cause and then when we go members only, are you guys trying to tell me something? Cause I feel like do we just do members only then? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Because it seems like I'm not getting the activity. It seems like right when we turn on members only, we had a political conversation, bro. And it was just, and there was no opinions. It was just either this stock's doing this stock's doing that. It was crazy, man. Honestly, that's how that's how it should be during a political thing. Hopefully you guys realize it shouldn't be, no one really cares about your opinion. We're here for information. And that's what I like about it there. It's simple. Honestly, I mean, it's not all of them, but I think that's just how you guys should see it. It's just very, very simple. Opinions don't matter. So that's why I'm saying when you guys are like, oh, I think it's this, who cares? Is there information? Like Grubhub is moving, this is moving, this is that. Some people made little jokes here and there, but nothing disrespectful, nothing crazy. So I like it like that. So I need you to like the video. I mean, are you going to run up the video? Where are we at right here? Let me see the video. I'm deciding on releasing the beasts again or not. Where are we at? Where are we at? 2.3? Not even 3. Maybe at 3,000. Maybe at 3,000. Maybe at 3,000. Maybe at 3,000. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Because then think about it. I'm pretty sure most every other person who's a member probably did it. But then there's the Uber shit. The Uber was crazy. So they had that deal. You guys saw us look at that midway. I was not able to get the play. So we'll see. But let's see. Hold on. Let me switch. Hold on. This one. That doesn't do. I'll go that. Jubilee Life Science signs deal with Gilead for the production of remdesivir to sell it. Yeah, I didn't get the Uber. The Uber was late, but they apparently Uber is making an offer on Grub. But then it came out a little bit that it's going to be all stock. Peloton valuation. Well, that's a short squeeze. So remember we talked about that a few days. Peloton already ran up. Middle of the day, we were late on that, but also the city stock rotation, baby. The city stock rotation. But yeah, there's that. Yeah, there's LK. There's a few pieces of news. And then even what they were talking about, nothing really breaking. There's more Boeing news. And this is what I said on the watch list yesterday. Be careful and keep your eye out for just news to hit the stock, to hit the market, and then kind of act like that for 20 and 30 minutes and then go back to normal. Fauci, no guarantee that the... All right, let me see. Let me see if I could get another one. I just know I'm just already getting the feeling if we listen to that thing, it is going to be another hour probably of just... I liked it though. I was honestly, I went to the bathroom. I was laying in my bed. I was playing it. Then I saw the news. I had to run over. I was like, I liked it. I mean, it wasn't bad. So let me see what we got with the Faucinator. Anthony Fauci live. Dude, they all have commentators. Wait, no, never mind. That's not a commentator. I thought it was.
Second.
Okay, do you hear it?
It was directed to you as well as the administrator of the Centers on Medicare Medicaid Services, Seema Verma. And in that letter, we asked for basic information about what the administration was doing to track the outbreaks in nursing homes.
Like the video, my friends. Like the video.
Basic information.
Do not slack.
To families and their and residents, the families of residents in nursing homes. Certainly to the workers as well as to the community and public health professionals. Now, it took you over about a month to respond to that, but in your response, you didn't give us any information about the timeline. These families need this information. And now we're told by the CMS administrator, after pressing her, as Senator Wyden and I did, that this information may not be available until the end of May. I need to hear from you today. Why has there been a delay, a 3-month delay in basic information that families and people within a community need about the outbreaks in nursing homes, the number of cases, what is happening in nursing homes? Tell us when we're going to see that information.
Well, thank you very much, Senator. And you've highlighted one of the great tragedies that we've all experienced together. Clearly, the long-term care facilities have been particularly hard hit by this pandemic. Several things, I know that, again, the CMS, who has oversight, several things have been done, and I can get back to you in terms of where they're at in terms of activation, but clearly all nursing homes now are required to report cases in either their individuals that are patients there or staff to the CDC. Secondly,
Beyond is going crazy.
IRMA has put a policy in place that all nursing homes are required to notify their members of that nursing home of the existence of COVID in that nursing home, include family members. I just verify in terms of when if that's operational as of today or last week, and I will get back to you with that. One of the most important we have decided is we talk about the key in reopening, as Tony mentioned, we need those symptomatic cases, we need to be able to do the contact tracing. But the other thing that we really need to do is to do surveillance, because this virus does appear to have a high propensity for asymptomatic infection, which means our traditional ways of identifying cases is going to be blunted. And so we're developing a national surveillance system. And first and most important in that is to do comprehensive surveillance in all the nursing homes in the United States. CDC will be doing that in partnership with the state and local territorial health departments. I think HRSA is going to have the responsibility to do it within the inner city clinics that are selected, and the Indian Health Service for the Indian Health Service clinics. But this is critical. We get in front of this and do comprehensive surveillance of everybody in these nursing homes. We've also done, aggressive outreach in all of them in enhancing infection control procedures, et cetera. CDC has been out to help these nursing homes with that into the guidance along with the CMS. But I'll get back to you in terms of the time. I'm pretty confident it's already operational, but I need to double check just to make sure, because I know SEMA has announced that They're all reporting to CDC now, any infection in workers or patients, and that they are required now to notify other members in the nursing home as well as family members of that when COVID is in one of those.
And Mr. Chairman, I just have one question for Dr. Fauci. Doctor, I wanted to ask you, in your testimony earlier in response to a question by Senator Murray, you outlined a basic concern you have with regard to states reopening. Can you restate that for us?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Casey. Yes. My concern is that if states or cities or regions, their attempt, understandable, to get back to some form of normality, disregard to a greater or lesser degree the checkpoints that we put in our guidelines about when it is safe to proceed in pulling back on mitigation. Because I feel if that occurs, there is a real risk that you will trigger an outbreak that you may not be able to control, which in fact, paradoxically, will set you back, not only leading to some suffering and death that could be avoided, but could even set you back on the road to trying to get economic recovery, because it would almost turn the clock back rather than going forward. That is my major concern, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Casey. Senator Paul.
Dr. Fauci, scientists have shown that rhesus monkeys that are infected with COVID-19 cannot be reinfected. Several studies have also shown that plasma from recently infected coronavirus patients neutralizes the virus in lab experiments. In addition, infusion of convalescent plasma is based on the idea that recovering coronavirus patients are developing immunity and that it can be beneficial as donated. Studies show that the recovering COVID-19 patients, from the asymptomatic to the very sick, are showing significant antibody response. Studies show that SARS and MERS, also coronaviruses, induce immunity for at least 2 to 3 years. And yet the media continues to report that we have no evidence that patients who survive coronavirus have immunity. I think actually the truth is the opposite. We have no evidence that survivors of coronavirus don't have immunity, and a great deal of evidence to suggest that they do. The question of immunity is linked to health policy, and that workers who have gained immunity can be a strong part of our economic recovery. The silver lining to so many infections in the meat processing industry is that a large portion of these workers now have immunity. Those workers should be reassured that they likely won't get it again, instead of being alarmed by media reports that there is no evidence of immunity. You've stated publicly that you'd bet it all that survivors of coronavirus have some form of immunity. Can you help set the record straight that the scientific record, as is being accumulated, is supportive that infection with coronavirus likely leads to some form of immunity? Dr. Fauci.
Yep. Thank you for the question, Senator Paul. Yes, you're correct that I have said that given what we know about the recovery from viruses such as coronaviruses in general, or even any infectious disease with very few exceptions, that when you have antibody present, it very likely indicates a degree of protection. I think it's in the semantics of how this is expressed when you say, has it been formally proven by long-term natural history studies, which is the only way that you can prove, one, is it protective, which I said and would repeat, is likely that it is, but also what is the degree or titer of antibody that gives you that critical level of protection, and what is the durability? As I've often said, and I again repeat, you can make a reasonable assumption that it would be protective, but natural history studies over a period of months to years will then tell you definitively if that's the case.
And I think that's important because in all likelihood is a good way of putting it. The vast majority of these people will have immunity instead of saying there is no evidence. You know, the WHO kind of fed into this by saying no evidence of immunity. And in reality, there's every evidence stacking up. And in fact, a lot of the different studies have shown that it is very unlikely that you get it again in the short term. With regard to going back to school, one thing that was left out of that discussion is mortality. I mean, shouldn't we at least be discussing what the mortality of children is? This is for Dr. Fauci as well. You know, the mortality between 0 and 18 in the New York data approaches 0. It's not going to be absolutely 0, but it almost approaches 0. Between 18 and 45, the mortality in New York was 10 out of 100,000. So really, we do need to be thinking about that. We need to observe with an open mind what went on in Sweden, where the kids kept going to school. The mortality per capita in Sweden is actually less than France, less than Italy, less than Spain, less than Belgium, less than the Netherlands, about the same as Switzerland. But basically, I don't think there's anybody arguing that what happened in Sweden is an unacceptable result. I think people are intrigued by it, and we should be. I don't think any of us are certain when we do all these modelings. There have been more people wrong with modeling than right. We're opening up a lot of economies around the U.S., and I hope that people who are predicting doom and gloom and saying, oh, we can't do this, there's going to be a surge, will admit that they were wrong if there isn't a surge, because I think that's what's going to happen. In rural states, we never really reached any sort of pandemic levels in Kentucky and other states. We have less deaths in Kentucky than we have in an average flu season. It's not to say this isn't deadly, but really outside of New England, we've had a relatively benign course for this virus nationwide. And I think the one-size-fits-all that we're going to have a national strategy and nobody's going to go to school is kind of ridiculous. We really ought to be doing it school district by school district, and the power needs to be dispersed because people make wrong predictions. And really the history of this, when we look back, will be of wrong prediction after wrong prediction after wrong prediction, starting with Ferguson in England. So I think we ought to have a little bit of humility in our belief that we know what's best for the economy. And as much as I respect you, Dr. Fauci, I don't think you're the end all. I don't think you're the one person that gets to make a decision. We can listen to your advice, but there are people on the other side saying there's not going to be a surge and that we can safely open the economy, and the facts will bear this out. But if we keep kids out of school for another year, what's going to happen is the poor and underprivileged kids who don't have a parent that's able to teach them at home are not going to learn for a full year. And I think we ought to look at the Swedish model, and we ought to look at letting our kids get back to school. I think it's a huge mistake if we don't open the schools in the fall. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that even though there are only 32 seconds left?
Yes, and you might make it clear whether or not you suggested that we shouldn't go back to school in the fall.
Well, first of all, Senator Paul, thank you for your comments. I have never made myself out to be the end-all and only voice in this. I'm a scientist, a physician, and a public health official. I give advice according to the best scientific evidence. There are a number of other people who come into that and give advice that are more related to the things that you spoke about the need to get the country back open again and economically. I don't give advice.
Dude, why is
about
Abby going crazy?
Things. I don't give advice about anything other than public health. So I wanted to respond to that. The second thing is that you use the word we should be humble about what we don't know. And I think that falls under the fact that we don't know everything about this virus. And we really better be very careful, particularly when it comes to children, because the more and more we learn, we're seeing things about what this virus.
Bro, I can't talk about when I want to buy something.
In China or in Europe. For example,
if I don't buy it, because every time I
children
do, it fucking rips
COVID-16,
massively. I feel like it's a
who have
conspiracy.
Very strange inflammatory
No!
syndrome, very similar to Kawasaki's.
Sorry, keep listening though. This is really good right now.
Be
They're
careful
making good
if we are
combo. I
not
like it.
Cavalier in thinking that children are completely immune to the deleterious effects. So again, you're right in the numbers that children in general do much, much better than adults and the elderly, and particularly those with underlying conditions. But I am very careful and hopefully humble in knowing that I don't know everything about this disease, and that's why I'm very reserved in making broad predictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paul. And Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Murray and our witnesses. I want to try to cover a lot of territory in my 5 minutes. So
Do it, baby girl.
I'd certainly be appreciative of concise answers, but I want to start with Dr. Redfield. Dr. Redfield, do you think that the current testing protocols at the White House presents a model for other essential workplaces?
I'm sorry, Senator, you broke up at the beginning of your question. If you could just say it again, I'm sorry.
Yes. Dr. Redfield, do you think that the testing protocols currently in place in the White House present a model for other essential
Abivi and Allergen have been like that for a while now. And yeah, Abivi's no joke. Abivi's a big company. They're a spinoff from Abbott, ABT.
Essential worker.
And Humira. Humira's the
put
GOAT.
out. And I think it was originally modeled, obviously, on healthcare workers, where there were significant healthcare shortages in individuals that were exposed.
Many workplaces, I'm asking you if you think that the White House protocols for testing are a model for other essential workplaces.
I would just say that I think each workplace has to define their own approach to how to operationalize our.
We've already had some considerable comment on the fact that OSHA has not stood up an enforceable mandatory emergency temporary standard for workers in all sorts of work settings. But that aside, would you say that the PPE rules and protocols in effect right now in the White House are a model for other essential workplaces?
We would, my own view would go back to the guidelines that CDC has put out about essential workplaces for people. If they are an essential workforce, that they go in public, they maintain 6 feet distancing, and they wear face coverings.
There.
Okay. Admiral Giroir, you have testified about.
No, it's all through YouTube. I can't control any of the members.
Come with regard to testing assessments. I want to ask you if you believe that we already have a national testing strategy today that spans from the nationwide testing needs assessment to the nationwide testing supply assessment, and a strategy to fill that procure domestically what we need in terms of bridging that gap with testing platforms, swabs, specimen collection media, and reagents, and the PPE needed to conduct those tests.
So thank you for that. We do have a strategy that spans us at least to the fall and beyond. As I mentioned, we're working individually with every state, and I think that Senator Paul is correct that Kentucky, Wyoming, or New Jersey, Rhode Island are different, and there are vastly different testing needs. The East Coast will have multiples of testing versus other states, and we're working those individually.
So I know you testified earlier that not only are you working with the states, but you're working with every lab in every state to increase capacity. What about working with those who would be those who would need testing to, say, reopen their school, their university, their business? Each of them have identified what they think are their testing needs based on, guidance, not mandatory enforceable rules. But are you in contact at that level? Is your dashboard have visibility at that lowest level, or are you mostly in contact with the states and with the labs?
So,
I just posted in the chat about
over the
Abivi.
last few months,
I was looking at the
done a lot of
yields on it. It's
individual
pretty
work
crazy.
At nursing homes, at meatpacking plants, really down to the very granular level.
Okay.
Where we are right now, however, is we are really working with the state leadership, with the public health lab, the state epidemiologists, the shows, the state health officials, because they really need to understand what their sum is going to be in their state.
Okay.
And then in the funding, we're asking very specifically in the CDC funding for specific plans for schools, nursing homes, underserved, et cetera.
So I have two more points that I'm going to make. I don't have time for questions. One is about the transparency of that needs assessment. Can the public see it? Can the state see it? Can the HELP committee members see it? Is it publicly available? And secondly, the delivery of this supply is a critical issue. And it seems to me that the logistics for getting this out, whether it's PPE, testing, or medical equipment, is still extremely fragmented, leading to price gouging and many other inefficiencies. We need to stand up the full power of the Defense Production Act.
Would you like me to comment on that, ma'am?
I'm happy to have you comment.
Was that a question,
with the indulgence of
or
the chairman? We've gone over time, and you
Why don't
also
you try to
get
give
back
a succinct answer to the senator, please, Admiral Giroir?
Yes, ma'am, and yes, sir. Particularly for things like swabs and media, there is still a very, I would say, non-mature industry within the country, and that's why we've made the decision to procure that all centrally through December, and then distribute that to the state, because there are just too many small companies, too many variables to control without a really heavy federal hand. That's just an example of where we really moved into that and used the DPA for swabs to help support American industry. In more mature aspects of the industry, like some of the large test producers, we feel that by helping direct them to make sure that the states get what they need in the right distribution, that we're not procuring them directly by us. But again, we're going to be very evidence and data driven as we move on. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Baldwin. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by first thanking each of our witnesses today for their expertise, their dedication, and their hard work. Dr. Redfield, I want to start with you. I am hearing from dentists all over the state of Maine that the fact that they cannot practice in our state, despite following very strict infection control protocols, is causing growing health problems. Dentists tell me that teeth with cavities that could have been filled are now going to need root canals. Teeth that could have been treated with root canals are now going to require extractions. People with oral cancers cannot get the treatment, the cleanings that they need before beginning their treatment. Dental health is clearly so important, and Maine state officials, as well as our dentists, are seeking assistance in reaching the right decisions. 47 other states either have reopened dental practices or have a date set for them to reopen. So my question to you is this: if dentists are following the American Dental Association guidelines, if they're instituting strict protective measures for their patients, their staffs, their hygienists, themselves, and if they're closely examining and seeing a decline in the number of COVID-19 infections in their county, are these reasonable factors for states to consider in reopening the practice of dentistry?
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. We've been interacting and talking with dentists and working with the state and local public health officials to update our guidelines on reopening a variety of medical services, as you know. And I think you raise a very important point, and I would not disagree with what you said about looking at the American Dental Associations as well as the reality of the outbreak in the area. But we are in the process of updating those guidelines, and they will include direct guidelines for dental practices.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Dr. Giroir and Dr. Hahn, recently there's been a significant demand for remdesivir, I may be mispronouncing it, which transitioned to receiving an emergency use authorization. Last week, Maine's two largest hospital systems contacted me with questions about how this therapeutic will be allocated going forward. HHS finally released a statement on Saturday about allocations going to states, interestingly, not directly to hospitals. But once again, the decision-making behind these allocations is very unclear. HHS and the Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response say that each state is expected to receive an allocation, but no timetable has been provided. Beyond those who are being treated with this drug at Maine Medical Center through a clinical trial, I'm concerned that hospitalized patients in Maine will have little or no ability to be treated with this promising therapeutic for the foreseeable future. As this and more therapeutics and ultimately a vaccine come onto the marketplace, how can these allocation and distribution issues be resolved so that patient care is not delayed and so that it doesn't depend on which state you live in, whether or not you're going to get access to these treatments and ultimately a vaccine?
Senator Collins, go ahead, Admiral Joa.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Senator Collins, I think we completely agree with you that this has to be an evidence-based approach, getting the medical therapeutics, vaccines, remdesivir, whichever it happens to be, to the people in need. I think we can all agree upon the fact that we learned a lot of lessons from the remdesivir situation. And of course, as you mentioned, that's being led by HHS and ASPR. What you've seen in the most recent announcement is that what the task force did was provide guidance to HHS regarding where the most significant outbreak occurred and where those hospitalized patients were. This represented about a quarter of the supply of drug that we have, and more will be allocated according to the methodology that gets drug to where those hospitalized patients are. I think valuable lessons can be learned and will be learned with respect to other therapies and to vaccines in particular, and we must incorporate those into our operational plans moving forward.
Thank you, Doctor. Admiral, do you have anything to add? I'm over time, sorry. Thank you. If you have anything to add, if you do so for the record.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I agree with the Commissioner. It's absolutely critical that it's evidence-based, based on the people who could benefit from it, and also fair and just throughout our country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins. And Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to you and Senator Murray for convening this. Thank you to all of our witnesses for your service. This is obviously an exceptional hearing today, and that 3 of our witnesses are in quarantine. And so I just want to start by asking a pretty simple yes or no question that I think I know the answer to. Dr. Fauci, Dr. Hahn, and Dr. Redfield, I'm correct that all of you are drawing a salary, as you should, during your period of quarantine. Is that correct?
Senator, let me start off. I think we better be careful about the issue of quarantine. We are essential workers as part of the essential infrastructure, and we are, when needed, which is often, do our duties and our respective places at the White House. I was at the White House yesterday, and I will likely perhaps even be there today, and in my office at the NIH. So it is not really, strictly speaking, the quarantine as we know it, but it is performing our duties as critical workers. And I'd be happy to have my colleagues also respond to that.
Senator Murphy, this is Steve Hahn. I agree with Dr. Fauci, and yes, I am drawing a salary, and I have continued to work during my quarantine, and as an essential worker, will participate in meetings face-to-face when that attendance is considered critical.
My point here, listen, you all should draw a salary while you are taking precautionary steps because of the contacts you have made. My point is that quarantine is relatively easy for people like you and me. We can still work and get paid, we can telework, but there are millions of other Americans who work jobs that can't be performed from home or are paid by the hour. And it's just remarkable to me that this administration has not yet developed a mechanism for states to implement and pay for a quarantine system that will work for all Americans. Your plan to reopen America requires states develop that plan, and yet my state has no clue how to implement and pay for that system without help from the federal government, which leads me to my second question. Dr. Fauci and Dr. Redfield, you've made news today by warning us appropriately of the dangers of states opening too early. But as Senator Murray mentioned, this is infuriating to many of us because it comes hours after the president declared that we have prevailed over coronavirus, which I'm just going to tell you is going to make it much harder on state leaders to keep social distancing restrictions in place. It comes days after the president called on citizens to liberate their states from social distancing orders. And I think you're all noble public servants, but I worry that you're trying to have it both ways. You say that states shouldn't open too early, but then you don't give us the resources to succeed. You work for a president who is frankly undermining our efforts to comply with the guidance that you've given us. And then the guidance that you have provided is criminally vague. And I want to ask my last question on this topic. Obviously, the plan to reopen America was meant to be followed by more detailed, nuanced guidance, right? What does a downward trajectory mean? What happens if the trajectory is downward in some settings but upward in others? What happens if you reopen and then there's a spike in one location or another setting? And of course, you knew this because you developed this guidance, this additional guidance that is site-specific, that frankly is helpful. Some of this is on the CDC website, but some of it is not. And we need it. My state needs it. We don't have all of the experts that you have, and so we rely on you. So reporting suggests, Dr. Redfield, that this guidance that was developed by you and other experts was shelved by the administration, that it was withheld from states and the public because of a decision made by the White House. So my specific question is, why didn't this plan get released? And if it is just being reviewed, when is it going to be released? Because states are reopening right now, and we need this additional guidance to make those decisions.
Senator, I appreciate your question. Clearly, we have generated a series of guidances, as you know, and as this outbreak response has evolved from a CDC to an all-of-government response, as we work through the guidances, a number of them go for interagency review and interagency input to make sure that these guidances are more broadly applicable for different parts of our society. The guidances that you've talked about have gone through that interagency review. There are comments that have come back to CDC, and I anticipate they'll go back up into the task force for final review.
But we're reopening in Connecticut in 5 days, in 10 days. I mean, this guidance isn't going to be useful to us in 2 weeks. So is it this week? Is it next week? When are we going to get this expertise from the federal government?
The other thing I will just say is that the CDC stands by to give technical assistance to your state and any state upon any request. I do anticipate this broader guidance, though, to be posted on the CDC website soon. I can't tell you soon, but I can tell you your state can reach out to CDC and we'll give guidance directly to anyone in your state on any circumstance that your state desires guidance from.
Soon isn't terribly helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Cassidy.
Hey, gentlemen, thank you very much for your service, and I will have a set of questions, so if your questions can be brief, I appreciate your answers can be brief. Dr. Hahn, in your testimony you mentioned that the testing for the populations in the vaccine trials now includes older Americans. I guess my question, though, is what about children? Does it include children? Does it also include the obese, the diabetic, the immunocompromised, those who are at risk of having a a non-response or a mitigated response to vaccination? Can you comment on that, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator Cassidy. When the phase 2, phase 3 trials are in place, they will include our most vulnerable populations, including the individuals that you described. We're working very closely with Dr. Fauci's
if I can interrupt, phase 2 would
Yes, sir.
normally check for safety. You would not have to do a separate phase 2 in the patient who was younger. You follow what I'm saying, or can you just assume the safety data from the adults applies to that of the children?
So no, we would also want to assess safety, sir, as well in children.
So the current phase 2 trials, do they include children?
They're in phase 1 studies right now, sir.
Well, I thought Dr. Fauci said we had a phase 2 going on.
Well, I think it's about to start from the Moderna vaccine. Perhaps, Dr. Fauci, you can answer that.
Yeah, no, Senator Cassidy, no, I did not say a phase 2. As I said, we are in the second dose of the phase 1, and we will proceed when we finish with phase 1 to go into phase 2.
So I think I'm hearing that children will be included in phase 2 trials?
No.
That's under discussion between FDA and NIH at this time, sir, because we do realize that it's important for us to understand what this is in children.
Dr. Redfield, to build back upon what Senator Murphy said, the published guidelines for school opening obviously you're about to modify, but I notice as I read through them, there's nothing about testing. So we speak about testing, targeted testing, how we use testing, but the guidelines for the school systems has nothing about how to integrate testing. Will these be in those guidelines that are being released?
Senator, thanks for the question. Clearly, there's going to need to be, as already been stated, an integration of a testing strategy that is going to be different, I think, for different school settings, as well as different jurisdictions where their schools are setting. And that is going to have to be integrated into each of those. There's a general overarching guidelines. And then, as I say, I do think the testing strategy, which is important, is including the surveillance strategy, needs to be a individualized.
No, let me comment on that, Dr. Redfield. Dr. Redfield, in all due respect, I think children, whether you're rural, frontier, suburban, or urban, is the one setting in which there is a remarkable commonality. And I will echo what Senator Murphy said. The resources that the federal government has greatly exceeds all but the most sophisticated, populous, wealthy state. And even then it exceeds it by some extent. So I do think it would be good to have, okay, in a primary school setting, this is best practices, or these are 3 options, and choose between one of these 3. To say to each school district or each private or parochial or independent school, work with your state board of health, figure it out, seems a wasted effort. I say that because children play such a role in both protection of disease, the spread of disease, et cetera. So your thoughts on that? Because it really seems that's the one setting where you can have, you know, not cookie cutter, but certainly a pattern which can be followed.
Senator, I must have been misunderstood. When I was talking about differences, I was thinking of the difference between an elementary school, a high school, a college, in terms of how a trade school. There may be differences in how you integrate a testing strategy, but I do think having a testing strategy with different options for people to evaluate based on different principles will be important in terms of the guidance.
Dr. Fauci, you persuasively argue that the risk of reopening prematurely is great. But I think the frustration, if I think of children in particular, the risk-benefit ratio of a child being at home, potentially away from enhanced nutrition, without the parent able to work because school provides daycare, without the monitoring as sometimes occurs for incidences such as child abuse, but perhaps most importantly for all children, the opportunity cost of a brain which is forming, not having access to the information that will help that brain form optimally. Now, has there been any sort of kind of risk-benefit ratio for the child? Yes, they are at risk for Kawasaki's, but they are a particular risk for missing out on a year of education, particularly for those from less enriched backgrounds. I guess I'm very concerned about that tension. What are your thoughts on that?
No, you make a very good point, Senator Cassidy, that obviously very difficult of the unintended consequences of trying to do something that broadly is important for the public health and the risk of having a return or a resurgence of an outbreak, and the unintended deleterious consequences of having children out of school. We fully appreciate that. I don't have an easy answer to that. I just don't. We just have to see on a step-by-step basis as we get into the period of time with the fall about reopening the schools, exactly where we will be in the dynamics of the outbreak. I might point out something that I think has been alluded to throughout some of the questions, that we have a very large country and the dynamics of the outbreak are different in different regions of the country. So I would imagine that situations regarding school will be very different in one region versus another, so that it's not going to be universally or homogeneous. But I don't have a good explanation or solution to the problem of what happens when you close schools and it triggers a cascade of events that could have some circumstances.
Mr. Chairman, I'll close by asking the permission of the chair to submit for the record an article that just came out in the Journal of Pediatric Nursing. Children are at risk from COVID-19.
It'll be so ordered and it'll be included. Thank you, Senator Cassidy. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. Hope everybody's staying safe and healthy. In the past 16 weeks, over 1.3 million Americans have been infected with coronavirus. We now know that about 80,000 people have died and 33 million people are out of work. Dr. Fauci, you have advised 6 presidents. You have battled deadly viruses for your entire career. So I'd just like to hear your honest opinion. Do we have the coronavirus contained?
Senator, thank you for the question. Right now, it depends on what you mean by containment. If you think that we have it completely under control, we don't. I mean, if you look at the dynamics of the outbreak, we are seeing a diminution of hospitalizations and infections in some places, such as in New York City, which has plateaued and started to come down, New Orleans, but in other parts of the country, we are seeing spikes. So when you look at the dynamics of new cases, even though some are coming down, the curve looks flat with some slight coming down. So I think we're going in the right direction, but the right direction does not mean we have by any means total control of this outbreak.
So the right direction, as I understand it, we have about 25,000 new infections a day and over 2,000 deaths a day. I think those are the right numbers, and some are estimating we could be at 200,000 cases a day by June. Is that right, Dr. Fauci?
I don't foresee that as 200,000 new cases by June. I am hoping and looking at the dynamics of things starting to flatten off and come down, that we will be much, much better than that, Senator. I mean, I think that's really
right now, just so I understand, we are right now at 2,000 new infections a day and 25,000 new infections a day and 2,000 deaths a day.
Right.
And that's where we are right now.
Right.
Yeah. So let me just ask, we know that it is possible to get this virus under better control. Other countries have done it, like South Korea, but we are now 3 months into this pandemic, and basically we've continued to set records for the number of people who are diagnosed and the number of people who die. Dr. Fauci, you recently said that a second wave of coronavirus in the fall was, quote, inevitable, but that if America, quote, puts in place all of the countermeasures that you need to address this, we should do reasonably well. And the countermeasures you identified are things like continued social distancing, significantly more testing, widespread contact tracing. You also said that if America doesn't do what it takes, and this is your quote, we could be in for a bad fall and a bad winter. So right now we're about 16 weeks away from Labor Day. That's about the same length of time since the virus was first detected here in the US. Do we have enough robust countermeasures in place that we don't have to worry about a bad fall and winter?
Right now, the projection, as you've heard from Admiral Giroir, with regard to testing and other elements that would be needed to respond, the projection is that by the time we get to the end of the summer and early fall, that we will have that in place. That is the projection that I get from you.
We don't have it in place now, but we are projecting that we'll have it in place. And let me just ask the other side of this. If we don't do better on testing, on contact tracing, and on social distancing, will deaths from coronavirus necessarily increase?
Of course, if you do not do an adequate response, we will have the deleterious consequence of more infections and more deaths. And that's the reason why You quoted me, Senator, quite correctly in everything you said, and I will stand by that. If we do not respond in an adequate way when the fall comes, given that it is without a doubt that there will be infections that will be in the community, then we run the risk of having a resurgence. I would hope by that point in time, in the fall, that we have more than enough to respond adequately. But if we don't, there will be problems.
I appreciate your hope, and I wish we could tell the American people that the federal government has this pandemic under control, but we can't. In fact, you have said that the virus is not under control in the US. We haven't yet taken the measures necessary to prevent a second wave of death. And we all know that the people who are going to be most affected are going to be seniors, essential workers, the people who are out on the front lines. The president needs to stop pretending that if he just ignores bad news, it will go away. It won't. The time for magical thinking is over here. President Trump must acknowledge that the federal response has been insufficient and that more people are dying as a result. We are running out of time to save lives, and we need to act now. So thank you, Dr. Fauci, for all you're doing. I appreciate it, but the urgency of the moment could not be clearer. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Roberts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses. You all are like the Fab Four. I guess it was a Fab Five back in the day, but we're shining the light of truth in the darkness with individual flashlights for sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for emphasizing that we have to be bipartisan.
I love, dude. I love everybody, bro.
And
it's
that
beautiful.
Obviously is in the eyes of the beholder. I'm happy to say that we have a very good relationship with Governor Kelly, who happens to be a Democrat, obviously, a Republican. And her emergency management team is spot on. Dr. Lee Norman's doing an outstanding job, as the rest of them. This morning I talked to Lee. The situation in Kansas is not very good. I'm reading here. Kansas
Mr. Hits posted info on the Uber deal and what it means for Grubhub.
Food processing facilities. You see this mural behind me. That's a stagecoach coming into Dodge as opposed to getting out of Dodge. Dodge City is my hometown. And we are the hotspot.
This dude is from Dodge.
Because of
where people get out of Dodge. He's from there. That's wild. Never thought I'd get to find out who is from there. I never thought. That's crazy. That's crazy.
We shouldn't be worrying about the safety of the food, but the food supply chain, I think, nationwide is under a great deal of stress. We see that in dairy. We see that in poultry. We see that in pork.
Bro, he's in Dodge.
Euthanizing pigs. And obviously the livestock.
Dude, he owns all the real
Sonny
estate.
Perdue with the Department of Agriculture
Literally
has,
bought blood in the
stepped
streets.
up, so is the president, declaring that these packing plants are a national
Dog,
asset.
he's from Dodge.
Progress, Dodge City, when we first started
Dodge
out,
City.
had 5 tests. 5. That's between 4 and 6. 5. It's not 50 million, as we hope to receive. That has been said by
So we had 5 tests.
one of the witnesses. The reason I'm really harping on all of the problems we're having in agriculture, on top of the fact that the relationship with China is such that even that first breakthrough with regards to trade to China seems to be on hold now.
He didn't get out of Dodge. He went into Dodge.
Price depressant, and this is going on 5 or 6 years where our prices have been below the cost of production. End result, our consumers are really figuring out that food doesn't come from grocery stores. And I'm very worried that the harm to the food value chain is very real, not to mention the financial situation that our farmers, ranchers, and growers all face. Now, having said all that, I want to ask Admiral Giroir, you've spoken about the importance of having diversity in kinds of tests that are available. Of the 5 packing plants we have in Kansas, if we could get
molded by Dodge,
and we could get it
that's funny,
as we hopefully ask for, because of the hot spots that are developing not only in Kansas but also doing great harm to the food value chain, that would be absolutely wonderful. Would you speak to that, sir?
Yes, Thank you, Senator. Both Dr. Redfield and I have been very actively involved in getting strategies for the industry, particularly in Kansas. We are supplying very heavily the public health labs with rapid diagnostics, as well as surging them to areas like that. The one trade-off, however, is that the quote rapid point of care diagnostics are very slow. So each machine can only do 4 per hour, and that's very, very slow. So it's a mix of testing that you need at these kinds of situations. Sort of the high throughput tests that are available at a major lab, a Quest lab right there in Kansas, as well as a mix of the rapid testing, and that's what we're supplying in order to provide a comprehensive, holistic solution. And I believe CDC is on the ground as well in Kansas supporting that.
I appreciate that. If you're only doing 4 an hour, that's not a rapid test. Maybe it's a rapid slow test. I'm not quite sure how you define that. But I, for one,
he just hit him with the shade, bro. Hit him with the old man shade, where it's like, you just diss me, or like, were you just spitting common sense like wisdom?
And then the hope is we
you don't even know.
But we do have contingency plans that if that doesn't work, as aptly described by Dr. Fauci, I think we'll be all right. But this is going to be a tough go. I have to tell you that in terms of agriculture, we're not in good shape. I appreciate everybody.
Yeah, he was dead ass. Like, he wasn't even trying to throw shade, bro. He was just like honest.
Beside you when
that was great.
And behind you when you're taking bows.
Thank you, Senator.
He just totally was just like, okay. Well, sounds real slow.
Committee leadership and witnesses for calling this important hearing. The last time Dr. Fauci and Hahn were before us was March 3. I have a slide that I want to put up that shows what's happened in America since then.
Damn,
Chart,
he has an infograph. He's like, since you last
the
tweeted.
Experience of the United States and South Korea on 3 dates. On January 21, both nations experienced their first case of COVID-19. At that time, the unemployment rates in both countries were essentially identical.
Oh, I thought they were going to.
On March 3, when the witnesses were last here, South Korea had experienced 28 COVID-19 deaths, and the U.S. had experienced 9. Again, the economies of both nations, as measured by the unemployment rates, were nearly identical. But now the story changes. As of yesterday, more than 81,000 Americans have died, and the U.S. economy has experienced job losses not seen since the Great Depression. Meanwhile, the economy of South Korea has not changed dramatically at all, and the death toll is now at 256. South Korea is smaller than the United States, 1/6 of our population, but even if you bulk up the death toll to reflect the difference, the per capita death toll in the U.S. is more than 40.
Yeah, Grubhub's running off the news. I'm not touching Grubhub because of everything, and then watch where it kind of caps everything out.
Has protected its economy by managing correctly. I could have done this chart with other nations. The U.S. has the 7th highest per capita death rate in the world. Our death rate is off the charts higher than that in India, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and Mexico. It's nearly 3 times the death rate in Germany, twice as high as Canada's rate. The question is why? If we want to open up our economy and schools, we have to learn the lessons of nations that have managed this well. Here's some things that don't explain the difference. Our hospitals are as good or better than those in South Korea. Our healthcare providers, heroes, are as good or better than those in South Korea. Our research capacity is as good or better than that in South Korea. And we have more resources than South Korea. Our GDP is 12 times South Korea's, and our per capita income is 50% higher. So to Dr. Fauci, the death roll in the United States, the death rate in the United States, especially when compared with other nations.
The Uber news just hit the wire,
isn't it?
So it's getting disseminated right now. Uber in advanced talks to acquire Grubhub in all-stock deal. Damn, that sucks. We got that so early, but the prices, that was just, you either got it or you didn't. I didn't get it. I know some of you guys did, but it's valuing at $69 a share.
Is unacceptable.
And Dr. Fauci,
essentially is what it's going to be converted to. That's what Mr. Hitz posted.
The rate is not only unacceptable, but it's unnecessary. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if we can say that. Senator.
Yeah, Uber or not Uber, Grubhub, excuse me. But it's a stock deal, so Uber is it's just gonna be a merger. But every share of Grubhub would pretty much transferred to 2.21 shares of Uber, which gives it a valuation of around $69. But both assets are moving now, so it's going to create a skew.
Sir, I understand where you're going with this, but I have to tell you there is a big difference between South Korea and the United States and the nature of the outbreak.
And let me get to that. I want to get to factors that do explain the difference, since we know it's not resources or our health providers. First is testing. South Korea began aggressive testing much earlier than the U.S. Now, in the 5th month of the pandemic, we've surpassed South Korea in per capita testing, but in the critical month of March, South Korea was testing.
It'll be moved to a ticker. Yeah, well, it'll just all get pretty much everything. Grubhub will become Uber.
Admiral Gerard,
That's it.
Dr. Gerard
So
has
every
set
one
out
share of
standards.
Grubhub will give you
Get to
2.15 shares of
the United
Uber.
States needs to do 40
So
to
that's
50
it. So that's
million
same thing with your
tests a
option.
month
So one option will turn in, one contract will now represent 215 shares of Uber. If you think about it, every one contract now represents 215.
Got a long way to go.
Uber will remain Uber. Grubhub gets acquired. So do you see
South Korea embraced a
So like what?
rigorous contact
You have
tracing
every
program right from
one
the
share will
beginning.
turn
The
into
United States still has not
2.15 shares of
engaged
Uber.
in a
So Uber's at
national contact tracing
33.61
program. Isn't that right?
times 2.15. That's about $72 now at this price. You see, because again, Uber went up. So where was the price before? Let's say before the news dropped, you were at $31.
When the outbreak started, sir, we had an aggressive contact tracing program.
Times
but unfortunately, as the cases rose, it went
$66.
beyond
So
the
yeah, it's going to be
capacity
between
of
66 and
mitigation,
69.
so
We don't know where it's going to
we
be at,
lost
but
the
do you guys see
containment
how that
measures
makes sense?
clearly going forward.
Well, it depends on where Uber ends up or where they negotiated the deal at. So they'll decide on that as the company, but it leaves a range, but you at least know equivalent ratio to it.
Social distancing is a third factor. We've talked about it, but finally the last one, healthcare system.
But Uber's assets are going to go up on it. So if it's a good deal, I mean, Uber might be a buy off that.
Either from serious conditions or death from COVID-19 if they have access to healthcare.
Yes, of course.
Of course that's the case. In South Korea, 97% of the population have health insurance. In the United States, before COVID-19, millions didn't have it and lacked access to health care. The massive job losses in the last months threatened to take health insurance away from millions more. And President Trump is doing all he can to dismantle the Affordable Care Act, which would take health insurance away from tens of millions more. Let's learn the lessons from those who are doing this right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Can I make a clarification, please, Mr. Chairman? This is Brett Giroir. I just wanted to clarify that I did project that we will have the ability to perform 40 to 50 million tests per month in that time frame. But I said if needed at that time. I am not making a proclamation. We have to really understand where the epidemic is, what the community spread is before we can estimate the number of tests that are needed. I was simply stating the fact that our combination of testing capabilities will be at that level, even barring new input from the NIH.
Thank you very much, Senator Kane. Senator McCloskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and gentlemen, thank you for being here this morning virtually, but also for all you have been doing for these many, many months. Alaska's doing okay right now from a numbers perspective, and quite honestly, we want to keep it that way because we know we have exceptionally vulnerable populations. We know we have a geography that is challenging. We know that we have facilities that are very limited. Last hearing, we had an opportunity to hear from Dr. Collins, and he shared where they are with the RADx and also spoke to RADx Up, which was very interesting about what we can be doing in rural areas, but focusing on hotspots. And as I reminded him, we don't want to be a hotspot in Alaska. So every effort that we make to keep the virus out of Alaska is our lives that are saved. I educated him on the community of Cordova that is just getting ready to open its Copper River salmon fishery in 2 days. And was able to share that they had one worker tested positive as he was coming in from the lower 48 to come to work. The good news on that is that all the protocols that we have put in place seem to be working. The quarantine, the isolation, not only for that individual, but for Others that he had come in contact were secure. So I want to recognize the assistance that we have received from the administration. Dr. Eastman is in the state at this moment, the chief medical officer for the Department of Homeland Security, going out to rural communities to really better understand our vulnerabilities, go to some of our fishing communities to again understand how we can successfully prosecute a fisheries when you have to bring workers in from the outside. We thank you for the assistance with regards to additional testing capacity. I've been in contact with our chief medical officer of the state this morning and the mayor of Cordova, just better understanding again, do we have the tests that we need? What do we need on the ground? And one of the things that I would like to have clarified, and this is probably to you, Dr. Giroir, because you have been so helpful in kind of shining the light on what we need to be doing in these rural areas. But so much of the focus has been on hotspots and responding to the hotspots. But how do you keep those rural,
Twilio's still
remote,
going crazy,
small communities from becoming the hotspots in the first place? Are we doing enough?
Sorry.
And right now, the strategy has been we just lock it off. The travel restrictions that are in place are apparently working, but they're also devastating our economy, whether it's tourism, whether it's our resource industries, or whether it's the potential for our fisheries. So, Admiral, if you might speak to that aspect of it, and then I have a very important question as it relates to contact tracing that I'd like to direct to either Admiral Giroir or Dr. Redfield.
So thank you, Senator. And as you know, you have an outstanding state health officer in Dr. Ann Zink. And
we do.
I've had the privilege of working with her. And you have a very good protocol in trying to keep Alaska safe by isolation over a period of time when you come in. As you know, we also work with the state to meet your very challenging testing requirements, because you can't really, send labs out 1,000 miles away. So we put a real customized mix of point of care and also the Cepheid machines. I think we sent 9 or 10 new to Alaska and about 50,000.
It's very inappropriate, Robert, but it's very funny.
You've done today.
It's not like inappropriate, it's just that's funny though. That made me laugh. But still, that's not.
So again, I do think there's
funny,
a comprehensive strategy that you do have. But again, the mitigation is to the degree that you can, given the circumstances, the face masks, the hand washing, the hygiene. We understand fully the challenges, particularly in the fishing environment and the remote. But all these have to come together: the testing, the tracing, the mitigation, the hygiene factors, to try to keep your community safe. And we really understand culturally that many of your communities were almost annihilated in the 1918 influenza pandemic. So, and that memory is still very sharp and very hurtful to many of the citizens. So we want to do our best to assure them that we are giving them all the protection we can.
So, Admiral, let me turn to Dr. Redfield, because this relates to contact tracing. And I think that this is a very, very key part of how we move forward into getting people back to work, getting people back to school. Right now, we have about 100 people that are involved in contact tracing in Alaska. That's clearly not sufficient. There's been talk about a national strategy, but I think we recognize that we have teams in place, whether it's AmeriCorps, whether it's Peace Corps, whether it's our public health corps. What more do we need to be doing to make sure that once you've been tested positive, you know then what happens after that? Who else needs to be brought into this? And I'm not convinced that we're focusing enough on that aspect of how we move to reopening if we haven't done the contact tracing.
No, I'm setting up a list of all the long terms I want to grab soon.
Senator.
I don't know if I could order them, but
what you said.
these are the secondaries of the ones I want to add.
Capabilities is critical. It's going to be the difference from succeeding in containing this outbreak from once again causing wide-scale community transmission or not. We're positioned, as you know, to deployed, redeployed the number of CDC, over 500 CDC individuals. We have another over about 650 that we're trying to put in through our foundation. But most importantly, we're trying to work with your health department with the resources that we've been able to give because of the Congress supplementals. Also, as you mentioned, with these other agencies, with LabCorp, with AmeriCorps, with the Census Bureau, to work together and have the state develop their tracing capacity. Some states have reallocated state work. Some states have reallocated National Guard while they begin to do this. But I agree with you. And I said it's going to be a significant effort to build the contact tracing capacity that we need in this nation. It will be state by state, but it's going to need to be augmented, probably in your state, from what you just said, at least 5 to 10-fold. And we're there to work with the states to help them get that accomplished. That needs to get in place before September.
I fear we need to move on to the next question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. I don't want to cut any senator off, but we have 8 more senators who have 5-minute rounds, and it's 12:30. So I'd like to request that the senators and the witnesses succinct questions and try to stay within 5 minutes would be appreciated. Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you and the ranking member for having this hearing, and thank you to our witnesses today. And please pass our thanks along to all of the hardworking women and men in your agencies who I know have been working virtually around the clock to try to improve our response and keep Americans safe. And Mr. Chair, I hope you and all the witnesses are healthy and safe today, as is everybody on your team. I wanted to start by echoing the comments my colleagues have made about needing leadership from the CDC and our public health experts on how we are going to use facts and evidence as guidance so that our schools and our daycares and our businesses have the information they need to create safe and sustainable plans to reopen. And of course, that means too that our testing capacity not only has to be enough, but it has to be flexible enough to meet our needs. The key distinction between South Korea and the United States is not how many tests per capita over a certain amount of time we've done, but the fact that at the onset of this pandemic, South Korea was much more able to do a lot more tests per capita than we were, and then follow that with all the other measures you've talked about. So that we continue to need to identify the need and then build our capacity towards the need, not the other way around. I wanted to start with a question to you, Dr. Fauci. First of all, thank you for your work and your expertise. I wanted to talk about nursing homes for a minute. In New Hampshire and across the country, a huge number of the deaths from COVID-19 that we are seeing have been in nursing homes. We all know people who have lost a friend or a family member in nursing homes, and the grief compounded by the fact that people couldn't be at their loved one's bedside if they died. Yesterday, Dr. Birx said that all 1 million nursing home residents should be tested within the next 2 weeks, as well as all nursing home staff. Dr. Fauci, as a short-term goal, that makes sense to me. But after that, what will the
everybody do your push-ups and burpees. I'm going to do them right now.
How frequently do we need to test patients and staff on a continuing basis, and what other measures will be necessary to keep our loved ones in these facilities safe?
Thank you for the question, Senator Hassan. The general plan, as you mentioned, that was recommended by Dr. Birx is a sound plan, as you said, in the immediate. Question is, in the long range, we will have to have infection control capabilities in nursing homes that are really pristine and really unassailable. We'd have to do the kinds of surveillances and have to have the capability of, when you identify someone, you get them out of that particular environment so that they don't spread the infection throughout. So general testing for all, I think, is a good start. But when you look where you're going to go in the future, there has to be a considerable degree of surveillance capability.
Thank you, Doctor. The White House is now requiring all staff to wear masks and anyone in regular contact with the president to be tested daily. Do you think nursing homes should implement those same measures to help make sure that our seniors can get the same level of protection?
I think there should be a system in place for the optimal protection of people in nursing homes, and that would be not necessarily testing every person every day. That's one approach that might not be practical when you think of all the nursing homes in the country, but very strict regulations and guidelines about who is allowed to go into the nursing home, and the staff, I believe, needs to be monitored very carefully with intermittent testing to make sure that we don't have introduction into the nursing home of infected individuals. I'm not sure you can practically do it, testing every day. That I don't think would be feasible, but something that is much more aggressive than has been done in the past, I believe should be done.
Well, thank you. I have one last question for Dr. Fauci and Dr. Redfield. I would also just say that if we are able to get masks to everybody in the White House, I hope we can get masks to every nursing home employee who needs it. Dr. Fauci and Dr. Redfield, the U.S. needs to be preparing now to ensure that we have capacity to manufacture and administer vaccines, something you've both touched on, both for an eventual COVID-19 vaccine as well as other illnesses such as the flu. The failure to ramp up production of testing and personal protective equipment early on during this crisis made things worse here, and those mistakes can't be repeated when it comes to vaccine production and distribution. We are already seeing reports that some children are not receiving routine immunizations as it becomes more difficult to access in-person care. Dr. Fauci, what steps should we take now to ensure that we have sufficient manufacturing and distribution capacity for a COVID-19 vaccine without putting at risk our capacity to manufacture and distribute other important products such as the flu or measles vaccine? And my follow-up question to Dr. Redfield would be what efforts are underway at CDC to ensure that all routine vaccines are accessible during the COVID-19 public health emergency?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Senator Hassan. I'll answer it as quickly as possible. I alluded to this in my introductory remarks when I was talking about vaccines for COVID-19. And what we said that as we do the testing on these vaccines, we are going to make production at risk, which means we will start putting hundreds of millions of dollars of federal government money into the development and production of vaccine doses before we even know it works. So that when we do, and I hope we will, and I have cautious optimism that we will, ultimately get an effective and safe vaccine, that we will have doses available to everyone who needs it in the United States, and even contribute to what is the needs globally, because we are partnering with a number of other countries. The other part of your question about making sure that when we get into a situation like the so-called shutdown that we might be in now, that we make sure that children get the vaccinations that they need, because that would be an unintended consequence of shutting down as we are right now. It's a very good point, and we want to make sure we don't fall behind on that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'll take my answer from Dr. Redfield offline. Thank you so much for allowing me to go.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the panel. Thank you all for being here virtually. Without any question, we find ourselves in a situation that we wish we were not. And I'm very thankful for folks like Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci, and many others for your dedication 24/7. Without any question, our nation is safer because of your hard work. I'm going to direct my questions towards Dr. Fauci, really one specific question, Dr. Fauci, and I'm thinking about the reopening of America and specifically the reopening of South Carolina. And I'm taking into consideration the fact that in South Carolina, I think overall our cases are moving in the right direction. We have a little less than 8,000 cases, unfortunately 350 deaths. Our hospital capacity is actually better now than it was when the pandemic started. Our ability to isolate hotspots and mitigate the spread of the virus is, I think, where it needs to be. With that in mind, I flew into Washington from South Carolina yesterday. We have plans to test additionally 220,000 more residents by the end of this month, focusing on at-risk populations. By the end of this month, we will have tested 100% of nursing home residents and the staff that takes care of them. And after increasing our contact tracing workforce 20-fold in the matter of weeks, our state's health department announced yesterday that we're going to increase it by an additional 1,400 contact tracers. We have built and we continue to build the tools necessary to better detect and isolate cases, to map their exposure, and to prevent substantial spikes moving forward. Most importantly, our healthcare system, thanks in part to flexibilities from this administration, has the beds and the equipment necessary to address the most serious
you guys, the
cases
coin,
when they arise.
The coin
Now,
told
with
me to
these
do
tools in
something,
hand, we have begun to reopen. To be
I don't want to
clear,
do it.
We continue to scale up testing and to take measure.
What do? The coin told me to do it, but I'm scared to do it. I did 15 burpees too. It was great. Hopefully you did your burpees. Coin said so.
A recent report suggests that in New York, roughly 90% of the fatalities had underlying issues. Two-thirds of fatalities
I'm scared.
70 years or older.
I'm really scared.
95% over
You ready?
50. In South Carolina, the
You ready?
of patients who died from the virus.
You know what it was? Are you ready? I'm going to do it. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm out of breath.
Nearly 90% over the age of 60, and roughly 98% in South Carolina are over the age of 50. Contrast that with those aged 20 and younger.
I'm dying, bro.
We've seen no deaths.
I'm dying.
Fewer than 1% of deaths in my state.
The burpees got me.
Under the age of 40.
Okay.
Every single death
That's
is
it?
tragic.
I'm on the right account. Yeah, let's go, baby.
With our family members lost their loved ones.
I grabbed 100 shares of Uber. Welcome them to the long-term portfolio family. We got 100 shares at $33.65. It's a very, and only thing that's justifying why is a good question. Think about it. I've done this a few times with the long-term portfolio. When have I decided to make moves? Have you guys noticed anything? Anybody notice anything?
Impossible. And we didn't set out to keep quarantines in place until we found a safe and effective vaccine. That would take too long. Dr. Redfield, your agency put out a helpful graphic.
Material change, exactly. What else?
Reflected daily cases without protective measures. The other, flatter curve, showed cases.
Company gains a major asset, but pretty much acquisitions, right? Any sort of buyout, think about it. The first play we made on this account, remember Fitbit, I justified it. Even when we ended up catching the WBA, the Walgreens, I'm still holding that. That was a buyout, even if we took a loss on it. So the idea was there's a big change. I was even thinking of going up for Grubhub, but Uber, I liked it because that's why I kept looking at it. Over the years, you got to think about it. I'm buying in now below IPO price, and even just how it's looking, you could see there's been a lot of people bought it lower than me, which I like and I don't like. But the idea is my dollar's stronger. I mean, it's like when I am looking at it, we're getting it at a good price. Not on the year, but I think it's good to establish a position on it. I think I want definitely more growth here, but we will see. So it's very risky. Do not trade this. Hopefully you guys realize that this is for the long term. So I don't plan on selling it anytime soon. But at the same time, be very, very careful. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm tying this money up for a long time, and I grabbed 100 shares so we could sell premium on it too. So that's what I was going to do. I should have sold puts on it, actually. Now that I think about it, I'm an idiot. I should have sold puts on it first. But now this is going to greatly skew our portfolio balance. That's what I'm scared of. You guys see that now? Because now we have 100 shares of Uber. It's bigger than Abivai now. So I'm a little scared about that. I don't like that aspect. I either need to add more to Snap. It does give us diversification in a way, but hopefully you understand it's different. No, we got more equity in Snapchat, and then not really. It's pretty diversified. We still got some MO, got some good MO and everything. So the long term's looking nice though. You know, we're building it, but I do want some of those growth there. I'm trying to see. I'm just waiting on either Snapchat or Abivai, and that's the same thing too. I was like, well. Abivai, we're not going to buy more of Abivai till like another month or two now, unless Abivai really comes down lower. But why aren't we going to look at Abivai? There's a big thing with Abivai now because Abivai is ripping, but there's no point to buy it now. Why is that? Not the yield. Let's see. And how much can we get for the 100 shares of Uber? Too high. What else? The dividend. You know, it's going to have X dividend. I mean, I might as well, if we're going to find, you see what I'm saying? We might as well push it towards X dividend to decide if we want it. So it could keep ripping, let it keep ripping. You know, we don't need the ripping, we don't need the growth. But if it does come down, you know, I want to make that purchase before the next dividend. But there's pretty much 2 months between the next dividend from now. So we could wait 2 months to buy that. Yeah, what could I sell these for? I mean, I could sell these at 39. We bought them at what, 30? Oh, that's not bad. Guarantee $600 profit and still make like 74 bucks. That's for June. Well, that's a month. That's not bad at all. That's really not bad at all. But I'll probably do these in a little bit. I mean, we'll hold it for a little bit. I like growth. We'll see how these play. Yeah, I get 2 more shares, but I'm just going to wait a little bit. Unless these are, actually, no, these are up a lot, huh? Yeah, these are up like 100%. Oh, hell yeah, actually. Why not?
Dr. Fauci, I have to say you are in the unenviable position of being the person that so many Americans in Minnesota trust to give us this.
Maybe we'll wait till it goes up a little bit. I might sell a covered call today. That's not bad, though, because I would still guarantee, that's like what, 20%? That would guarantee 20% on the stock, and you get 2 free shares. We'll Ghetto dividend it. So I'm gonna wait on that one to see how we want to play that one out. But I grabbed the shares, and again, with the deal, 3 shares of O. And then I have the companies I want to grab here. So remember I wanted more Beyond Meat. We should have got that the other day. The coin said no though, but the coin said yes to Uber. So we'll see which one they did. You don't need 100 shares to sell premium. I know. This is our long-term portfolio though. That's what we're doing. So it's different because if you watched the video yesterday, how I rolled over on Snapchat, there's a very unique advantage to owning the shares. When you own the shares, it saves you a lot of money when it comes to that's why when you own the shares, rolling over is a lot easier because you don't have to pay for the equity. So that's where, you know, covered calls on the long term all day, free money. And then we could also do it. Yeah, I should have sold Uber puts. I am thinking more Coca-Cola. I could buy them now. But again, same thing with Coca-Cola. I missed the dividend, you know, or I think I hit the 1 dividend, but we have to wait till we hit the next dividend. So it's like I might as well just wait on any of the long terms. At this point, I want growth. I would have got Spotify. If Spotify, the other one I was going to get today was Spotify. I was looking at Spotify. I really want Spotify for the long term, but Spotify is like high. Like, you see what I'm saying? When I pull up the chart here, you're buying Spotify like at the IPO price. I got to buy Uber a little bit below. So I guess it's the same thing with Spotify. Maybe we could grab a little bit more. Maybe we could grab some Spotify. They could be pretty good. I like Spotify. I just like them as the long-term perspective, but they're up so much. But so is Uber. Uber's up like 100%. Yeah, Coca-Cola. I still want Coca-Cola. We're going to have to wait. But are they still talking? Let me see if I forgot about that. Yeah, they're still talking. So, well, it's 9:45. Hopefully, you guys did your push-ups. Let me do this. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You guys can keep listening to this for a little bit, and then I'll come back, and then we will get into the we'll get into the game. Okay, we're gonna get into the game. So hopefully your long terms are looking healthy. Hopefully you're feeling good. Shout out all my long-term people out there. God bless you. We hope your long terms prosper alongside everything. Yeah, we are on members only. It's nice, right? It's hopefully it's been a lot more respectful during anything political, surprisingly. This is probably a day in history, May 12th, the most respectful day with the longest amount of time with politics on. It's crazy. Insanity.
So, Dr. Fauci, as we
Insanity.
think about how we move
Facebook's
forward,
ripping.
we all want to open up the economy. What guidance would you give us in a situation like this here in Minnesota?
Well, I can give you my common sense guidance, although this is not the area of my expertise. It's more in others, but it would seem that if you want to keep things like packing plants open, that you really got to provide the optimum degree of protection for the workers involved, the ability to allow them to go to work safely, and if and when individuals get infected, to immediately be able to get them out and give them the proper care. So I would think when you're calling upon people to perform essential services, you really have almost a moral responsibility to make sure they're well taken care of and well protected. And again, that's not an official proclamation. That's just me speaking as a physician and as a human being.
Well, thank you, Dr. Fauci. And I think that you speak as a human being, but you also speak as the chief epidemiologist of our country and the person that we all trust. And this is the point that I want to make and drive home with everybody, which is this is the kind of guidance that we should be getting and following. And then these are the tools that we have got to have in our country if we are going to reopen our economy as we all want to do. And we move forward with reopening our economy, and yet we still have circumstances like we had in these processing plants and in other places around the state. We are going to be we're going to be right back where we started, and except even in a worse place, as I think you pointed out, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you, Senator. And again, it really does relate to one of the
Beyond
questions
is bananas. Beyond.
That one of the things that I keep emphasizing, and I'll just repeat it again because it's important, that when you are in the process of opening up and pulling back on mitigation, you really must have in place the capability of responding when you do have the inevitable upticks in cases. That will absolutely occur. It's how we deal with it and how successful we are in putting the clamps on it that will prevent us from getting the kind of rebound that not only from the standpoint of illness and death would be something that's unacceptable, but it will set us back in our progress towards reopening the country.
Thank you very much, Senator Smith. Senator Romney.
This hearing and the participants in it. Admiral Giroir, I'm going to take off where Senator Hassan spoke. I understand that politicians are going to frame data in a way that's most positive politically. Of course, I don't expect that from admirals. But yesterday, you celebrated that we had done more tests and more tests per capita even than South Korea. But you ignored the fact that they accomplished theirs at the beginning of the outbreak, while we treaded water during February and March. And as a result, by March 6th, the U.S. had completed just 2,000 tests, whereas South Korea had conducted more than 140,000 tests. So partially as a result of that, they have 256 deaths and we have almost 80,000 deaths. I find our testing record nothing to celebrate whatsoever. The fact is their test numbers are going down now because they don't have the kind of outbreak we have. Ours are going up as they have to. I think that's an important lesson for us as we think about the future. On a separate topic, my impression is that with regards to vaccines, where I'm critical of what we've done on testing on vaccines, we've done a pretty darn.
Mitty boy.
And yet said the other day that
all right.
President Obama.
So, like I said that from the beginning. I think this is going to go on for a long time. You guys could continue to listen to it if you like. We're approaching 10:50. I hope you guys are ready. I hope you're safe. Hope you're prepared. We just grabbed some Uber for the long term, as we talked about. I'm like kind of surprised with myself, but we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. I hope you guys are ready. And then we still got the Beyonds. Those are working good from that earnings play we had. So they're only up. It's like 200% or so right now. But let's see how that plays out. I think the Tesla's doing good as well. There's that Grubhub news. But man, Tesla DocuSign's ripping, but man, are you guys ready? How do you feel? Did you guys do your burpees? Y'all feeling good? Y'all feeling in the game? Oh, I forgot. We're on members only. That's why I was like, why is it so quiet in here? I forgot. Here, let me turn it off. I'll turn it off for a little bit. Well, actually, let me see though. I just think. Let's see. It might be related to the philosophy. I'm gonna check Let me check some numbers. You know, just like I checked the long-term portfolio. You know what I'm saying? I gotta check some numbers here. Okay, we're almost there. 200 beautiful souls. Y'all can press hi chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. So, do it fast, real quick. We've been ripping members only mode. It's nice, but we're gonna get into philosophy. So I think I might just keep it on there. But we have a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about with the market. A lot to talk about with the long term. Again, I'll make a more explanation on it. And even what happened with that Grubhub deal, I think you could learn a lot from it. Also understand it. You know what I'm saying? understand why it's moving up. Even again, related to even the buyout, but how they're going to be. If this is a a stock deal, so I wouldn't necessarily call this a buyout, but it depends how it's structured. But it's not. They're not calling it a merger. It sounds like a merger by doing the shares, but it seems like they're just, think about it. If you own Grubhub, all the founders of Grubhub, they could take their exit plan and then it could come in the form of Uber shares. So they could even sell some for cash, but then that's it. Uber will own the company and make the decisions from there. So it is very, very interesting to say the least. But all right, let's begin. Oh, wait, what's happening? Oh, no. Oh, no. My thing is tripping out. Well, like the video. I mean, they didn't. I mean, it's we remember when I used to set the standard on there, but I mean, let's just get to it. I mean, that's y'all been slacking. I mean, it has to kind of do with the philosophy, but not really. So I hope you guys are you guys ready? I mean, can you handle the philosophy right now? That is the question. Are you ready for the philosophy? I mean, we could try it. I mean, you know what? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm gonna let them in. I am. You know why? Because let's see. I'll just see how they are. I just like to see. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving an opportunity. Please prove me wrong that we could have serious discussions in politics on non-members only. Please prove me wrong. But if not, I mean, I'm cool with it too. You know what I'm saying? Because we got to get to the bag here. So I hope you're paying attention though, because I'm excited for this one. Okay? I'm really, really excited for this philosophy. I really, really am. You know why? Because it's imagine silence in your audience. It's beautiful, honestly, sometimes. That's what I do in real life. It's called focus. See, I'm focused. I'm locked in. Ask anybody. You can't, because they can't get a hold of me because I'm focused. I'm locked in. You got to learn to take things out, baby. See what I'm saying? Got to focus. So I hope you're ready, though, because this is a great philosophy. You know why? This is the philosophy to tell y'all. It's going to be really, really, what's the word? About God. It's going to talk about religion. So this is your philosophy moment. We're going to begin. This is your time to back out if you're not interested, because it's going to make you feel some. I'm excited. I really, really, really am excited to talk about. I felt something. Even then, I'm pretty tired. I'm clapped a little bit, but man, it's something good. I just felt it. This is what I want. I want to talk about a few things. So, are you guys ready? Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? I mean, are you guys ready? I don't think they're ready. We'll see. I'm ready. I have a lot. Oh, yes, yeah. Are you sure? All right, let's go. Bring tears to I hope I don't make you cry with that. I hope not. Hopefully positive tears, but even then, don't cry, okay? Let's stop crying already. Let's go, baby. All right. So this is why I'm excited, and this is why it is going to be, I don't know, religious more or less. But there's just a few things I'm going to talk about, but God naturally comes up into this, and this is just, these are these philosophies. This is the shit I think about. I'm sorry. And it goes with a lot of things. And one, the title of this, and what you need to understand is, one, I say this a lot, you got to believe in something. That's what I want to talk about a little bit. But more so, and again, I hit you with the religious stuff, but there's a lot of business you're going to take from this, okay? There's a lot of business, because at the end of the day, I think God works like business. I think it works like the markets, honestly. And it comes down to this. God knows if you're serious. And so do the markets. You know that? The markets and business, we know if you're serious. I know if you're serious to a degree. Sometimes you don't, but at the end of the day, same thing with even like God. And you guys want to be good, like, or you want to make a better change in your life. Like, end of this is, okay? This is what I'm trying to tell. This is your end that you need to focus on is, whatever I say for the end of this is, I'm telling you, the conclusion is focus is that you're not fooling anybody. Okay? Don't fool yourself. If you're serious, your actions will reflect it, right? Now think about what we said yesterday with the rose. It could get cut off and you may not see it. So sometimes you may be making a change, but at the end of the day, seriousness can be shown. And what I'm just saying is just think about this. Don't fool yourself. And this is what I want you to really I really want you to question what you believe, and in the sense of, are you serious about what you believe? Even if it's not, I think God is a great example, because I believe in God. But at the same time, like, do you really believe you're going to be rich? Do you really believe in finances? Because, like, if you really did, like, why is it when somebody says something, why do you feel a certain type of way? Why does it actually affect you? Those are the questions I want to ask you in that sense. But end of the day, don't fool anything. And I've talked about this before. I think I brought this up in the boot camp. Okay? And we'll discuss it. But I hope so. I really do. And we're going to talk about that. But this is why I'm saying this. And, like, you got to believe in something. And, like, I honestly, lately, the last few days, I've just, I don't know. It's like I forgot who I was dealing with. And and honestly, I think in many different facets, one, the base concept is, I forgot I was dealing with God. Like, for real. Like, God owns the whole world. Like, I forgot. This is what I believe. I forgot for a second. Just like, well, and why do I say I forgot? Because it's like, why would you worry? And then other things reminded me is, like, I talked to a bunch of people. I talked to one of my boys yesterday. I called him and I was like, damn, like, I forgot, like, this is like, I was like, whoa, like, this is my good homie. Like, this is one of the best people I know. Good soul, good human. Like, this is my boy. Like, I got his back with anything. Like, that's my man. Like, I remember I saw my mom on Mother's Day. It's like, wow, like, I forgot, like, really who I was dealing with. This is like the same lady who went, Egypt, did all that, got jumped in Detroit, all the stories I've told you, raised me, made sure I got my ass whooped. Like, I forgot who I was dealing with. Like, I haven't, raising children, all, like, it's what? And it's the same thing. Like, and I just think like, even with negative people, honestly, it's like I forgot who I was, like, literally, like, if I respond to a negative comments, like, I forgot, like, that what that person's going through, like, they're probably living some negative shit. Like, I forgot, like, it's not even worth my time, and I shouldn't even address it in that. I should pray for him and wish him well and say thank you, or say nothing at all. It's like I forgot, like, I'm dealing with somebody who's a hater, and sometimes you guys do too. Honestly, and this is what I'm saying, just like as a reminder, don't forget who you're dealing with. And you know what I'm saying? In many levels, don't forget the good friend. Don't forget the people in your life who are good. Don't forget the people who are bad. Don't forget honestly, even God. Don't forget who you're dealing with. Don't forget you're dealing with the law. You break it, you break it. It's simple as that. It's again, with everything, don't forget what you're dealing with in any way, shape, or form. I think that's important. Wait, what? A plane just crashed in your backyard? Call professionals on that, man. That's scary. We'll pray. That's wild. That is wild. But man, that threw me off. I don't know. That's great. Yeah, call 911. Did you call police? Don't live stream it. No, are you fucking, what's wrong with you? Why would you say that? You're a sick fuck. That's crazy. See, I'm sorry. See, even I forgot. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even say it. I'm like, dude, what? Well, you guys are, man, that's crazy. Yeah, call the police, man. I don't even know what to say at that point. But honestly, I'm just like, even then, I'm like, I should have banned. See, I forget sometimes. It's easy to forget who you're dealing with. I mean, and if you are trolling, I mean, that's something. I mean, I wouldn't mess with that. But, anyways, yeah. But honestly, just keep it. I mean, this is whether it's members or not. I mean, just for the sake of it, I'm sorry. That's a member doing that, and that sounds like a certain situation. But I don't like to be distracted with this. And hopefully, I hope you guys. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I just don't forget what you guys are dealing with. In all shapes or forms, like, we're here to do something, okay? We're here to, and if you're not, do you get what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't mean to come off as harsh in any way, shape, or form, but And hold on. See, now it's just distracting. I have to switch to members only mode. I'm sorry. Give me a sec. Give me 1 second. That's it. You know, keep something in your heart. You could pray for people on anything. So please keep it on topic with whatever it is. That's all. I mean, as best as you guys can. As simple as that. Grub halted news. Wait, is my thing lagging? Yeah, anyways. So, what now? Give me 1 second. See, forgot what I'm dealing with, man, honestly. And this is something that I think everybody, again, even right now is a perfect example. Because I'm just like, man, that's why. I just got to ignore certain stuff with it. And you just, I don't want to deal with that stuff where it's just like you forget where you're dealing with. You have to take control of certain stuff. And that's why I recommend all of you at every single level try to be conscious and aware, even if you get caught up in a moment like that. But at the same time, this is where I mean this is what I'm getting at. Is that if you don't recognize who you're dealing with to a level, and you don't even recognize, you know, if you don't recognize God, you know, and I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, but what I'm just saying, everything, whatever you're not recognizing, if you fail to recognize the opportunities and things around you, look at TLT, but you're not going to recognize your own potential. You're gonna be limited. And really, this is what I'm getting at, because, and this is why I relate God to it, because it's like, how can you even ask God for more, let alone now a human being? Like, let's say you're gonna go ask your boss for a raise, and you say, I think I deserve more money. I think I deserve to get paid more. Some of you guys worked at companies, and like you're scared to even ask people for money when you worked for it. Why? It's because you don't believe in yourself. You don't even believe you deserve it. And that's what happens. Because some of you don't even know what you're dealing with. Some of you are sitting on so much potential and you don't even know what you're dealing with. So that's why I'm saying recognize it. But again, the conclusion is now, if you're serious, it will happen. And why do I get this, bro? There's 2 points to this. And I talked to my mom about it, and I like it. I really, really like it, because we were talking about it, and she was even saying like how, like, she was like, you know, my sister's not the biggest believer, and she believes something, and she was talking with my mom, and she was just saying how, oh yeah, Grub is halted. Oh wow, Grub is halted. Damn. So, but she doesn't believe like that. You know, my sister's belief is a lot different than my belief, and you know, she was talking to my mom about it, and my mom said something along the lines of, you know, well, my sister's like, Mom, like, you really believe this? Like, you really think it's going to be like this? Like, you really read the Bible? You read Moses, and in the beginning, like, humans come, like, you really believe that? You know, it's like, oh, you really believe you could talk to God? Like, honestly, like, and even then, even when it's people in here, when I've talked to people, like, how many people have discussed me on it? Is the Zoom news hitting again? Yeah, Zoom's dropping. It's on the Google News, but be careful, because that's the 4th or 5th time that's hit. You see what I'm saying? It could move. All the asks are gone crazy. Are they halted yet or no? All the asks went to $5. Oh no! I'm looking at. I'm out. Grub. Damn it. Never mind. No, the prices aren't going. Wait till the option chain goes nuts on it, but it is moving. That's big volume. It's not hard. This one's a little bit different. It's not, because again, the velocity of it, but it could develop out of nowhere. And with the lack of volume today in the last few days, the news, I said this on the watch list yesterday. I said it's going to move a little bit weird. Bro, Mark, you want to know what's weird about that? I honestly don't know if that guy was like trying to say that in here or if he was Googling and hit the wrong enter button. You know what I'm saying? That was weird. I think that's more likely to have occurred right there. I don't know, right? Do you see, like, because I don't know. It's either that, it's either I just said something religious and it pissed him off and he was been in the chat and been nice and respectful the whole time, or he totally thought this was the incognito tab. I'm just saying, I'm observant with this shit. What do you say? God bless you all. I mean, watch Zoom. Hold on. I have a tonsil stone. Give me a second. Oh my God. What a very strange day. Very, very strange day. But, sorry about that. So watch the Zoom news. Like I said, that's kind of interpreting it that you could see that didn't have the same effect. And hopefully you guys understand the difference. Hopefully this is where watch when summer's a little bit over, but we'll see this a lot during the summer. It's how to interpret the news in real time. You see what I'm saying? You guys have to understand not every single news drop, not every single thing. It's not going to be go snake the chain and try to buy it. Do you see what I'm saying? You have to be able to understanding the scope and weight of each piece of news. So keep that in mind, my friends. But where was I? I think I was saying with my mom and my sister, right? And it was, she asked my mom, like, do you believe? Like, even that, she's like, do you really, like, believe in God? Like, have you ever felt God? Like, is that something like that? That's what my sister asked. And, it makes sense. Like, you could ask those questions. Like, you should. And, like, but at the same time, this is what my mom said. And I very, very agree. Like, she said, God doesn't play games. And I was like, damn, I agree. At the same time, if this is said God, if it's like, if I do believe he's powerful and you're telling me, well, do you really believe he's powerful? Like, I'm like, yes, like he knows you. And that's what I'm saying here. And that's what it is. Like, and there's two segments of this. Like, it's one thing, what she said, and then what I got out of it. But God doesn't play games, and what I mean by that, and I think God is shown through in many ways. That's why you don't have to believe in God, but you could see this in many ways. Like, the stock market doesn't play games, and the markets, how to make money, wealth, life doesn't play games. It's the same thing. If you're serious about something, it will be there. God knows, like, some people like ask questions about it. Some of you guys will try to have discussions with me, and deep down, you don't give a shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, don't ask how I'm going to prove God to you or how you're going to feel God or how this, even with money. It's like, if you don't, your heart, like it's playing games. It's literally, you guys know that's what people do in business. Like, it's coming into to buy a property. You're not really trying to buy the property. Don't ask me about the property. Don't ask me about, stuff about, what's the lot size? What's the zoning? Like, dog, you're not going to build anything. You know what I'm saying? Show me the proof of funds. Show me that you're serious about this. And if you're really interested on it, you're gonna approach in a real offer. Do you see what I'm saying? Honestly, and that's what it comes down to. I think it relates to God and now business. You're gonna come with a real offer. It's simple as that. When you're ready to buy, you're gonna buy it. Some of you guys, you don't, think about it. You want to get into real estate, but you don't want to get into you're playing games at this point. You see what I'm saying? You've been watching for 9 months, 12 months. You have all of this opportunity to do it. You're not serious. Go give fucking Adidas, go give his ass a 1 pre-approval, not even a pre-qual, a pre-qualification, not even a pre-approval. This guy is already picturing how he's going to sleep on the floor. He's finding 10, 20 different houses. He's throwing in offers, even if it's a bad deal. He's serious about it. You see what I'm saying? You could just tell. And I'm not saying this it's not like I'm trying to call you guys out on real estate. Don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? And truthfully, at the end of the day, I think with God, with business, your time is going to come. And that's what I'm saying, though. It's just like when you're ready to be serious, you're going to be serious about it. And why do I bring up God now? Because it brings into a bigger concept. I've said this before, and SPY's dropping right now. It's a little bit below our last clothesline, so keep an eye on that. I don't think there's any news dropping. Whoa, 10-10. U.S., they sue Lucan Coffee over convertible notes. We'll talk about that, but no, this is why I bring up God in this. Is like you have to believe in something, and I don't care if you believe in God. Honestly, believe in science, but actually believe in it to truthfully understand this concept. Not everything is in your control. Okay, let me say that again. Not everything is in your control. If there's one thing I could take that's very practical out of a relationship with God and knowing God, and you could come to the same conclusion with science if you are truly seeking knowledge, not everything is in your control. And that's what I think people are messing up on. And that's where I'm saying it comes to this conclusion where I'm saying don't fool yourself into thinking you have control over some of you guys are viewing your investments. Some people are saying, think about this. I'm going to go and gamble my way with trading until I get enough money to invest long-term, and then I'm just going to throw it in there. And now maybe that will work. But do you see the arrogance of that statement in the sense of how much control it's packing? And honestly, I'm guilty of it too, because I say some stuff where it's like the arrogance of it's like, who are you dealing with? That's the question I'm asking, because it's like, wait a minute. Why do I think I have that much control? So again, you're not alone. I'm in the same category. And this is why I think about it. This is why I'm asking you to think about it. Because it's saying, why do I believe that? Why do I think I have this much control when that's not the case? There's some things I can control and there's some things I can't. But this is why I say, my belief in God, I believe in God. This is why I put God into this, because, well, if I believe in God, I naturally, truthfully believe there is something out of my control. Some people don't believe that. Some of you guys are still thinking you are going to control the whole aspect of your life. This is going to happen regardless of what this is going to do this, and I'm going to do this, and at the right time I'm going to do this, and then at the perfect time I'm going to do this, and then at this timeline I'm going to be right where I need. No, it doesn't always work like that, and that's what it leads to disappointment in that sense. And now this is where I'm kind of bringing it back to with one, things aren't in your control. It's not surprising God. Or you can't fool God. God's not playing games. But same thing again, this is business. Isn't that funny where I'm saying show the proof of funds, stuff like this. The same way to approach, what I've learned with the relationship with God is a lot of how I've learned the same exact experiences dealing with business. Who's serious. Who's operating under the principle of love your neighbor if you love yourself. There's no way around that. You could visually see it. You could literally see it. So this is why I'm bringing this up, because it's like, now you have certain things in your control, but are you willing to accept that? That's what I'm asking you. That's why I'm saying don't fool yourself now. But now I'm going to take it one step further. Hopefully you could connect the dots with me. I'm going to talk about something else with this, but it has to do with the surprise factor. And now this is now for some of you, at the end of the day, this isn't negative, and hopefully you see where I'm getting here. This is going to be the hope aspect. And this is where I truly, hopefully you understand it and take this with positivity, because regardless of wherever you're at, whatever you feel, whatever you think is going on, it's just like, this is what I'm saying when like, you're like, oh, like I've never seen God. Like, I don't believe God. Like, you weren't seriously pursuing that. Oh, I started trading stocks. I made a Robinhood and I traded weekly. You weren't fucking serious. You see what I'm saying? And no one's surprised. And now now that's for negative. But let's look at the positive. Some of you guys have messed up. Some of you just started trading and like you're genuinely good. And like this is what I'm trying to tell you is that God is not surprised where you are. And whether you don't believe in God or not, I think the universe, the world, but I don't, again, this is why, like, please, I will reference terms because I understand the language and how many religions and stuff have this, this God, this creator. But at the end of the day, I'm saying, like I told you, I'm not going to forget who I'm playing with. I believe in God. I believe in Jesus Christ. I'm not, so I think the universe is a reflection of God, but it is, there's God. I'm not going to worship I'm going to worship who created it. I'm not going to worship the creation. Just understand that. and this is what I'm saying. God or the world is not surprised where you are right now. For some of you, that should be hopeful. When I hear that, it's hopeful for me. Do you understand that? Nobody, the world, God, it's not surprised where you are right now. It's not surprised what you've done. Think about that. You made a bunch of money, right, on TLT. You lost half. Now you feel like you don't deserve it. Now you feel like, oh, I can't believe I did this. Honestly, you could be a genuinely good person and you just made a mistake in life sometimes. And now you'll start thinking you're bad or that you're evil or I can't believe I did this. Like, no, that surprises you. You surprised yourself. You will do stuff that you can't explain. Literally, you must be asking, like, how did I blow up my account and let it get to that point? Like, why did you let that happen? Have you thought about that? Like, why didn't you stop it in the middle? Like, it's just going down, down, down. Like, why? How did you get to have, you don't look back at it until the end. But then you're like, damn, like, how did I let that happen? It surprises you, but that doesn't surprise God. It doesn't surprise the universe. I think it's crazy. But now again, now think about it. If you're staring into the mirror, amen. I love it, but don't get it twisted. You see what I'm saying? Don't forget what you're dealing with, man. This is your life. This is the world. You have so much you can do, honestly, and I'm excited for you. And this is why I'm saying this all, because it's just like, don't get lost in the sauce of this. It doesn't surprise anybody but you. It's not. So God already knows this. So why are you tripping on it? In a sense. Or you're letting it define who you are. But then at the same time, I'm speaking about the stock market. I'm speaking about trading. You know why? Because you understand it. That's the beauty. When I philosophize, it relates to everything, and it just so happens to benefit me in the stock market. For some of you, you only understand what I'm saying in terms of the stock market. I'm giving it to you how you could connect to it. So you're like, damn, I blew up an account. You relate to that. But that's not, let's go deeper. You see what I'm saying? If I got you on the surface level, amen. Some of you wouldn't have got it if you couldn't look at your stock. But no, think about it. Like, what in life have you done? You've done something, and something happened, and it was a shock to you, and you couldn't explain it, and it made you doubt something about you. Something you probably knew, or maybe you didn't know, but it gave you a new idea towards something, and especially yourself. Or it made you lost without an answer. Could not answer this question, why did I do that? And I think the best example is blowing up an account, because like when you blow up an account, if you've blown up an account, it doesn't just happen. You see what I'm saying? It's not like you just like, oh, I woke up, Luckin Coffee's disappeared, I lost everything. No. No. It's like you're living your life, like you're living every day. Unbeknownst to you, you did something and you were doing it, and then finally a realization moment hits. And that's what happens. And in many levels, many shapes, many forms. So I'm asking why? Like, why did it get to that point? And it's just, the point is, you don't need to know why. You have to understand that it's messing with you because it was a surprise to you, and you're letting your imagination run wild when now you have to you have to talk to yourself in a way. That's what someone told me, and I was like, damn. And then he told me, they're like, talk to yourself like a kid. I was like, what? That's crazy. And I was like, and it made sense. Like, what? You just understand it. Say no, like, it's like, that's not, you see what I'm saying? Like, it surprises you, but that's how, like, you're supposed to understand, and you will understand more. But then at the end of the day, though, really what it's coming down to, this is why I'm saying it's very hopeful. It's very positive. Because what happened to you depends literally just how you look at it. This is Earl Nightingale. This is strangest secret in the world. This is the power of your mind. SPY's hitting more new lows, but we're only down 135 points, so it looks a little big. But TLT is popping. But like I'm saying, it's in your mind now. If you're looking at it and you understand God's not surprised by this. This is what I believe. This is why stuff doesn't surprise me, because sometimes I have to wake up and it takes time, and that's just the weird human aspect of it. But sometimes I look back and I'm like, damn, like, that's because God, it may surprise me for a little bit, but that didn't surprise God. And I know he's going to use that for his will. He's going to use it for something positive, and I believe that. That's what helps me to move forward. But if you bask in the shame and guilt, and or you even if you don't have the feelings, but you just remain the same, you see what I'm saying? That's how you get trapped. That's how you never do anything. That's how you not only live a life of happiness, God, whatever, but also not doing anything with your life. They introduced sanctions on China. They're introducing a bill, 1023, Republican Senator Graham and other Republican senators. Yeah, and then more Fauci and CDC things. Oh. But like I'm saying, even if you don't feel bad, something, whatever it is, but you simply don't move, don't get trapped with that. That will be the trap. And that's what I'm saying, is nothing surprising you. Like some of you guys, that's why I go back to the account so you can understand me a little better. It's like some of you made money, then you're losing it all, and then now this event happens and you're surprised with yourself. You're surprised with what you do. Like literally, honestly, how can somebody who's never touched $20,000, never had a 25,000 day trading account, get $100,000 and then blow 50, 70 grand, double, triple what they've never had? How can they blow that in a month? That's wild, right? That's what your mind's telling you. It's like, you're crazy. How did you do that? There's something wrong with you. Like, I'm sure Mustafa probably says this to himself a lot. And that's what I'm saying, because we could joke about it, but Mustafa does shit, I'm like, what? But a lot of time it's negative. I'm sure what are you telling yourself there? And this is what I'm saying. What do you believe? I believe in God. You see, I believe that situation, you're surprised, but the world's not surprised. God isn't surprised. You think God didn't know that when he gave you that money? See, you view it as the world. I view it as God. So if you believe, you believe. But that's what I'm saying. You know who you're dealing with. This is the maker of the world. Do you really think God gave you that and he didn't know what you were going to do? Like honestly, when I look back at all my failures in life, like when I messed up and I did so many things in life where I'm like, damn, like I did a lot of good and I did a lot of bad things. But it's like, you think God is surprised? Like when I did something bad, was it like, oh, that's going to stop you from doing this? You're never going to, honestly, some of you're never going to change the world because you lost the 50K. You're never going to be rich because you did something. Like, you're surprised. And good thing you're surprised, honestly. Do you see that? Because it'll help you learn. It'll give you something to learn from. But the world isn't surprised. You wouldn't be in that position. That's the way I view it. And what I say is that's why when I do get surprised with myself, I have to quickly be able to say, that's what it is. That's what I'm coming down to. That's where I'm like, I'm surprised. And maybe I am surprised with myself. But what I do know is that this opportunity, this is going to happen for me. So I lost that money. I lost, this didn't happen in my life because it's to shape me into what I need to be so I could do better. And we've said that, and it sounds cliche. I think you probably saw that coming, but I don't know. I think it comes, like, really what I'm trying to say, some of you guys, is don't even let your smarts stop you. Some of you don't believe. You just think you're too smart to believe, or you're overanalyzing these situations where it's not like you're overanalyzing your failure to the point like you're convincing yourself that you don't deserve it. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's coming down. You're so surprised. You're reconsidering your whole life like you don't deserve shit. No. I firmly disagree. And that's what I'm saying. That's the problem. That's what I said in the beginning. If you can't ask me for a raise, if you can't approach me as if you deserve more, you won't. And that's what I'm saying. I want you guys to know you do deserve it. Don't let your smarts stop you sometimes. And that's and why do I say smarts? Because when I say God, some people, you guys think, that's what I'm saying. God knows if you're serious. The world knows if you're serious. Honestly, some of you, and let's bring this back to the stock market. Again, the stock market knows if you're serious or not. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead, Josh. I missed the play. I was walking my fish. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be risk management. I'm going to build a long-term portfolio. I'm only going to do... Tell me whatever you want. Like, honestly, they said that with... somebody said, is that a way to treat Mustafa? Like, you show Mustafa so much love, maybe you're encouraging. I said, I don't give a shit. If Mustafa wants to watch me from 18 years old, Mustafa's watched me just get richer and richer, enjoy life more and more. And if he doesn't want to do it at one point, if he doesn't want to get serious, I'll try again in 1 year. He'll have another opportunity. He doesn't want it? Oh, well. Why would I care? Think about it. Because if you're serious, you're serious. The market, you could talk, you could say whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you do. If you're serious about it, you're serious. When Mustafa's ready to be serious and when Mustafa steps into his potential, Mustafa's going to do a lot of great things. Watch. But I can't make him do it. Doesn't matter how I treat him. Mustafa's going to wake up one day and realize what he deserves. Mustafa's going to be like, I deserve 10 times more than Josh. And I believe I should do this. And I can do this. And I can do this. And I'm going to do this. And I'm not surprised where I'm at. God knew. You don't think, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't think God knew? You don't think God knew Mustafa and me were going to have this conversation? Even then, Mustafa, when I said no to you, did you not know that God knew? He said, not now. He said, watch. Because that's what he did your whole life. That's what he did my whole life. He said, no, yes, and then the green, they don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me, man. I haven't said that in a while. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. They really don't. Because I don't think y'all feel me on this. Because it's like, who are you dealing with? You see what I'm saying? Naturally, I think only 20% of people will really feel me on this. Because I'm like, who are you dealing with? Like, don't pray to God if you don't believe God is God. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm talking about a powerful force. I'm talking about something that it will surprise your human ass, but it's not going to surprise something bigger. You can be serious, but you're playing around. God ain't serious. God ain't playing around. He is serious. I was thinking, because I was like, man, God ain't playing around when with coronavirus. The virus don't play around, right? Is it that funny? Things don't play around. You can say whatever you want. I can say I thought I got corona. Don't matter what I say. This could be us, but you playing. Yes, and it's the market, and that's what I'm saying. Go back to that. You guys are gonna say you're gonna be like wealthy. You want to make money. You're not saving 10% of your income. Okay, that's cool. You're not serious. And it doesn't mean, I'm not telling you this because, again, think about what the base concept is no one's surprised here. So you shouldn't be surprised. God's not surprised. Just because you haven't taken something seriously does not mean you're never going to take it seriously. Just because you haven't taken something seriously does not mean you condemn yourself. It means, oh, shit. Well, do I want to be serious? That's what I'm asking. Like, do you want to be serious about this? That's it. So I'm asking you that about God all the way down to money. How serious are you? And just look in the mirror and ask yourself. Because if you're serious, it's very, very clear. And when you're serious, don't underestimate, you will pay for it. You will pay more for saying you're serious and not being serious than for simply saying you're not serious. Some of you have probably learned this in life when it was probably easier to just tell your friends, I don't want to go outside and I don't want to party, than party, waste your time, still get a negative time out of it, and it's still the same. It's the same exact situation. It was worse, but this time you wasted time and you had to put a fake smile that ultimately would lead to problems. It's more effort. That's the most ironic part is it's 10 times more effort. You could apply that in many ways. And that's what I'm saying with business, with investing. It's going to be 10 times more difficult to deal with, oh yeah, lying to yourself saying you're really investing only to be not saving 10% of your money, 90% of your options or your portfolio is options, 10% is stock. Do you see what I'm saying? Because in the end of the day, 3-4 years is going to go on. Those little amounts of money in the stock market and stocks, those are going to go crazy. Amazon's going to be at thousands of dollars, and you're going to be in the position that the same one, and that's it. And it sucks, but it's up to you to take it seriously. And you don't know. And literally, it's manning up in a different, like in some of you guys, some of you, life, you're going to just take it seriously. You know, Paul said that in the Bible. He said one day, he said, I put away things that little boys did, and I started dealing with this. You go from baby food to real food. At times in your life, you acted a certain way. Other times, you acted like that. At times, you were unserious, and that's okay. But at one point, you're going to be serious. And you see, I'm serious at times. I think I'm a serious person, but I do have fun. Don't think you're not, like some people think serious means a lack of life. No, like I enjoy life. I really, really do. Believe me, I do. You're going to end up, isn't that funny? Because people will avoid seriousness for the sake of enjoying life and having fun. And in the end of the day, it goes back to with investing and doing anything, you're still not even going to enjoy life as much as the guy who just took it serious for that first few years. And now he could do whatever he wants. So don't overthink things. Don't think yourself in out of these. And don't overthink it negatively. Don't pick apart the negatively. Focus on the positive. This is your chance to take it seriously. Because again, no one's surprised. The fact that you didn't take it seriously is not surprising. So don't feel that negativity about it. That means learn from it. But you got to, and at the end of the day, I'm saying, believe in something. Believe in something. Honestly, that's all I want. You see what I'm saying? Because even at the end of the day, it would be believing in yourself. Can you do that? But believe in yourself doesn't mean everything's in your control. And honestly, humble yourselves. That's what it's coming down to. And don't think this is a message coming. This is not a one-sided message. Whatever I'm saying to you, I am looking in the mirror. You don't realize that? I have 6,000 people listening. You guys are fucking mirrors. You think I could say or do anything without somebody calling me out? I'm saying to myself at the same time, be humble. To at the same time, I have to humble myself and realize not everything is in my control. But I'm here to put you on game as well, too. We're both in the same fucking boat, my friends. So that's why I'm saying humble yourself, because I don't want to be on a boat with a bunch of people. There's a section of the boat that just thinks it's a party. And in many ways, or they think they're playing around. They're like, hey. They're like going to you really think there's sharks in the water? Oh, yeah? Tell me about the sharks. How many teeth do they have? It's like, dog, you're not serious about the sharks. You've never seen a shark. You see, that's why you could joke. You don't. Let me show you a shark. You want to see a shark? I can't tell you about a shark. I could show you it. Would you like to see? You see, but that's what I'm saying. But we're all in it together. And amen. And there's positive out of it. No one's surprised. The people in the front of the boat, the people in the back of the boat, the people who did good, the people who didn't do good, no one's surprised by that. You're more surprised by the world. And it'll be more surprising in a way if you don't do something about it. That's all I'm saying. Do something about it, and it's whatever you believe in. Like I'm saying, don't underestimate who you're dealing with. I know it's God, so you could give me the most negative thing in the world that I have done or that has happened to me, and I will not forget who I'm playing with. It's God. Nothing is big enough, nothing's bigger than He to prevent that from turning into something that is going to build me and get me to where I need to go. So if you don't believe that, believe in the universe. If you don't, and if you can't believe in the universe, this and that, the fact is, if you can't believe some of this stuff, you have a really tough time believing something's out of your control. Go look at the ocean. You can't control the ocean. Why can you control the market? Things happen to the people in the ocean and water all the time. It's not malicious. Why is the stock market going after you? It's not. Please go swim miles out into the ocean with no life jacket, supplies, or anything and try to swim back and not get tired and die. Tell me that's not serious. Go ahead. You see what I'm saying? Some of you are jumping into the ocean of money, finance, the world, and you're treating it like it's a game. Or you're thinking that you control so much. Go ahead, control your breath. Show me. Oh, you're a good swimmer? Show me. You're forgetting, even if you're the best swimmer, what if it starts to rain? What if the tide goes a different way? What if you get ran over by a pirate? See, that's when the stupid shit comes out, right? That's when it's just like, what if coronavirus hits? What if a whole entire virus shuts down everything? Oh, that would have been a joke a month ago, 6 months ago. Fucking pirates, dude. Crazy. Coronavirus, a goddamn pirate, man. Wild. But the point is, even with the nature of the ocean, take external factors out there. You're not jumping into this stuff. You know the ocean is outside of your control. That's why they're giving you life jackets. That's why you're building machines and you have gear and you prepare for it. And that's why people go out like that. You know what I'm saying? Coronavirus a pirate. I know. So I hope you get but what I'm saying is just take it seriously, you know? And again, I mean, and hopefully you guys understand this too. All I'm saying is that I view it as a glimmer of hope. That's all it comes down to, you know? Because even if stuff, again, with all of these philosophies, like I hope you guys understand how things can just like, it's going to be taken however, whatever you're experiencing, honestly. And some of you were like, well, it's this and this, and bad things happen in certain things. And what I'm saying is I view it as a glimmer of hope. And that's what I would give for all of you. And what I'm saying is that no matter what has happened, you are surprised And I'm not saying ignore it. Again, the fact is sometimes you need a surprise to learn. Didn't surprise God, but it surprised you. The question is now, and this is what I'm asking, what are you going to do about it? That's why I said if you do nothing, no. It starts with putting faith in God, but then it's saying, what are you going to do about it? That's what I'm saying. What are you dealing with? Is it the ocean, though? It's not saying I'm going to go swim into the ocean with no gear, no nothing, and then God knew I was going to do. Do you see what I'm saying? Because this is where I want to make sure. I know it could get taken like that. It's not saying, well, oh yeah, well, just because I have God, then I'm going to go do this. It's the same situation. What's CREX? Creative Realities? The name already sounds sketch, and it looks like it's pump and dumped. Well, let's see. Because you have God, you shouldn't. Well, I mean, hopefully you get it, and that's what I'm saying. It's saying though, you knew, stuff was known there, but what are you gonna do about it? Okay, that's what it's coming. That's what it's really, really coming down to. Don't find the excuse for the failure, but at the same time, don't live in it to the point where it's never groundbreaking. Not groundbreaking, but more so defining. But hopefully you see this, man. And what I'm really coming down to is, and that's why, because again, it comes down to humbling yourself, because what are those surprises, right? When you do something, it surprises yourself, it surprises whatever it is, it surprises you. And if it surprises you, is that not a humbling moment? A surprise? It showed you something you didn't know it was going to happen. You saw something you didn't know it was there. You realized something. It's humbling. So that's where I'm saying it's be humbled in it and go, but don't use it. It's not a justification to do whatever you want. It's not a justification to say I could do this, I could do that. No. You got surprised for a reason. Have hope, though, because at the end of the day, whatever you tell yourself about it in the long term is what it will end up being. So, my conclusion, if you're serious about something, you're going to do it. And that will be reflected. And don't underestimate with what you're playing with. That's what I came down to. Exclusive of rights to develop AI powered. That's interesting, actually. And ultimately, there's a lot of positivity in it. So wherever you're at, make the change from it. You see what I'm saying? Don't be surprised that you failed. Be humbled by it. Learn, but that's your moment. It's not, you see what I'm saying? What I'm trying to say is that wherever you've lied up, if you're there right now and you're honestly, if you're listening to this right now, if that's not where you're ending up, that is not your destiny. But the only way you could do better is if you believe that. You can't get to God, and this is why I bring up God. You can't get God if you don't believe he could help you. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what I told you guys in the beginning. If you don't believe that you're valuable, how can you ask someone to give you a raise? It makes a lot of sense. If you don't believe, that's what I'm saying. Like, what do you believe in? What forces outside of your control do you believe? I mean, think about it. But at the same time, I mean, it comes down to it. This is what I said yesterday. Hopefully you realize this connects with a lot of yesterday, but at the end of the day, make no mistake, my friends, you will reap what you sow. And what is remember that philosophy, repent, as an archer's term, to try again, to replant. So if you planted something and something came out, do you see what I'm saying? You didn't know that you planted a pine cone tree and a strawberry came out. You're surprised because you didn't know it was a strawberry seed. Humble yourself. Learn from it. But don't go plant the same exact thing at the same time. But the world, God, anybody, nobody would have been surprised by that if they knew what seed it was. It's saying, humble yourself, learn, and go plant again. And if you're serious about planting again, you're going to make an effort to pick the right seeds. You're going to make an effort to learn about the seeds. You're going to make a real effort to tend and care for that new, do you see what I'm saying? So that is your conclusion for it, and that's what I want you guys to think about. And at the same time, it's saying, too, the conclusion I said is don't fool yourself. Because at the end of the day, I've told you this is what I've been asking myself. With how I want to act, my behavior, anything, I'm going to ask myself, and I'm going to make sure I'm going to say, don't fool yourself. Or better yet, if you've been surprised, let me give you a better phrase. Are you ready? I'm going to give you something. Don't fool yourself again. Oh, I want to say that. Don't fool yourself again. Because that's what I tell myself. So you want to do better, you want to get better at, you want to do this, you have these goals. One, don't underestimate who you're playing with. God knows what your heart. And at the same time, don't fool yourself again. Have you thought about it? Have you learned this? Discipline. Lots of reflecting. It is. I like it. And it's humbling for me. And that's what it came into. And it's because I see a lot of hope, and I see at the end of the day, don't play with God. You know, that's what I got out of it. It's like, it's one, don't play with God, and understand two, you got God. You see what I'm saying? It's a double-edged, it's beautiful. It's saying you got LeBron on your team, but don't mess with LeBron. You got LeBron on your team, but you still got to go to practice. You still got to hit the free throws. You still got to pass LeBron the ball. You see what I'm saying? What good is LeBron on my team if I can't get him the ball? And I'm not going to fool myself and just think that he's on my roster. That means we're going to win. He has to play. I have to play. And then I need endurance to play the game. And I got to up my level if I'm going to play with LeBron. So let's go, baby. I hope you see it, man. I hope you could take something positive from this. And I hope at the end of the day, you just think about it. And, you know, you'll be surprised. Maybe ask yourself, why did you plant a certain seed? And it's a good question. But usually when you make mistakes, you're going to end up, or something like I'm saying. Some people think that is them. It's hard to think critically. It's hard to think deep without condemnation. And condemnation is good sometimes. But what I'm trying to say to you is seek to where it goes to results and the positive aspect of it. Cling to it. So I'm going to leave you with that. I hope it helps you, and I hope regardless of what you guys have went through with anything from accounts to life, I really hope you take this into consideration. Don't want you to fool yourself. And I want you to get serious about it. And I want you to believe. Even believe in yourself. Even when your actions or the situation gives you no reason to believe in yourself, that is what you need to do. I said it. That's why I remember I said how I started this. It was like I forgot who I was dealing with. I talked to my mom, my boy. I saw another one of my friends, and they were like that. And I said thank you to them. I said thank you. I'll say thank you for being positive when you don't have to. I said, man, you can have all these different reasons to be so negative, and you're not. Like, damn. That's belief in something. Do you see what I'm saying? That's belief in God. That's belief in something. Where you have something in front of you and you won't believe it because you choose to believe something higher than that. You've elevated your belief in that sense. You've chose something that's huge. That's huge. That's why I was like, man, I forgot who I'm dealing with. I forgot I have an OG on my hands. I forgot I got somebody like that. Man, and it's humbling. Because you're like, damn, that person's like that. And I would even be like, what? Okay, I see you. You're like, damn, that person's had that and I haven't been like that. Damn. So don't underestimate. Don't forget all of it. There's many points. Combine them together, put them together, take it. At the end of the day, though, I hope you're positive and I hope you walk away with that. Because that's what it's coming down to. You don't need to, everything else is to help illustrate a point. But even you don't, sometimes things are said. Sometimes you interpret it the right way. It's the wrong way. I don't know what it is. End of the day, it should be to walk away positively. It should be to believe in yourself. Understand things are not always going to be in your control. But what you can control it and be positive and take it seriously. And when you take it seriously, you will get a serious result. That's what it's coming down to. You change it, it will change. They say it doesn't work. No, you don't work. If you work, it works. That's the same. That's not the philosophy with the cult. I don't know what it is. Because some people will say I'm great. Some people will hate me. Some people love the cult. They hate it. I think if you work, it works. If not, it doesn't work. The cult is a gym. That's it. Do as you please. But that's what I'm saying. Remember, I brought up this example before. It's like we're dodgeball. I know we're kind of like the average Joe gym, maybe. But no, I'm not going to let you sit. Some of you guys have been sitting at a gym you just come to the gym to talk. You see what I'm saying? Your headband, the water bottle, the AirPods, it looks like you're real serious. But come on. And I'm not talking physically. Isn't that crazy? Because that's hard physically. Physical takes actual work. I feel like shit after the burpees. I'm talking here, you know what I'm saying? Do you know how many millionaires are in this chat? You know how many people are in here with experience, and not to mention the collective experience? I'm not even talking about me. Talking about all the people you could connect with, all the stuff you could learn, all the money generated, not to mention just straight knowledge about something you want to learn. And then you're like, I'm getting you hyped. I'm getting you motivated. You like the energy. You think I'm funny. Wow. That's crazy. Sounds like a good gym. You're going to be around that every single day. And you're going to not take advantage of it. You're not going to take your shit seriously. You're going to let us all get swole, let us all use the shit out of this, and then by the time you want to get serious about it, all the equipment's old, ran down. Well, we might need to get another one. I mean, you're still going to, you're going to be skinny, scrawny, maybe fat. And you know what's funny? I'm not talking physical. What would your mind look like if we took your mind and put it in the collective gym of Chad? What would he physically look like? Think about it. What do you think the guys who don't take things seriously? Honestly, you have a joke for everything. You have a chronic hating disorder. Think about that. And then now think about that even more. I don't know. How would gyms work like that? Maybe we make a gym like that. Maybe I'm going to go make a gym. It'll be very like the internet. I'm going to go make a real gym. I'm going to hire people who are extremely skinny or extremely just not working out at all. And you could tell they don't work out. And I'm going to make them walk around the gym every day. And they're going to come up to you and say, you're fat. You're a bitch. No, you're this. Oh, yeah? You see the Laker game? Yeah? Okay. Oh, yeah. Look at your form. Why does your elbow look like that? That's funny. You should fix your form. Oh, yeah. Oh. Think about it. It'd be an interesting gym, but notice I said hire people. Think about it. I said hire people. How come people don't do that at the gym? I ain't never seen that at the gym. I've seen like low-key haters. I see you staring, say comments, but I've never seen overweight, obese person walk around the gym criticizing everybody they see. And then going to the gym every day to not use it and just to watch everybody do what they need. The thing that would save their fucking life. And they just go every day. They got the commitment to show up. They got the commitment to arrive. They'll even wear an outfit. They'll make to everybody on the outside, you would think they're trying to make a positive change in their life. But they're just going to the gym to look at everybody. And then they're not even, and that's it. You know what I'm saying? Then they're seeing, man, you know what I've noticed about the gym? The biggest, swollest guys in the gym are always the nicest, man. I love them. Look like they'll fucking eat you. They'll be the nicest person, and they'll show you everything. The last time I was at LA Fitness, I think it was George Clooney's bodyguard. That's my homie now. You know why? Because he was doing a workout, and I didn't know how to do it. And I said, yo, what you got there, bro? I said, show me something. I said, you looking swole as shit. He showed me something. He's a nice guy. Isn't that funny? Some of you guys are just you're overweight mentally, and you're seeing some of these strong people, and guess what? You're like, oh, he's on steroids. His dick's small. I hate him. He doesn't know anything. Why do you even need all those muscles? You would think that because you think he would talk shit on you. Don't get it twisted. You didn't say that because of him. What'd you say it because? Why? It's not because of him, it's because of you. You don't want him to say anything about you. So what do? You either mean or you isolate yourself from them. When that person very well, he's like, if you said, can you show me how to bench press? He'd be like, dude, come here. He would give you, I guarantee, I ran to go watch. They would be like, oh, you want, if you're serious, yeah. But then he would make fun of you. Imagine the fat guy comes up to the swole guy, asks him to help him. He gives him a meal plan, gives him all this, tells him, shows him how to do this. And then every week he sees the fat guy at the gym every day. But then he just keeps and talks to everybody. But then the guy's not working out. Then he's not taking it seriously. Then 6 months later, 1 year, think about it. And then he comes back, I'll be like, dude, what are you doing? Now I might make fun of you. Maybe. But think about it. That's what I'm saying, man. Use what you got. Take it seriously. Take your life seriously. You see what I'm saying? Honestly, you guys are like, I want Discord, this and that. No. When it's all said and done, when the stream turns off, when you go it's you, man. It's you in your life. That's it. Take it seriously. What do you want out of it? It's just you guys. It's just you. You see what I'm saying? You don't need a somebody to build this for you. You don't need anyone to do that. You don't need to talk about it all the time. No one, that's it. No one's going to give you, for me, I believe it's God. And that's hard. Don't get it twisted. That's hard. I'm not saying that's easy. Don't get that twisted. But hopefully you see the message behind it. So be wise, my friends, and use it. And take advantage of it. And you like it. I would love to see it. And I don't want to see you guys not take it seriously. And I'm not talking about the stream. You see what I'm talking about just life. You see what I'm saying? Because I can't, and I hope this sticks with you, because this is a reminder. Do you understand? This is just a checkpoint. You're going to hear these from me throughout the time. And just remember, the next time I say checkpoint, you're going to think about this. It's going to be an audit. And I'm going to say, well, are you surprised what's happened in that time frame? Okay, humble yourself. Change it. Don't worry. But checkpoint after checkpoint, where are you going to be at? There's no formula. You think you're going to get a formula? No. You have to learn to deal. That's what I'm saying. Things are outside of your control. That's what I said, right? That's why there's no formula. A formula for what? Something I can't predict or control? No. You could operate in principle, but you're never going to have step by step. We know how the world works in principle, but we don't know how it's going to work to a T. So, there it is. I'm going to leave you with that. I need to go to the bathroom. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before opening. Drop a thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. The thumbs up. Second link for the night watch the main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Awards. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I need to go to the bathroom, but we'll come back. We'll talk about it in a little bit. I need to go to the bathroom, but I really hope that helped. And I just take it as a positive message. And I know some of you guys are, I honestly, and I just think, like I said, some of you are like, wow, this hits. I just know at sometimes, and some of you guys, because even at the same time, when I'm saying don't take it seriously, like, I understand you've made mistakes or you've done stuff. I have too, where you're going to look back and be like, am I really taking it seriously? Am I really performing because what you just did says no? You see what I'm saying? So what I'm telling you is have positivity to be able to still continue. It's not like, you got to work through that. That's what I want to leave you with, because at the same time, I know whether it's the account or not, it could be many, many aspects. Don't let it, we're not going to let it hold you down on that sense. It's going to be difficult, but we'll see by the next checkpoint. Uh-oh. Had an earthquake? Bro, I'm so paranoid after that first earthquake. It's bad. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. got a throwback for you guys. I got a throwback. Anybody here? Let me test you. Let's see. I'll give you some stuff. Tell me what you hear, okay? Listen. Just listen. Okay, that's the first part. It's the second part. Keep listening. Hold on. Just get all the information. Listen. Just listen. Hold on. No. Just listen. Listen. Okay, ready? Hold on. Seaweed, baby. Teriyaki. Yes. I found some. I had some hidden in my house. I had a stash. I had a savings account. I was like, what? That's why you always make accounts and hide money from yourself. It always come at a later time. And you'll be like, damn, I enjoyed it. Man. Nah. Some of you don't know. Like, honestly, don't you dare feel entitled to get in this conversation if you don't know. Okay? The seaweed has a very important cult history that only few will understand. Less than maybe 1,000 of you, maybe 2,000 tops, maybe. This is way bigger than you. I'm telling you, this goes deep. This seaweed shit runs real deep, bro. Real deep. I'll mute it. I won't put you through that, but that's crazy. Honestly, we should get seaweed for the long term. You're right. We need to get some of that. Bring me back to, bro. This will take you back to TLT1. I think that's what we have to start. We have to just start numbering them. There's TLT1 and TLT2. That was the era of TLT1. That was the pony days. So some of you guys, the Lexus guys, don't know what we're talking about. Even some of the pony guys don't even know what we're talking about. I want to scale into some of the Asian plays, the Baba and all that. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Okay, I'm done. Well, TLT1 is the pony crowd, and then TLT2 is the Lexus crowd. And then there is a TLT, or there was BTLT. So there was before TLT. And those are the people we don't even know in the history. We don't know too much about them. But they were here before there was even two accounts. They were BTLT. Like before Christ, but before TLT. So this is just our generational. It's crazy. So shout out to you guys. BTLT was a very crazy time. Very crazy time. A lot more. It was just, even then, like, again, the history BTLT, you could even take that. Some people even take it back to 2014. See what I'm saying? So you could go all the way through. I mean, it was wild. And now once we finally got, Chattadonia was able to get its full, like, charter and constitution. And now Chattadonia is where it's at today. And now that there's been more order, now there's a set of rules. We've have, it's great. Chattadonia now, I mean, city planners they've noticed free rider problems, and they're going to correct them, and they're doing so. But at the same time, Chattadonia it's becoming a very popular place. And then some of the residents, that's what started to happen at one time. The BTLT, there's still people who exist, BTLT, and then the TLT1s had to start sharing space with the TLT2. It was kind of even a civil war in its own way. It was crazy, though, but and then at one point, all three, you know, everybody from BTLT to TLT2, they were, they were mad at the immigrants. That's what kept happening. So they were very anti-immigration because people kept immigrating to Chatadonia, and they were like, no. They said members only. You know, they said no. Then they wanted all sorts of. They even said we should make another go to Zoom. They wanted to literally pretty much go to China. They were like, fuck it, just go where the money's at, go the China route, go to Zoom, and just go. I was like, wow. So there was a lot of things, man. There was a lot of things. I mean, Chatadonia has gone through a lot. I mean, it has made it this long, and I think it will continue. I mean, as long as peace is maintained, order, justice, fair justice, rules. It had very, very good leaders there as well too. Not only Josh, they had their council of just everybody. I mean, they had a very, very diverse set, to the point people even suspected that the council was secretly ran by Josh. And it was crazy. They're like, man, it's nuts. It is nuts. They recently got they got like a police force division they've created and started. It's still one man, but they're doing investigations now. They're even going to preventative Chatadonia crime. It's amazing. Preventative negativity, is what they call it. The PN, and it's just crazy. So you're part of a lot of history. I'm just letting you know. You guys you're part of a lot of history. Don't you forget it, and don't forget what you came from. That's it. Just don't forget. Congress, we need the Congress, the justice. Well, that's some people have criticized Chatadonia for that because they said although there is congressional balances somewhat relevant or resembling a democracy, when it does come to the justice aspect, although said leader is fair and does practice fairness as much as he can, there is no balance to the justice system in Chatadonia. The Chatadonia's justice system is heavily weighed to the ultimate power. So regardless, it's kind of like Russia. So it's like the prime minister, regardless of how Putin balances everything, if everything just falls and, the justice system is very important. So that's why democracy is very important. That's why, good thing Chatadonia is not socialist. At the very, you guys would hate, Chatadonia is very weird, man. But, so watch out or getting clapped. Well, yes, Chatadonia, I mean, the world has admired the respectfulness Chatadonia has and its relative degree of order, considering how much freedom Chatadonians are able to enjoy as well as the extreme wealth. Everybody's heard about the wealth of Chatadonia, but the problem is that there's still, and it's because of the fear created, some people would argue. Now, some people would argue that it's the, cost-benefit analysis and that people enjoy said standards, but other people would say Chatadonia was simply ran off of fear. So that's where, when you connect it, that's why, again, the Chinese communist comparison comes up again. But so it's very, very political in nature, but again, the history of Chatadonia and its full development is truly fascinating. So, yeah, I'm glad you guys, if you guys like, I know a lot about Chatadonia. I love talking about it. If you want to know more, I'm eating a snack right now, so. This is a great, I'm glad you liked it, man. I'm glad you asked, my friend. I'm glad you asked. I'm eating a protein bar now. Chad has no defensive rockets yet. Chad has made an alliance. So we don't need to touch weapons because we're not good. Chatadonia is good at wealth. Chatadonia knows how to do wealth, respect, love, positivity. Chatadonia is very worse with that. Free thinking. Chatadonia is a free thinking place, so you cannot have violence and coercion despite the overall broad rules that is more or less, again, some would argue it's not communism and oppressive if it is more or less a social contract. See? Again, Chatadonia is very, very weird, but they don't need defensive rockets because they've made an alliance with the land of heaven, the land of God. So they've chartered them out and they've made an alliance where it says, as long as the same standards align with heaven, God, and said land, that their protection will come from a force much bigger and powerful than them. And it has way more defensive and offensive capabilities than Chatadonia could ever acquire. So it would make more sense economically. You know, it's just economics at that point. You know, so we uphold our positivity and love that that the land of God would benefit off of, but at the same time, they will offer our defense. So we don't need any defensive rockets, and that's why we're able to do what we have. This needs to. Why isn't this a game? This would be the best game ever. What am I smoking on? I thought you would never ask, because it's really related to Chatadonia. Because Chatadonia now is kind of like Afghanistan and the poppy seeds. It's hopium seeds. So there's hopium seeds, and some people say it originates from mustard seeds. But they're one of their biggest exports is hopium. Don't get it twisted. So not only were they've acquired wealth and the knowledge to wealth, but they've known that the number one export the wealth has been pinned to has been hopium. So it is more or less they're Russia. It's like Russia and oil, or Nigeria and oil. Hopium is their number one export. Without the hopium, you would honestly, and that's what some people have said. Some people have plotted to go in defense against Chatadonia and criticize them for their hopium use and hopium exporting. I mean, the way they freely export hopium has pissed off a lot of people in the economic world, because hopium is very acquired. It's hard to acquire, but not necessarily, because Chatadonia's land could not only grow it, but Chatadonia has found a way to maintain it. It's hard to take care of the hopium plant. So most hopium rises and dies very quickly. They have enough to pass it around. So that's why the hopium, again, having the hopium, I mean, that's what we're smoking on. Again, they've tried to say if we got rid of the hopium, it would work. If the hopium was not there, Chatadonia would not survive in the same sense, I would say. So, yeah. I just bought it for hopium. I'm a big hopium user. No hypocrisy. I love it. Oh, Trapper Wolf. Let's go, baby. What's better for hopium, a bong or a blunt? Honestly, I don't even want to tell you, because it seems like you're not experienced. This is some real shit, bro. Okay? You're still on that. You're on that rookie shit. Bongs and pipes and shit. I'm talking, this is real shit, bro. Some freebase shit. It'll make you trip out. You get one hit of hopium. Like, honestly, maybe stick to that before the hopium for a little bit. Just slow your roll. Maybe look into hopium. Go on like Arrowhead and read about hopium and see what it's done. And that might tell you a little bit more about it. But you don't play with hopium. I'm just saying. So you'll know the best way to do it. Don't worry. Man, I'm telling you. Some of you didn't like that whole thing. But there was a bunch of fucking gems in there. Oh, you guys like the Arrowhead, huh? I know all of you guys you crazy fuckers. Anybody knows about Arrowhead, don't hang out with them. Okay? No, any of the Arrowhead motherfuckers, don't hang out with any of those. They're gonna offer you some crazy shit. Bro, I'm telling you though, that was riddled with not only the best comedic jokes. There was that was a history lesson. Bro, some of y'all missed the gems. I just told you about the global economy, and I just threw in Chatadonia. That's all we're going to do. I think we need to do that every day. From now on, I need to make sure you never forget where you come from. We're going to have a history lesson on Chatadonia every day. And we're going to focus on Chatadonia and its role in the global economy so we could understand all of the other nations around Chatadonia. Because you need to understand, you see the interconnection, exports and imports, and the politics. And, oh, man, y'all don't feel me, man. They really don't. This is... In a few years, maybe that's again Chatadonia, the leading pioneer of technology. I can't do it anymore, bro. I'm done for the day on that. I can't do it anymore. Okay, fucking eat my protein bar, bro. Go. There's Chattadonian Island. You have to ask yourself, is it easy to get to Chattadonia? If they've been able to achieve massive amounts of wealth, not to mention a global monopoly on hopium, you have to ask yourself, would that originate from an island area? No. You see, they're very strategically positioned, almost a strategical advantage as North America, like the United States. Some people would even attribute the economic success of the United States to the landscape, which is so the actual physical location of Chattadonia, and some say it was relatively unknown or secret. It is still, it's primarily suited for export. So it's not an island. Island would be difficult in and out, and that would raise prices too. So. Don't forget about faith amphetamine. Oh, man. Don't get me started. Am I the dictator of Chattadonia? I think if you need to even ask the question, it may be answered. But would you ask a dictator if he's a dictator? So there's your answer, my friend. There's your answer. I was with it's funny, my sister brought up this story to my mom the other time about, because honestly, I'm like, I think you guys don't understand. I think some people don't understand dictatorship. Some people don't understand the true freedom that you have. Okay? If you could even, I know you could say I'm this and that, and I hold clapping power, but at the end of the day, the fact that you could even ask the question means you don't understand true dictatorship or true tyranny at its core. My sister brought up the story to my mom and said, well, we grew up and we didn't have food in the pantry. Remember I told you guys that? How we would go to like other people's houses and we would see they had food in the pantry and we were like, what? It was like a shock. Like fruit roll-ups and shit. Like, oh man, like a Lunchable. Like we weren't allowed to eat any of that. We didn't have any of that shit. And my sister's like, well, we grew up so different from the people around. Like we grew up so poor. That's what my sister was saying, like to say something. My mom was like, dude, what are you saying? She's like, what do you mean? Do you know, like growing up poor? She's like, I grew up on the streets of Egypt. Like we didn't have, like my mom had 12 sisters, I think, or some crazy shit. Honestly, my mom had double-digit sisters. Like it was in between 10 and 13. It's like I'm trying to tell you an expected yield on how many siblings she had, because I don't even know. It's literally 12. It's something. It's a lot, bro. And literally, that's why, like, my mom's like, well, I don't think then what, like, not having a lot or poor. Like, we had a pantry. Like, we had a house that, maybe 2 people to a room, but not like 10 or 5 or 8. So yeah, it is very relative. Amen. But so asking certain questions, I don't know. Maybe you may not truly understand. And I think that even relates to freedom, though, too. So a lot of you may think they take away your freedoms. And again, that call we saw, I don't like it. I've really start like this, not contact tracing, but don't underestimate the ability for any government to seize an exorbitant amount of power. But at the end of the day, though, too, it's like, don't underestimate the freedom that you truly have, okay? All of you, man. All of you have some real freedom to be little shitheads and to be beautiful people, and you're free to choose whichever one, and that's beautiful. So I just want the Lexus, okay? Great. So shout out our vets, dude. We love you, vets. That's why I love the vets. I see the vets. I won't even understand truly what the vets have done. Just as like my mom would say, you don't understand being poor. You know, I don't think we would. That's why I'm saying you don't understand all that, you know? All the fuckers made fun of me for reduced lunch. I love. Amen, bro. Amen. I remember we moved into like the nicer area, and then we got like I was on that free lunch baby for a long time. I don't think we got off on free lunch till a long while, and then it was, man, it's crazy. Shout out my free lunch kids, bro. We love you. That's it, gang. I eventually, I think by senior year, I wasn't free lunch, or junior year, you know, but still, free lunch. I love y'all, man. I love y'all. It's okay. But shout out our vets too, though. Shout out our vets, man. I'm telling you, we won't ever know. We won't even know. It's okay. Isn't that funny, though? That's why Chattadonia is great. The people who made fun of the free lunch kids and the kids who got free lunch ended up in the same place trying to make money. Damn. Anybody want hopium? I got some hopium. I just re-upped. Hopium. Anybody want some hopium? You just got to flip a switch. That's it. You flip once. That was deep. It's real deep. Not how you start, but how you finish. Amen. You know what? I like it. I like this line a lot. It's very, very harsh, but it's true. We are all born equal. However, we do not end that way. Although all humans are equal, you could understand that. It was a motivational quote. It's not my shit. It was a meme, okay? You get what I'm saying. I read it on like Instagram motivation. I was like, damn, I think I'm going to get my ass up and work. But nah, I watched another episode of Community. So, but that's what it said. You know, I said, damn, that's deep. You just finished Community. It's so good. I'm on season 3. And I fell in love with Troy and Abed. And I really hate it. Like the amount of fondness that I have towards Troy and Abed is so weird. Like it's been the only bro, I laugh to myself. Like I usually don't laugh like by myself like like that. Like I'll laugh I'll giggle, but I crack up and I'm just like I love them. In my head, I just I have it's just they're so endearing. I'm just like, oh my gosh. Robert Cowie, I love you, baby. The idea of hopium, it took a minute. A lot of stuff. That's how Chattadonia stuff. A lot of stuff doesn't make sense. But if usually there's a lot of other people in Chattadonia better than the blaring speakers you hear blazing over Chattadonia. It's a weird feature. Things will eventually make sense, or some things you might get. But I appreciate you for sticking around. We love you. They did his YouTube pod. Really? Troy and Abed? Oh, I love them. Honestly, it was the best thing. It was the best thing. They're homies they have to be, bro. I love it. It's Community. It's like, bro, I love them. I got mad yesterday because I was trying to go to bed and it was playing, and I had it playing, and I just kept smiling about it, and it sucks because even when I don't want to smile, I put that on and I will smile. It's crazy. I'm dragging. You're listening, bro. I'm doing it just to piss you off, bro. I love you. Is that what people say to you? Do they tell you drag it on, and so they get mad? That's crazy. Honestly, think about this. Think about it in all honesty. 7 hours, right? From 6 a.m. till 1 p.m. Make sure you subscribe. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop a thumbs up on the video. But think about this, right? Think about this. Isn't everything dragged on? See, that's some philosophical shit. Everything is either brand new or dragged on. That's it. Every single thing on stream is either brand new or it's just old. I don't get it. Just think about it, though. It's really great. I don't know. Nothing. It's just think about it. I don't know. The long-term account is dragging, baby. It's not dragging. It's flying. Actually, no. It's just going at a real gentle pace. Very adequate return with safety. Had a little bit few bumps and turns, but it's overall good. Dragging. Oh, amen. Maybe a part of this thing. Amen. The spread of the virus in the U.S. is bad because of your freedom and lack of control. That is true compared to China. Amen. But amen. See what I'm saying? Like, I feel you. I agree 100%. It's unfortunate, but exactly. Amen. God bless America, baby. God bless America. Fuck yeah, man. You go fucking iron shut my door? Hell, you crazy, bro. I got Chick-fil-A. You know what I'm saying? And freedom has a cost. Amen. Amen. That's why you thank your veterans every day. And if you see, amen. Amen. Freedom ain't free, baby. Nothing in, man. I think Uncle says it. Can't spell free without the fee. Damn. Come on. Try to spell free without F-E-E. Uncle Answer said that. He said that. I was like, damn. He said, can't spell free without the fee. Woo! Woo! Josh pretends he's a different person. Are you, Uncle? Let's get philosophical. Or I could tell you the history. Which one? I'm either going to philosophize with you, or we could go to the Chattadonia history of the first performer coming out of Chattadonia. Uncle, there is a few other performers other there, and I still, like, Level Untold, that's another performer out of Chattadonia. That at least, I know he's the next one to come out of Chattadonia. I feel it in my bones. I love that man. I love him. See, you may not even know. I need to get that shit out there for him. We have a rapper in the chat. I need to get it on the YouTube. But oh my God, he is so ill. I love it. I love him. And then I need to get stems to Benny. I need to just sit down and do it. I sit down and I did a call day, and that cost me like 18 hours of sleep throughout the whole 7-day period. So we'll see how we could do this. Okay, we'll see how we could do this. But we could go to Uncle or we could philosophize. Either way, the question is am I Uncle? If I was Uncle, why wouldn't I call myself me? Like, what do you call your uncle? I mean, or if you have the same name, like again, I don't know. I don't know. Uncle, right? I'm separating myself from the stream like church and state. But like, why would I have to separate? I mean, I'm just saying, like, why can't it be my uncle? That's the real question. You see what I'm saying? I think you're asking a very good question, and it just leaves me with more questions. Why can't it be my uncle? Like, why can't, like, what if, like, honestly? I don't know. Wouldn't that be weird? Just watch. Like, what if you show, bro? What if at the meeting? Honestly, I think you guys are gonna be scared at the meeting. They're gonna go. We're gonna have the meetup. There's gonna be a stage, and I'm gonna come out on stage, and they're gonna roll me out. It's gonna be a computer with a monitor with a microphone, and I will be talking through it. And I'll be like, you guys didn't believe, like, this whole time you thought it was like, oh, and then we're going to share the project with you. It's called Josh Answers, kind of like Watson from IBM. It's an advanced AI program studied since 2014 when we put it on the open market beta test. He's learned humor, emotions, laughter, deep conversations, even religious undertones to be able to discuss philosophy. Can ask questions about man and himself. Or maybe you'll just see a lizard-looking kid. Or maybe it's Lending Tips. Maybe Lending Tips comes out. Or maybe it's Uncle who comes out. Maybe I'm Uncle because Uncle is being me, not me being Uncle. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm not Uncle, but Uncle is me. Because you see, you get what I think I'm glitching out right now. This is crazy. Bronx was in front of raised by a single immigrant. I'm glad I found you the cult knowledge and hopium, baby. Let's go, baby. Yes. Amen. You and Uncle and Lending Tips are the same person. Well, that's what I'm saying. That wouldn't make any sense. So I'm saying, like, they all sound different. They all look different. It's just too much, man. Oh. Okay. You know what I don't like about all of this? You only want to talk about Josh. You want to talk about the other Josh, our Lending Tips. You want to talk about Uncle. How come nobody want to talk about Pony? Huh? I was with you guys the whole fucking time. I sitting here trying to trade the options. I learned that I watched the credit spread video. You guys make a joke about me in the chat. Nobody want to mention me. Okay. Huh? How come I can't be Uncle Answers, huh? Why can't I be Uncle? Why can't I be there's fucking Josh? These guys are crazy. They think, okay, you guys sit there with your little computers, You think you know every voice, huh? Okay, just because I talk a little different, I can't be like a uncle, huh? Okay, I did 17 legs. I can't rap now? Huh? How you know I can't flow? It feel like a World War II. But I don't know what that would look like. Okay? So if I'm going to die soon, it's a goodbye. To the good times, maybe a good lives. But in the end, the same enemy made us allies. Good friends. Okay? I'm just kidding, man. I'm just playing with you all, okay? All I know, somebody kept saying hopium. My phone rang. I said, hey, who need a little hopium? I could get you some hopium. Do you know where to reach me? Okay? If you don't hear back from me, I may be busy emailing Robin, trying to get him to unwind a few of these legs. We had a little issue. Something about an assignment. I said, come on. I said, there's no school. How are you going to give me an assignment, huh? They didn't like that. They said I owed them $30,000. I said, okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Spy a little bit of a red right there. No other news. Yeah, make sure you guys like the video. Press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. Glad you're here. Our Uber shares are now negative. Good thing we analyzed. Damn, $63? Bruh, that's all my money. I'm down 2% now. That's crazy. FICO. Ooh, is that big or no? Why does that... Dude, that's painting the low ticker, but nothing. Don't buy Uber till why should I buy it? I'm going to hold it forever. What's out? How do you stay humble when talking about money? Honestly, I think I could do a lot better. But it just, once you realize money's not important, but I could always do better. Just being humble humbleness is just good. And you always have to be humble. It helps you out in many ways. What new trade war? The headlines were coming out today, and then they were talking about it yesterday. Failed pledge on U.S. despite import slowdown. It's all the Remdes. It's gonna take time. Remdes will take. It's a biotech. I mean, that's how it's gonna work. But that's why I got the calls with time. But it's gonna take some time. You think Uber will take over? I think possibly. I don't know. It would be hard for Grubhub to accept the deal, just because Grubhub has been valued a lot. But that's why I bought Uber. Yeah, Uber's a future company, because think about it. If Uber gets Grubhub, do you realize their only competition is DoorDash at that point? Honestly, I don't even think regulators. I don't think regulators should approve that, but they're monopolizing. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, bro, they'll take over everything. It's at least they're spending, and that's what Uber's been. Do you guys realize Uber takes, even though I don't like it, Uber has been taking an Amazon approach. Postmates, again, no, Postmates, I use Postmates. I don't use Uber Eats. I use Postmates. But I don't know who owns Postmates. But eventually, again, they'll take them over. Again, one by one, or even then now, it's better to only compete with Postmates than compete with Grubhub, Postmates, and DoorDash. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that they're spending money to just get all the competition out. Like they lose so much money on Uber Eats just because they're trying to acquire market share. They're like, hey, if we burn a couple $1 billion for the next 5 years and make sure we're the _1 food delivery service that every person in the world uses out of habit, we'll secure their business forever. It's a very smart move. So that's why Uber burns cash on even everything else, even the taxi driving and shit they do, because they're going to be burning all of that money. And then once they have most of the market share, and then now, because think about it, how are you going to compete? How will you compete with any of these companies if they have so much of the market share and are willing to lose money to operate for 5 years? You see what I'm saying? That's what people don't. That's how you win. Like, think about that. Go ahead. What's Postmates going to do? Postmates is either going to keep growing, or you know what Uber's going to do? They're going to be like 50% off food. It's just like oil. Think about oil. They're going to be like 50% off food, get 50% off coupon. Come here. Who wants it? You want some? Well, I don't care if we make any money. They'll be like, here, drivers, come drive for only Uber Eats and only us. We'll give you double the money. We're going to lose, or we're going to lose money on this. It's even if because then they could kind of afford it, but they have enough money and they've raised enough money to just burn it. And that's why it's risky. It's a risky strategy though, because if you don't, that's what Twitter did. It didn't work because they haven't monetized it. But I think Uber will be able to monetize a little better. But we'll see. I think Uber though is a company. Think about it. Uber is and I've said this before, so it's not like anything new. I had the money there. We're approaching the second week of May, and I haven't made any other purchases. I gave myself an extra bonus. I like the Uber, but everything I wanted to buy it's my dollar's weaker, surprisingly. Uber, my dollar was actually surprisingly stronger. So, and the coin too. But that's why I even took it to the coin, because I was like, I'm cool. I was like, I'd be down buying some now. I said there's a fundamental change in the business, or a potential one that could increase, a lot of growth. I was like, I'm buying it at a lower price, lower than IPO. I mean, I'm getting a discount. I was like, all right, I like it. I said that's why I flipped it. So, and then I need to sell the covered calls. Damn, these were at 70 cents. Remember these dropped? I have to sell the 38 now. You don't think the lack of Travis Kalanick is bad? I think it's amazing. I think it's great for that company. Travis Kalanick shaved off 2 years of your profitability. The only way Uber succeeds, again, as long as Uber, do you think in 2030, how do you think Uber will still be a name in 2030, 10 years from now? Do you think Uber will actually be here? So you think it'll disappear? Even if it's acquired, do you think when 2030, 10 years from now, when you go outside or you leaving the club, you're going somewhere and you like, I need a cab, you need a ride, what are you going to do? You're going to rent a car, you leave the bar drunk, you go to a new state, airport, just need to go somewhere. You're going to call Tesla. The car is going to drive to you. You're going to sit in the Tesla. Okay. It's crazy. So I have a question. Let's say Tesla figured out self-driving everything, right? Is Uber not allowed to buy Teslas? Is that not allowed? Free market, public, Uber's not going to be like, oh shit, maybe it's such a good technology, we'll just buy these cars that do the job. No, yeah, don't feel me. Okay. No more drivers. Let's spend billions of dollars to figure out how to self-drive cars. Nah, just let fucking Elon figure it out and then we'll buy them at $50,000 a pop. Like, what do you mean? Like, okay. Nah, but that's for that. But even then, all I'm saying is in 10 years from now, if you believe Uber, I believe Uber is going to be there. I just don't think Uber is going to go away. I don't think the name. I think kids, even again, it's just like Amazon. Like Amazon 10 years ago. So in 2010, that's like me asking you in 2010, do you think Uber was going to, in 2020, will Amazon be around? Better yet, Netflix in 2010. Or, it's like saying, or when I bought, literally, that's the same question I decided in 2015 when I bought Amazon. My Prime membership started in 2010. Literally. I have an account with Amazon since 2010. I've been with them for 10 years. But by that logic, will Boeing be around in 10 years? Do you think so? Again, it's not who cares what the idea is. If you believe something is going to be there and you really like it and you really believe it'll be there, you diversify and you add that there. Everything else really doesn't matter. You could look at fundamentals and stuff like that, but you have to have a real, don't be a fool and arbitrarily do this. You have to understand a quality company versus not. So when you're investing, though, in a growth company, so a growth company that's not paying dividends, and even the ones that pay dividends and are value, they should have already proven what they're going to do over the last 50 to 100 years. But now you go see Uber and these growth companies, you don't know what growth company is going to hit just because of how much they spend or this and that. You have to understand some of the business, but the basic thing that's gotten me far in life with all my investments, it's the Warren Buffett approach. I invested in what I used and what I believed was going to be here. So that's how it is. Like every single stock in my portfolio that's went crazy, it was so obvious to see, but financially and fundamentally, they were trash at the time I bought them. I have Facebook, Netflix, and I have all of the FANG, and I bought all of them before 2015. Think about that. That's crazy. But why? Because I'm like, oh shit, this isn't gonna. I was like, dude, did I think Netflix would be here in 10 years? It's like I didn't think it would get rid of cable, but I was like, well, it'll probably be here. And I hesitated at a long time, but I bought and I put in there and I held. As long as I said if it will be here by 2025, by 2030, that's it. Facebook, I used it in college. That was the number one way for me to communicate with any. Facebook was popping when it first came out, man. You guys have no idea. I feel bad you have to use Facebook now. Back in college days, woo, Facebook was hot. That's why I bought the stock, bro. Same thing with Snapchat. No, but bro, it was dope. And like, I was like, dude, this isn't, MySpace. Again, did MySpace stay around for years? You see what I'm saying? MySpace was up and down and failed within a decade. Facebook was around for 4 or 5 years. Then it started making some money, not enough. But even then, by the time, it was already a long time. But even then, even if it failed, it didn't matter. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the whole point. 70%, 80% of them are going to fail. GoPro failed. I bought GoPro. That failed. I sold out of that shit, thankfully. GoPro failed. You know why? I said GoPro might be here in 10 years. But I didn't believe in it too much. GoPro fucking dead. Who cares? What other IPOs? Fitbit, dead. I bought a little bit of Fitbit. Fitbit, I flipped that. You see what I'm saying? You have to be able to, but you could tell with these technologies to it, and then you'll learn from those. But the idea is you diversify. Most of them are going to hit, but most of them are not going to hit, but the ones that do hit are going to reach a massive scale and growth. That's why it's a growth company. That's why you're taking that risk. But that's what I'm saying. So it's like, how do you find the next Amazon? You find the next Amazon by not looking at anything logical or financial. Literally. You have to know what kind of business it is and be able to have some future outlook on it. But the real question is it going to survive? That's it. If it's disruptive and it is technology, is it going to get adopted or is it just a fad? That's it. At one point, you have to say, Amazon's here to stay. And that's good. So even Twitter, like I said on Twitter, and some of these companies might stay around, but they're going to be at a dramatically lower price just because they make 10 years. Like, remember, Rob called in for that Sprint. He held Sprint for 10 years, or 15 years, and he lost money on it. The idea is to diversify extensive growth as well as very solid. Do you see I go opposite extremes? I go for stuff that I want solid stuff and then risky growth. Very black-white, no gray. I'm talking to myself. Yes, this is what I call Joshamentals. Well, somebody just called that. I like it. Joshamentals, yes. I'm really discussing VTIC. No, I'm not. What the fuck is a VTIC? It sounds like a Honda, something a dog would get, or penny stock. And I'm right in some way. Maybe every way. It's not VTIC. Okay? You know why? Nobody knows what a VTIC is. Let me ask by a show of, I don't know, anything. Who here has heard of Uber? Who has heard of Snapchat? Let me just go through my whole portfolio. Have you heard of Snapchat? Have you heard of Uber? Have you heard of AT&T? Have you heard of Coca-Cola? You've probably never heard of IRM, hence it is down 27%. Have you heard of Disney? Have you heard of Walgreens? Have you heard about Philip Morris, some cigarettes? He wants some cigarettes. Have you heard of Spotify? Have you heard of Beyond Meat? Some of you have never heard of Abivai until I started telling you. This was the most border, because it's medical. So, now, go ask a random person if they know what VTIC is. They will think you were talking about a Honda. Okay? You're telling me it's the new Tesla. I'm trying to explain to you, I had VTEC in my 97 Prelude. Y'all don't get it. Oh, hydrogen cars. Now you guys are really selling me. Wow. Hydrogen, you guys hear that? Hydrogen car. Bro. Wow. What kind of yield should I be expecting then? Let's say we figured out the hydrogen. I'm interested. I'm open to this. I'm open. Let's say we created the first hydrogen car. How much do we make? We would change the world. Would we change the world? I think we would. So you're telling me I have an opportunity to invest in a groundbreaking, world-changing technology, and I get to do it before Bill Gates. This guy knew about the virus before it happened. But you're telling me I know about the hydrogen VTEC before Mr. Gates. Okay. I like where this is going. I'm feeling special. You feel special? Okay, is VTIC really a hydrogen? I'm being dead. Is it really a fucking hydrogen car? Don't tell me it's a hydrogen vehicle. Is that what that company really is? You're fucking kidding me. You're kidding me. Hydrogen semi-trucks? Oh my. So this isn't even a joke what I'm saying. Because I was being very, very skeptical. I was just messing around when somebody says that. Oh my God. Be careful. All I'm saying is the same scams have been going around since I was 14 in the stock market. That's it. You just get, oh my God, no way. See, and someone said, well, you didn't research it? Yes, I wouldn't wait. I honestly wouldn't waste my time. But then again, that could be me being closed-minded. So let me take a gander here. I will look at your fucking VTEC. You guys, if it is a hydrogen vehicle, if it is any hydrogen vehicle type thing and you're buying into that, though, I'm going to just say you've missed a lot of the jokes we've made in here. Please look. I'm getting there. VTIC. Okay, it's a NASDAQ stock. Oh, my God. I just love seeing the images that come up, bro. It's looking beautiful already. Yeah, you guys are going to get scammed. Without a doubt. I haven't even looked at the filings yet. I'm getting to that now. Just my headlines, the pictures, everything. And when you guys are going to get scammed on that stock. If you flip the shit out of it, best of luck to you if that's your jive. But you will, if you buy that thinking you're buying anything like a real company, you're going to get clapped. I love it when they don't give me the filings. So let's see. Let's see what we're working with. I mean, you guys can watch. I'll let you guys watch. You guys can see what I'm doing. It's a blank check company. I know all those reasons I could explain to you. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to understand. I could tell you it's a blank check company. It's literally acquisition. It's called You guys are like, you buy Nikolai. It's not called Nikolai. It's called VTech Acquisition Corp. You're buying. You don't know what you believe. Someone wrote a nonfiction story that sounded like it was awesome sci-fi. It's called business sci-fi is what I call it. It's literally business sci-fi. This is equivalent to Ollie G pitching you the hoverboard and you falling for it. And it's okay. That's why again, let's see. I'm going to look at the filings. Let's see their 10Q. This is always a good sign. Their filing dates. They're like 3 months behind. That's cool. See, this is a hoverboard. They have $239 million in assets. Woo, is that million or is that in thousands? I think it's just normal. I think it's just normal. Merging with Nikolai name, so they'll have to buy Nikolai. So when are they going to buy just like Uber? They're going to have to give something for it, and if that's the case, it changes. I haven't even got to. I'm scanning over numbers, but I'm going to let them talk. You'll see everything will be in here. Even if it's going to be in the queue. Yeah, and these are all unaudited. Even if it's unaudited, even if it's unaudited, you'll see it. I'm really just gonna skim through this. Let's see. Okay, ready? Vecto IQ Acquisition was incorporated in Delaware in 2018. That's when your company was started. Okay. Company was formed for the purpose of effecting a merger, share exchange, asset acquisition, stock purchase, recapitalization, reorganization, or similar businesses combinations with one or more business. The business combination. Although the company is not limited to a particular industry or sector for purposes of consummating a business combination, the company intends to focus on its search to the industrial, technology, transportation, and smart mobility industries. The company is an emerging growth company as such is subject to yada, yada, yada. What is one thing you could take out of that? They just told you what they do. What are you purchasing? You are purchasing a company in January 2018, and they made this company with the intention of buying more companies, literally for stock exchange, buying assets, and that's it, with one or more businesses just to buy companies. So you are saying, I'm going to give you money so you could take money and invest it. And that's what they're going to do. So this is a company that does not engage in any business activity except for what? All they do is spend money. Hopefully they buy something that will make them more money. Now, that's nothing wrong with that. Okay? There's nothing wrong with that. But all I'm saying, do you know that? Again, so it's Nikolai, right? So so are you buying Nikolai Motors? Hold on. I'll Google Nikolai. It's going to merge and this and that, but just tell me what's going to happen. Are you going to own Nikolai? Just think about it. Yes. Okay. Let's say they merge together. Are you walking away with Nikolai? Okay. So then where's Nikolai's company? And tell me about said company now. So is it going to be now a transportation company? Is it going to be a big rig company? Is it going to be an energy company? Because it seems like you're doing a lot there. But same as Duncan, 1-for-1 share. So just listen. Just keep listening. I mean, again, I'm just asking questions. I'm wrong, okay? You're right, I'm wrong. Just think about that in mind. I'm just asking questions. This is what it's saying, okay? So this is all, and I'm asking just how is this going to happen? Like just humor me. I just want to know. Because I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't know what's happening. It sounds like a good technology, but at the same time, what I've learned in 14 years is anybody pitches any shit like this, it's usually a long shot. Nikolai is not registered in Edgar. So you're going to buy... Well, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. What if Nikolai is a holding company of Nikolai? What if Nikolai, the CEO, makes another company, calls it Nikolai, but it doesn't mean it's Nikolai Motors, doesn't mean it's Nikolai Semi-Trucks, Nikolai Energy, whatever the fuck they call their entities, right? Okay? So they do all that. No, I doubted Tesla at $40, and I doubted it at $120, but at least Teslas were on the fucking road, and everybody knew what a Tesla was. There's a big difference. Big difference. I'm not mad. I'm scared. I mean, all I'm saying, and this is it, just what are you buying? All I'm saying is now, you don't have any information on Nikolai. You don't know what the company is going to be, and what we know from here is that this is buying an ETF in a way. This is literally, if I made a company and called it Colt Tech, CLT, and I say, give me the money, I'm in denial. Yes, I am in denial. I've never seen anything. I don't have, it's not like, at least I don't have FOMO. At least I'm not pinning this to a dream. I'm not pinning this to greed. I'd rather be in denial than FOMO or greedy. I'm in denial, exactly. I'll be in denial my whole life. I'll be wrong my whole life, but I'm not going to get scammed. So that's it. I'm just going off literally what the paper reads, what I read and what I know. I don't know about Nikolai's company. It's not on Ed. You don't know what the hell it's merging with. And this is a shell company. This is like giving me, if I told you guys, hey, we're starting CLT and I'm going to buy a bunch of stocks. I'm going to use the same exact phrase. I say the company was formed to buy this, and then I'm going to tell you this thing about this other company. I'm going to say we're going to buy Resvani trucks. Or I'm going to say we're buying out Bugatti. Or I'm going to say we're buying anything. If I give you a good story, all I'm saying is I'm telling you this. You're going to say, well, you said this. And I'm going to say, you see the disclaimer on the screen? Ignore everything I said. Who cares what I said? Look at the disclaimer on your screen. Right? Right? Do you see it? Look at, what does the disclaimer say? What does it say in the description of this video? Don't trade anything. You're going to lose money. I'm not a financial advisor. But they said in the news, it doesn't matter what they said. What did the filing say? Did you read what you're buying? Do you know what you're buying? They're going to say it was right there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's see. I saw something else. So this is where they got you. They say, although the company is not limited to a particular industry or sector for purposes of consummating a business combination, the company intends to focus its search on the initial industrial technology, transportation, and smart mobility industries. That right there is your answer. Don't be naive. Everything is in legal language. Although the company is not limited to a particular industry, sector, or purposes of consummating a business combination, the company intends. So even though we are not limited, we intend to. Why are you telling me that? Why wouldn't you just tell me, I'm taking all of your money to specifically, I intend to take all money to pay for operating expenses, anything we would need to maintain, but to make a specific business combination with Nikolai Motors or transportation or something related to this technology. It's an acquisition form, exactly. So they don't have to buy Nikolai. They're saying it in writing. So don't tell me it's Nikolai. You're buying garbage junk. Because there's no commitment in writing. All it says in his writing, we might buy Nikolai. We thought about it. But when it's all said and done, we don't have to. We intend to. Of course, I intend to too if it'll bring my stock price up 700%. I have a lot of intentions at that price. I'm not tripping. I'm reading. If you are telling me I'm buying this company and they're going to do this, why wouldn't they say it? Go read any filing. Snapchat tells you what they're going to do to make money. We intend to do this. You offer a secondary offering. We intend to take this money to pay down debt, to do a revolver, to do whatever it may be. They're already in the process. Okay, you would have it limited. You would have it said. It was in the process. How many big name companies have you seen in the process of a merger fall out? Because that's guaranteed, right? It's not like Tiffany's. It's not like any of this stuff we saw. I mean, the cure herpes. I mean, this is just from one pair. I'm telling you, we could pick this whole thing apart. But please read this. I'm just saying, just please read this. If you didn't get scared away by hydrogen vehicle, you're going to learn something about the stock market. Not everybody's nice. Not everybody is going to tell you a story, and you're not going to be the first one to get it. Remember, it's manipulated. Isn't that funny? It's manipulated up until it comes where someone's selling you a the fucking treasure map, right? Everything's manipulated till there's a treasure map penny stock. Let's revisit this in June. I will revisit this any moment of my life. You know why? Because what's going to happen? If it goes up, I don't lose shit. If it goes down, I don't lose shit. If it goes up, I'm still going to make money on a bunch of safe stuff without any stress. I'm not going to think about it. I'm not even going to question it. And you know what I might even do? Maybe I'll look at it 5 years from now, 2 years from now. And then by that time, I'm like, maybe I'll buy some fucking Tesla. Because Tesla's been around for a decade. I used to think they were shit. But it's proven something to me. And now that it's proven something to me, I'll buy it instead of taking its words and giving my money in exchange for promises. I'll take performance any day. Any day. So I'm going to walk away with a smile and beautiful sleep and all of my money. Woo! Amen. Amen, amen, amen. It cost me nothing. That's it. I spent more energy trying to save, hopefully, 10 people from putting in a good portion of their money in some shitty stock when they could have just bought Coca-Cola or literally anything. Anything they've heard about on their iPhone stock app that just says tickers. They could have bought those and made money. They wouldn't have lost it. Instead of buying their first hydrogen penny stock. Or not even a penny, just their hydrogen company, bro. Come on, bro. I know my negativity is unreal. It's not. Am I a negative person? I really don't think I am. I think you should not trust me if I saw all of you if I say positivity all the damn time, and I say smile and all this dumb shit, and I'm saying smile and hopium, and I see you motherfuckers walk towards a cliff, and I don't say no, and I'm like, okay, be positive. No, dude. I only took this seriously when y'all told me hydrogen semi-truck. That's it. The minute you say these are hydrogen, desalinization, cancer, 3D printing, 5G is going to have a little bit of it too, bro. These happen all the time. This isn't new. This is what I'm trying. It's a new story with a new investor base on Robinhood who decided to believe off this. So I'm like, what? Oh man. Good. And if you disagree, don't buy 100 shares. If you disagree with me and you want to prove a point and you want to prove me wrong, you know what you should do? Go buy as many shares as you can. Welcome to the free market, baby. If I'm wrong, you can make a lot of money. If I'm right, that's it. And then let me give you the next tip after that. Who gives a shit what the other person thinks? Don't make an investment decision because some people says, I'm going to buy it, I'm going to short it. So who cares what I think and who cares what you think? You see? So just be careful. That's the key. Just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Don't believe a story when it's in writing. Oh my gosh. I haven't even read the fundamentals. I haven't even read the share structure. Dude, I haven't even read. I'll put this on another screen. If you want to watch the stock market, I will just keep reading this and I'll just point out some funny, fun fact, scam facts for you, okay? I would love to do that. Because this is just, I have fun with these. I really do. These are really, really fun. Because it's brazen and it's so crazy that people not only get away with it, but believe it, but then they're telling you right there. It makes sense. I bought the speakers this is worse than the speaker scam. The speaker scam at least had a price tag, and it was a human to human. It wasn't like I didn't get sold by clicking an ad, and it said this in like some story by someone. That's crazy, bro. At least the speakers, and guess what? I was like 16. If you're 16 years old, you have an excuse for investing in VTIC. Because that was the last time I was around the same, maybe 18 years old, I'll give it to you. If you're above 18 years old, grow the fuck up and go read. Because you're going to lose your money and nobody's going to cry because they're going to say, read the disclaimer. Go read the filing. This is why there's a PDT rule. That's it. You don't get it, man. This is why there's a fucking PDT rule. Because you guys won't read anything. That's it. Because you all would PDT the shit out of that. You'd be like, oh, that's Nicola. Oh, my gosh. No, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. I'm very passionate. And if it is taken as negative, I'm not perfect. But I will just tell you this now. Yes, this spy's coming down. I know if you believe in this company, you feel some type of way with what I'm saying. It's very simple. because like me telling you this is like me saying you're dumb and stupid, and I'm not saying that. All I'm doing is I'm stepping in with what I know and my knowledge and experience. I don't have nothing to gain or nothing to lose off of this. I'm just telling you to think about it. I'm just telling you to look into what I'm looking at, and don't be quick. But I'm not. And I can only tell you this because I've made this mistake myself. I'm not speaking out of zero knowledge. I've been in your shoes. I know what it's like to be hooked on it emotionally and to believe it. And when people around you say something, questioning it, what do you think I said about the speakers? I thought eBay was wrong for a little bit. I said, nah. I still thought it's because I put a lot into it. And that's what I'm saying. Don't give a lot into something, or don't go into somebody in a sense if you're not like, make sure they give you something. Don't give them your hopes, ambitions, and belief when they haven't earned it. You haven't looked at it. You haven't looked at the numbers. You don't know anything about it. Don't give it your emotions. Don't give it your money. So that's what I'm saying. It's be safe. Don't give them anything. Oh, amen. Selling you on how much you could make, not how much you could lose. California offices can open. That's weird. LA just said stay out. That's governor said California could open with precaution. Malls can open for curbside. Go see how easy it is to place a pre-order. They're scamming. And that's true. And this is, again, why did I not look at this? Some of you are like, you didn't even look into it. It's because most of the time, it's right off the bat. I don't need to waste my time looking in. Again, like it's like if you offer me a 70% yield on a dividend, it's like I don't need to look into that company. You see what I'm saying? Like if you say there's speakers in a trunk and you approach me today, right now, do you think I would humor that person and waste my time? I wouldn't. I know enough now. It's just like once you say certain things, that's it. Damn, Beyond's been doing this all the time. Nikolai has a lot more. Again, I hope you make money, but I don't think, again, it's a story, man. At the end of the day, why, like, serious, why is it so hard? Isn't that funny? It would be so hard for people to even accept, like, I don't show my face. They'll be like, it's a scam. It's a scam. You're this, you're that. But y'all gonna believe what just because why? Like, what do you know about it? Bro, what the fuck? I'm gonna find this VTIC shit. We're gonna get to the bottom of this for you. I'm gonna just honestly, and I just watch. You don't realize. I'm gonna get their ass on the phone, because that's what you guys will realize when I get them on the phone. That's what that will tell you right there. Because I can't get on the phone with any other company. I can't get on the phone watch, bro. How do you know what they're doing? Dog, you guys got. You really heated because I didn't think this whole, bro, I've seen VTIC day after day after day. I'm not distracted. No, this is very purposeful. Somebody's getting saved. I'm not letting at least, and as one of you is not going to walk away getting scammed. I'm not going to let you start a long-term portfolio with VTech and I'm over here buying growth stocks, going over do this, and you're buying VTech. A hydrogen, when I've joked about this shit for at least 18 months. Ooh, I love it, man. I love it. You play zero down pre-orders? Nice. That's crazy. That's my dog. That's my dog, so. You've lost it? I know, man. The coop is retarded. The top I done lost it. The Bentley don't cost shit. I walk out the bank rich. Okay. Man, shipping. I didn't sell my thing different. Hydrogen, oh, sorry. Yeah, bro, I have lost it. That's telling you, man. I'm just telling you, man. Y'all, shout out my culty people out there, okay? Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the world, okay? All of you. This is the burden of responsibility you will have. Where once you understand, you will be the first caveman to stick your hand into fire and it will burn your shit off. And then you will have to explain to a whole nother generation that will call you dumb and they will say things about you because you're trying to make sure they don't lose their hand. So I hope you learn from this because I want you to be the next generation of leaders, and you will see certain things, and then you will see literally. They will fight you to save their life. I'm telling you, here's a life jacket. Take the life jacket. You're like, you're crazy. Why are you throwing me a life jacket? This guy's losing his mind. He's throwing me a life jacket when I'm just like, if everything's fine. It's fine. The U.S. I know the hydrogen momentum is real. Guess what? I wait. Let it happen. Stop investing in imagination. You don't need to be early. You never have been early because you've been trying to be early. Have you noticed that? Whoa. I bought Amazon in 2015. I didn't need to bet on e-commerce in 2010. The fuck are you saying? Same thing with social media. Same thing with everything. Yeah, let it be real. Let it prove it. Find the big winner, just like weed stocks. Invest in the winner. Invest in somebody who's proven it, who's shown it, who has consistency. Move slow when others are moving fast. Move fast when others are moving slow. It's moving really fast. Let them be fast. I would let confirmation come slow. It's okay. It takes 9 months for a baby. You don't even know if it's a baby for a few months. But y'all know this is the next big thing. Got it. I get it. I got it. That's cool. But protect your money. And don't listen to anything I say. Option trading is extremely risky. You can't lose all the most of your financial investment. Lose all financial advice. Education on purpose only. Thank you, everyone, for the day. Why do I say the disclaimer? Why is the disclaimer everywhere? They don't feel me, though. They don't feel me. You don't know how the finance works, the industry works. That disclaimer protects that's it. They're going to say, well, did you read the disclaimer? Did you read the writing? Did you not see it? Did the company not give one? Oh, they did? Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. So many people trying to be. There's going to be a lot of VTICs in the world. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell. That's literally what I'm saying, man. You guys, like, that's what you will know. Like, some of you, it's ridiculous to see some of it, and you'll see it. That's how you'll know. Just you'll know. There's a lot of, that's it. You'll know what's real. Give it consistent. If it's sound, knowledgeable advice, that's it. Don't stress yourself out of it. Don't stress yourself over a Tesla knockoff, a Josh knock. It don't matter. Because at the end of the day, what will be is going to be. What is going to be quality is going to stay quality. Up and I'm down, but I sound like progression. Some people go up and they go down, and that's it. Stay consistent. Stay with it, please. But that's why show me VTech for a few years, and then we'll talk. Show me some real, give me some evidence. Okay, I need to stop talking. I want to read this shit. I want to. Wow. Find their bank. I'm already reading one thing. So it says they're doing one, they're exercising an offering of private shares, right? So they're dumping $5.3 million on you. But get ready for the best part. They're paying $4.6 million in underwriting fees. So they're who do you think they colluded with there? Definitely not the bank or the sketchy underwriter who does this for sketchy NASDAQ. It's not like, I'm sure that bank isn't with 30 different other companies like this, but that seems right? So I'm going to invest. Imagine like Elon's an idiot sometimes, but I'm sure he's not paying $4.6 million in fees on every $5.2 million in dollars. That's just one thing. Let me see what I got here. I'm just reading this real quick. I'm skimming through this. This is fun. They did a private placement with another company. I see, man. For reading all these is crazy. Okay, so let me show you another thing. This one's interesting. So here, it's letting them know how they went public right here. So they completed their IPO, $200 million is what they raised, $10 per unit, and then they got it. That was on, what's it called? That was in May 2018. Okay, that's their company and the shares. And now take a look. Company will provide its holders of outstanding shares of its common stock. Again, this is all in the context of the IPO, sold in the initial public offering, with the opportunity to redeem all or a portion of their public shares as defined upon the completion of a business combination, either in connection with the stockholder meeting called to approve the business combination by means of a tender offer. Ding, 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 ding. What does that mean? See, those are big words. What does that mean? It means something very funny. Anybody know what that means? Two conditions, and/or it says if one of these two things, it gives them the ability to do something. It means the $200 million in shares that they just committed to on paper as their little scheme or whatever, or anything, even if 200 million people really bought it, says the minute they make a business combination or successfully put out a tender offer, all of those shares convert into publicly redeemable shares pretty much. So then they could dump everything. $200 million at $10, and now we're talking $200 million at $10 valued at $28. So now every single person, they literally just doubled up $200 million and they could dump on you. So hopefully you have profits to take out from that too, or there's enough demand to buy up the company 5 times over. So hopefully they really believe it. But that's just one thing. There could be more. I could be wrong. Again, that's just something I'm like, that's interesting. We'll keep that in mind. Teach us what to look for. I'm literally just read it. Like, that's it. You have to, I think I just understand this stuff, and then that's it. And then I'm just like, I don't get it. You just, it says it word for word. Yeah, bro, is this, dude, this thing is, can I buy puts on this? You sound angry. I don't know. No, I don't sound angry. It's just like, it's weird. It's like, however, like when the dumber the investment idea, the angrier I sound. It's a 1-to-1 correlation. It's literally. So I'm not ever mad. I'm never angry. Bro, my life is good. My God is great. So what's that even mean to me? You know what I'm saying? Bro, we could buy put. I want to buy. It's just like Tesla though. You don't want to. But it's at $30, bro. Dude, I'll find. I have to read the filing. I'll find it. I promise. At this point, if I spent the whole day on this and I read through it like word for word, there's gonna be a specific date in here when this shit's gonna dump. Right when the share once it's all a game. It's just legal. That's it. That's just beautiful. Yeah, the markets went down the whole time. I mean, market's only down 220 points, 1%. But it's off of the different pieces of news we had with California reopening to the, what's it called? To Fauci and the drug stuff. Now you want to short it? Yeah, I didn't, because usually I could only, usually this is penny stocks. This is retarded. I'm gonna short this. Eventually, I'm gonna wait. I need to see the pricing of it. You have to understand. Think about all of the, literally, I could almost guarantee this to be a scam, and think about what people will say. You're fighting against all those people in the literal market. So that's why you got to be careful. Short it. You see what I'm saying? Timing. This will be a watch. We're going to emotional. Let them crack. We'll hit the shit out of this. I'll go after this. Watch. I think I will. I will actually, maybe I'll have to just document this, because we'll read the whole filing. If I could really confirm it. Oh, wait. We will wait on, and then just wait. Just, bro, let them crack. It's okay. They'll crack. But no, I'm not going to short. I don't see, because now if I short it, everything I'm saying is biased. So I have zero position in this at all. So I don't even want to do it. I would do it. I'm very entitled. The more I keep talking about this, I really want to do it. The more I keep talking about it, but I'm at this point, there's nothing. I have nothing in it, and I'm not biased on this. But I'll just have to give the disclaimer now after I talk about it. You see, because that's how it works. You just learned something? Crazy. Unbiased, play both sides? No. I'm not buying it. I'm not going anything on this. I just can't do it. I'm biased towards hydrogen? Nah, I'm not biased towards hydrogen. I'm biased towards anybody saying they have mastered a groundbreaking technology that nobody has, and they've done it before everybody, and I now have a unique opportunity to invest in them before everyone else. This is an infomercial, dude. These are infomercial stocks. Flip the coin. I don't need to take the coin to this. I take the coin to stuff I can't figure out. I already know what this is, bro. Like, this isn't like, we'll see. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. Because I just hope you guys, because again, I hope I'm wrong, so that if you don't believe me, you make money. And if you cut out of it, oh, whoop-de-doo. No, I'm sure I'll find you another 1,000%er to get your licks in on, but, don't worry. Oh my God, are you serious? Okay, they have it. Okay, good. Thank God. There's a condition for the merger. Condition for the merger. They have to have a certain amount of assets, but they have it. I was like, dude, this is going to get better. Okay, I was like, good. At least they have it. At least they have it. Yeah, I'm going to skip something. There's a marketing agreement. I'll have to look more into this. But the company engaged with so this one, it's borderline. It's not too sketchy, but it's borderline sketchy. I just need to see respective. I want to see if this has been done before. But the company engaged underwriters as advisors in connection with the business combination pursuant to the business marketing agreement. Pursuant to the agreement, the company will pay such advisors a cash fee for such services upon the consummation of initial business combination, an amount equal to 3.5 of the gross proceeds of the IPO, including proceeds from the partial exercise of over-allotment of options. Well, it's a lot of pursuance, but now I'm just going for the low-hanging fruit right now. I'm looking for because if they'll say stuff with marketing or shares, once I know how they're spending their shares, it's great. Why is the market tanking? There's CDC news 5 minutes ago. I think the last thing we got was we were here. We broke the lows on California's governor thing, but TLT, this move was more important. This one, not as much. It's still 250, but it's not really the biggest, craziest move, and it's not reacting off news. And again, tomorrow we're going to get the Fed as well, too. We're going to get at least Powell. Jeez. They could issue $100 million in stock. Authorized to do $100 million, so they've only issued $29 million. So you're literally only trading 1/5 of the total company that's existing. We'll see how that changes, but that's scary. Million preferred. Yeah, market's still dropping there. The capitalization terms, it does seem sketch because guess what? Go down to their investments. I'm literally looking at this now. All of their money's in treasuries. I have more cash than this company in between my Robinhood. Almost. Literally, we have more cash in the most of you have more cash in your Robinhood. Everything, yeah, they're all tied into government. That could be weird. Uber's moving. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Dude, they have no money. I don't know if I'm reading this right, but they might. Oh shit, the market's coming down. Hold on. Yeah, none of this is a financial recommendation. I literally like. Wow, I'll read you something. You'll see. Oh, this is beautiful. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. No, it's not. Again, this is what I've been saying. There's a reason why I'm talking about this. You know, where we critique companies. No, I mean, I never want to do this again. I hope you guys never believe anything like this in your life, or at least hope you look into it. But no, the mark again. I wasn't expecting anything crazy this week. This isn't going again. It may look like a lot, but I don't think this is that important. It's 300 points, but it's not really giving me too much. And buy whatever you want. I don't care. Like seriously, do whatever you want. And even if you think I am distracted, you got me, dude. I'm distracted. Like if I'm distracted, hopefully you're not fucking distracted. You know what I'm saying? So just thank you for being so concerned about me, guys. I appreciate it, but I appreciate. I'll be good. Okay, I'll be good. Don't worry. I hope you're good, but I'm fine. So worry about yourself. I worry about me, and we'll be good. I promise. Saying, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Okay, that's what you guys forgot. I'm not your dad. I don't care. fine. I don't, like, honestly, I don't get, like, people call me dumb with these. I don't care. I really don't. You call me dumb. My stocks, do you know how many times I've been wrong? I'm chill with that. You're not. I am. So it's okay. So do what you need to do. I just seek wisdom. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying seek wisdom. That's it. Just seek the wisdom, my friends. That's all. That's all. It took you a lot more to trust me than for you to trust a company that you gave money to. Crazy. It's beautiful. بحبك كده يا مصر. عبيط قوي. Everywhere. أنا بشوف عبيط هنا هنا عبيط قوي. مش بجيب فلوس. مش مشكلة. فين فلوس؟ انت مش عايز فلوس؟ ليه كده؟ ليه انت عبيط؟ You know? ليه انت عبيط قوي؟ انت مش بفكر. ليه كده؟ I'm scaring the spy. I know. Got 15 minutes. Sound like your parents? Good. أنا مش عبيط. أنت مش عبيط. فيتك عبيط. Dad noticed me. I wish I was some of your... I would beat the shit out of y'all. If I came in your room and I saw a fucking VTIC in your portfolio. Ooh, boy. That belt would have turned into VTech. After like 7 or 8 whips, it just would keep getting faster and faster. I wish. I'd print out the filing and I'd make you read it. I'd make you hold it with your arms in front of you. So your arms will get strong too. And I'd make you sit there facing a wall reading the filing. Till you read all of it. Forgive me. Don't forgive me. And if you want to hold the shares, this isn't a recommend. Do whatever you, even with all I'm saying, go look into it. Before you even sell out or just go look into it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, pitch me on it. Yeah, why don't you pitch me on it, huh? You can make me Dog, if bro, that's that I feel you guys are just come on, man. Come on. You guys realize that if I called somebody on like the 11 at 11 and they pitched me that idea, you would rip them apart. And you would seriously question me if I gave them money and I said, wow, I'm into it. You're going to be like, yeah, I just made a company. I'm going to make a holding company and I'm going to buy an electric car company. How do you know why wouldn't, so can I make an offer to Nikolai then? Oh, man. You guys would go crazy. You'd be like, why is Josh trying to buy a hydrogen ETF to buy a company? Come on. So I'm going to take your money, Josh, and I'm going to go with the IPO. And we're going to raise money, but then we're going to give 80% of that money away to the people who gave us the IPO. Okay. Cool. Chances this 10-minute... It could bounce because this is a big one. Check the MOC. Yeah, someone just said, what's the MOC? Check it. Josh is on 6-9 mode. No, I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to make sure your portfolio doesn't become 6-9 in many respects. Even when he was in jail and had to take a shower, all the way down to just being who he is. And just, you see the hate he gets. And it's a locked-in lifestyle. No freedom. No financial freedom, really. Just because I don't know, man. Well, long blessings. I'm amazed. I'm excited. I can't believe 2020. It worked. That's it. I'm just saying the speaker scam is going away anytime soon. It's not. If this shit's still hitting, bro, they hydrogen desal us. Man. 350 approaching. Yeah, 1 minute. I'm watching it. We'll see what happens here. We didn't make another trade today. All I got was the Uber shares, and they clapped me $100 Uber. Bro, how did I already lose 3% of that Uber? I think. My dude, Mythbusters has hydrogen cars. Go watch Mythbusters hydrogen cars. That's just, you got me arguing with the geniuses. Mythbusters busted it, bro. $10-minute, bro, soling off again, 389. Yeah, we are dropping a little harder there, but let's see, where does it put us? So you see the previous clothesline, and notice how we've diverged from that, but this is going to be, let's see if it closing below here would be that's that Friday gap up, and then what was this on that day? What was Wednesday? What did we sell off on Wednesday? Yeah, bachelor's in that. I know. The tech could be real. I have a master's in bullshit, though, for companies. So I could just, even if it's again, a good story has some truth into it. Don't get it twisted. They better sell it good. Everything's coming down. Except for Grubhub. Isn't that funny? Even Uber should drop a little bit more, but not as... I can't believe we lost $1. Dude, yeah, we bought it high, huh? Oops. Nine minutes. Yeah, that was a fast 400. See you see what I'm saying? Like, this move right here was more important than this move, because now this is picked up a lot more. That's a quick to 400. It wasn't long. I was just saying, I was like, we're down 200. We're down like 300. Now it's starting to hit. Once it gets to like 2%, that's when it gets crazy. 2% on a global market is a larger move, especially as of lately. So MOC 1.2. Damn, HD got clapped. Yeah, 1 point. Dude, everything. This is a... Oh, shit. You know what we do? Damn it. I should have took him today. I think I'm gonna slowly just get one every day. I grabbed a trade. I made a new trade. Did you guys like the video? You guys like the video? I'm gonna start messing. You guys, I've noticed you guys. I got nicer with y'all, and you just started messing with me. I think y'all forgot where. I just don't forget where you came from. You know what I'm saying? Only 3.2. I want 3.5. I want 3.5. Y'all want to play? Y'all play too much. Y'all play too much, and y'all believe in hydrogen cars, trucks. No, but I'm going to do this play a few times. I have an idea with this. Oh, it's at 3.5. No way it's at 3.5. Really? Really? Wow. Okay, that's all right. That's fine. Fair enough. I'm letting it go this time, but that's it. You guys are sending clear messages. I know I can play with y'all. That's fine. I like it. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Do not trade this. This is not a recommendation. I grabbed a JD November 24 put. I got 5 of them at 58 cents. Do not trade it. And so that's like 250 or 300 bucks. And what I'm going to do is every single day, I'm going to get JD. Bob is already down. I want to just start scaling into long-term Chinese stock companies. Because, again, moves like this make me think. I'm like, well, there's no real news. We've been watching the news. Again, look at the title of today. That's what caused us to drop today, this trade deal stuff. So I'm going to go after these Chinese companies. Again, we should even start looking at the other one. That's awesome. First time tune. And you're a member? God bless you, baby. So just like the video. I mean, usually it's a lot like, I don't know. Everyone's been coming at me lately. People have just been hitting me. They've been hitting me sideways, and I was just being real nice. And I was like, I don't get the sideways. I'm just like trying to help them stay out of VTIC. I don't want them to get clapped. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want them attentive, and then they just. So I was like, all right, man. JD November put. Yeah, look at that. And look at that. I saved that chain. Look at that pricing. Y'all don't feel me. Look, that's a good play. That doesn't even have a premium run up. Doesn't even have a premium run up. You see, I paid more than it's trading at now. Because that was such a wide spread. So I took I took the sacrifice too, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. No, December's for $1 lower. Decent. Today is 4K. I don't care what you do today. That's it. You just taught me. I'm like a puppy. You're teaching me. That's all. What do you think I'm going to do tomorrow? You think there's going to be a play in the morning without... You already know it's going to happen. That's great. I sound like Jamie Kennedy in Malibu's Most Wanted. You seem angry, jealous, and or pissed. Which one? Even if you are, God bless you. At least I sound like someone famous and someone you heard about. That's awesome. So let's go. Red or green? I think not. I said it. I said the stock market's not going crazy. That's what we got today. That's honestly one of my favorite movies, though. It's beautiful. I love you guys. I love all you. Don't worry. I'm just gonna keep remember. You guys know chattative tightening, okay? We just gotta whip them into shape. You know what I'm saying? I've been very nice lately. I hope my OGs. Are you ready? I just gotta get them. You know what I'm saying? We just gotta get them ready to go. That's it. Because you know the next TOT and everything's around the corner. So we gotta. Oh. Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching our landing here. A little bit bumpy here, so please make sure all seatbelts are fastened. If you have any bags, please get rid of them now or stow them in the overhead bin above. You're going to be holding those. We'll be coming around with the trash bag. But other than that, second link in the description. When we land, please do not get up till we fully taxied into the gate. You've heard the bell. Second link for the layover. That'll be your nightly watch list around 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking off per the itinerary around 6 a.m. Pacific. We had a little bit of a delay today, but we should be still on schedule for tomorrow. Again, the layover will give you any more information, but other than that, pretty smooth sailing. We got a few other things. We will be having Powell on board our flight tomorrow, which should be a little bit interesting, so please be prepared for that. Other than that, we'll give you any other pertinent updates on that layover. So again, please do not move till you've heard the bell and we fully tax it in. Other than that, we appreciate your guys' business. Thank you for flying with the Colt. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant. They'll get you that brochure. And thank you for flying with the Colt. 1 minute! Look at Jay. Oh, what about did the banks get clapped even further? Oh, shit. Yeah, dude, 2 back-to-back days. Check the bonds, too. That was good, Mike. This is good, right? Thank you. So just so you know, 1,500 of you bought the play. Just so you know, you're commenting on another man's action when you have not done anything. Judge thyself first. Dude, why is my thing 10 seconds behind? Is the market closed? Bro, I think my thing is 10 full seconds. Well, ding, 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 ding. Yes, baby. We did it. We made it. GG. Clap it up. Yes, baby. Man, what are we good? We did it. We made it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. We made it. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before opening. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hide. Chat. X out the. Where is my chat? There it is. Let's see what we're working with here. Let's refresh. That's it. I mean, let's see. 3 point. I want 4K. I'm just. That's it. You guys already. You already set me off. You already ticked me off on it. So don't even. I'm not even gonna waste your time on it. Honestly, tomorrow's boot camp. I hope you guys are ready. That's it. You guys are getting whipped into shape. That's it. Y'all, we need to get y'all in the game. I need y'all fully in the game. I hope you're ready. I hope you guys are ready. So this is you better smile today. You better go do something positive. You better read Strangest Secret in the World. Read your Proverbs. You better do something, man. Y'all better do something. I'm not. Don't get it twisted. I'm not pissed off. I'm ready to go. I'm impatient because I'm like, damn, I have to go now. You know, it's like Mustafa. When I got to tell Mustafa, I'm like, I love you, bro, but I can't keep waiting for you. That's it. We're moving. We're moving up. Y'all can't hang. Y'all can't be with it. You think it's going to be want it packaged all nice and pretty. I tried your way. Your guys' way didn't work. I'm sorry. Let's go. Dictatorship now. Game time. So let's go, baby. I turned my back for 1 minute. Y'all buying VTIC. Buying VTIC. That's crazy. Y'all buying VTIC. No, I'm sorry, though. I hope that you guys, honestly, though, I hope don't take it to offense and you know, just be smart, okay? I really just want the best for you guys. That's all it is. I want you guys serious. I appreciate you all. Thank you for all the people who chose to be, honestly, just the people who aren't weird. I mean, thank you for being you, being loving, being positive, choosing the positivity, choosing not to be. I mean, honestly, just thank you. I love you. Go big or go Chad. Ain't honest. No, go home or go Chad. That's what it is. That's it. Just go Chad or go home. I think that's it. Go Chad or go home. That's all, you guys. It's okay, you know? I love you guys. I love my people who are there. So don't ever, you know what it is. And life is good. I hope you guys realize I get passionate about stuff and you see other, you know, believe what I say. Don't believe what somebody else says about me when it comes to the chat. You know what I'm saying? I really love you guys. I enjoy being here. I'm not mad. I'm not angry at any way. I'm shocked. I want to make sure this VTech, you guys are safe. I want to make sure you guys are in the game. And this is just that weird time. I'm telling you, we're inside and everything. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate those who could stick with it. I appreciate all the members and non-members, the mods, bro. Everything, you know, that's it. Pissed? No, you haven't. Again, people have seen me pissed. When I'm pissed, I don't say a word. I turn off the stream. That's what you guys have to realize. You don't, like, when I'm talking to you, I'm not pissed. I'm just Arab. Like, you guys clearly don't know you don't know the difference. Because if I'm mad, I'm just turning off the stream. I don't play like that. Like, you guys really, like, ask anybody in here, they've seen it. I leave. I turn off the mic, or I turn off the stream, and I go. I don't... They're saying I'm pissed, but no, I'm not. No, I'm not even annoyed by that. Because, again, have you noticed people try to troll me, but they end up trolling themselves? Because then I'll keep repeating what they're saying, and they don't realize I'm just... You see what I'm saying? It's funny. I have a lot of fun, okay? My humor is on weird levels, because sometimes everybody gets it, sometimes only a few get it, and it's fun. It's really, really fun. So just all I'm saying is I love you and I appreciate you, okay? So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything, man. You guys are the best, and I really want you to be safe with your money, man. This was the lesson from last week. I want you to take it seriously. You guys heard the philosophy, but, I'm not surprised. You see what I'm saying? Nobody's ever going to be surprised. It's wild, but at the same time, make some moves. Be very, very wise. That video we made over the weekend was, you have to understand that nobody is going to, this is what I'm saying, like, in the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, no one's going to hold your hand. Like, you guys, no one's going to do this. No one's going to show you. You see what I'm saying? Like, why would a grown-ass man why would a grown-ass man read another grown-ass man a book on why that grown-ass man shouldn't lose his money? You see what I'm saying? So all I'm telling you guys is be smart about the decisions that you're making, and just research them before you do anything, before you trust anything. Is there stuff happening after hours? Why is everyone saying, if you're on Tilo, I'm going to clap you, bro. I don't care if it's your birthday. Maybe. It's kind of dropping. I think not Tilo. Come on. You guys, you're getting the Robinhood glitches. But happy birthday, baby. But that's it, man. I told you guys, thank you. Thank you all the people who chose to be positive. Thank you for all the people who are members and had to deal with anything you guys didn't like, or even non-members specifically. But I love you all. God bless you. Thank you for choosing positivity. I said it today. I can't forget who I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with honestly, like, some of you guys, like, thank you. I really do love you. Like, seriously, because that person I was talking to yesterday, I was like, damn, I forgot the type of person I was dealing with. And the same thing applies for some of you guys. Where, like, you have genuine love in your heart. You have genuine affection towards the stream, people in here. And you know what I'm saying? Like, thank you. Like, I don't know who I'm dealing with, because it's like, damn, like, you're a different breed. You are built different. And the people who chose positivity and chose everything, like, you're good people, man. Like, you are very, very good people. And thank you for setting a positive example and just being positive, and it doesn't go unnoticed, okay? So that's, like, honestly, like, if you guys... God bless you all, man. I'm serious. Like, I love you. Like, seriously. Like, because you get without the beautiful people, man, without the, like, some people who are really dedicated and chose love, like, it's what my mom would always say. She says, like, there's a lot of, like America in like, we have a lot of, there's, like, some sick fucks in here, man. And at the same time, but it's like, don't get it twisted. You'll see a lot of evil, but there's literally so many good people in this country, like, you have no idea. Like, some real selfless, loving, good-hearted, they love the Lord, they fear the Lord, everything, man. So you know what I'm saying? So I love you, man. God bless. Yes, it's aftermarket feelings, aftermarket philosophies. It's many things, man. It's many things. But I love you all. So God bless you. You know what you need to do on that note. Go do something positive, man. You go see somebody doing something. Can we fight this? You see what I'm saying? Like, do you see why? Like, why do you see why I got into VTech? You see what I'm saying? I told you, like, don't forget who you're messing. Like, honestly, I'm a nice guy. I could fight though, baby. You see, we have to stand up for some. Do you guys get what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So you see someone getting bullied, can you stand up? You know what I'm saying? Can you see somebody? Can you see an opportunity to do something positive? Uber rejects Grub's counter. Yeah, Uber said, nah, we won't take a bad deal. But don't drop, Uber. I'm a new holder. What's an Apple, not a Grub? Grub dub a dub. Well, that was short-lived. But can y'all stand up? Could we get a 24-hour live stream? No. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not now. I'm smiling. I am smiling. I'm ready to go, baby. I'm ready to go, man. I have 2 Grub charts. Yeah, it's called Grub. That's my new invention. I'm planning to acquire Uber, Postmates, and everything else. We're called Grub. My stock is getting released in a few days. I'm looking to raise $200 million. Fortunately, I'm going to be giving $180 million of that money to Babinski because he drew me a really nice contract, and he helped me hide this massive fraud. So I'm going to take that remaining $20 million, and we're going to put in an offer. We're going to be called Grub. We're going to be buying now. Imagine this. Imagine you see what's wrong with Grubhub right now and what's wrong with Postmates is that it doesn't make any sense. It's not feasible with the energy. So what we're going to do is going to be a hydrogen-powered, self-driving Tesla drop-off meal prep delivery system. Grub. And it's crazy technology. So if you guys are in, $10 a share is what I'm looking for at $200 million. And then once we complete the offering, I'm going to dump all of them on you. Okay? Awesome. Great. Done deal. Grub. That's why. Chattadonian Company. Nah. See, I'm just saying. I'm making a point. This isn't. Some of you think it's personal because we're talking about it, but I used to joke like this I make this joke all the time. You guys know that, right? Like, if you know me, you know I joke about this all the time. That's why I'm like, what? I can't believe this is coming true. Somebody pitched like wow. But stand up for something, man. Honestly, that's what you could do. You could, and again, like, I'm going to say something, but I don't care. Like, I hope you understand that. My job is if I see something, I have to call it out. But if you, whatever you choose to do after that, by all means, go ahead. I don't care after that. You see what I'm saying? God is real. God is good. I told you. I warned you. I may tell you again. If you don't believe me, go ahead. Do whatever I don't care. That's not my job. My job is I open my mouth and I say what I see. Okay? So that's all it is, man. Be careful with it. But if that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean stand up. Like, don't be afraid. If you see something, say something. You've heard that before. Be a snitch, right? I'm a snitch. I'm sorry. I went 6'9" on VTIC. That's why you guys are mad. I'm snitching on y'all with VTIC. I'm my bad. But it's okay. I had to. Yeah. So just do what you need to do, man. Just do what you need to do. Enjoy life, baby. Smile. Be positive. And make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Second link for the nightly watch the main channel. First link for the Scrimlers Bootcamp and Real Estate course. I love you all. So God bless you guys. Watch list. I don't think that's it. I think, Richest Man in Babylon, Stranger's Secret. Yeah, Chest to the Sun. I need to sleep, bro. I'm tired. Those burpees and everything been killing me, man. Killing me. But I think that's pretty much it. I'll see you on the watch list. I love you all. We made one play today. Maybe we got some shares. I hope you're ready. I can't wait to buy more shares. What else can we talk about? I just don't want to leave. You see what I'm saying? I just don't, I don't know. It's been what do I... Count your blessings, amen. Let's chill. But I'm hungry and I'm tired. It's really weird. I love you guys. Hop on the games. I haven't played 2K in a few days. I've been really busy and I've been I don't know, things are actually picking up. It's kind of weird. It's actually really weird. Things are actually picking up. Let's talk about hydrogen. I'd rather talk about weed stocks because it's closer. But 2K, baby, let's go. What kept you up so late? A lot of things. I've told you, I've been trying to again, this is what I'm saying. I think maybe I've just been too accommodative and I don't like it. I don't know, maybe it's pushing me. Like, I've been trying to, like, answer phone calls. I've been trying to, like, talk and, like, do shit I normally would have. Like, I'm just trying to not, like, I don't want, like, I'm trying to make even more of an effort. But, like, dude, it's killer. I don't got time. Like, everything, man. One call turns into this, then another turns into that, and then I'm like, I just need to go back to my cave, bro. I need to go back to my system. That's what it comes back down to. Yeah, you know, it's not spreading. It's just one extra thing. It's just there's again a lot of people. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people, and then talk with that, and then certain things. But it feels good. Like, you know, I'm glad I get to knock out stuff, but it is difficult, and that's what's been clapping me. So, 80-20. Just because things aren't normal. Yeah, and real estate stuff, though. I've been looking at properties, and I'm hovering on that property, bro. I'm waiting for it. It's coming. The Colt compound. You only need to live 20 more to live 100? It's crazy. Should I show you it? Here, let me show you a picture. But I don't want to show. If I show you it, someone's going to find it. It's so cool. I have a picture of it, bro. It's so cool, but I don't know if I'm going to do it. Even I said I might even do it at 2 mil instead of 1.7, but nah, I just have to surprise you. No, never show it. Yeah, I can't show it. Because the minute you show it, it just doesn't become real. Like, it just doesn't, like, yeah, it's like, you know, God willing is what I'll say. God willing, that's it. I'd rather show you than talk about it. I don't like to do that. That's why anything I've ever done, I don't really tell you guys until it's ready. That's why, like, even oh man, so much. Just get ready. Just get ready, bro. Get ready. I'm just kidding. I'm not buying anything. I'm gonna actually, you got me. I'm buying a hydrogen semi. I just put in my pre-order. You got me. That's what it is. You guys ever heard of it? It's called Nick. Yeah? Okay. You guys what do you guys do after market? What are your plans after market now? Smoking a blunt, RuneScape, work, weld, play League. How do you do that? You like playing video games after sitting down? I can't. That's why I hate it. I can't play 2K till nighttime. Study for boards. Okay. Mojito and sleep. All right. Run, right, post recipe and real estate course. There you go. That sounds beautiful. It's the life I'm used to. Sitting down. Well, just get some exercise before games. That's dope. You could do it. Meditation. Amen. Too hot to be out in SD. I think I'm gonna go drive. I'm gonna go drive. I'm reflecting on the day. Amen. That's nice. That's nice to do. Study. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to my fucking college kids, dude, and people in school, like, still taking it seriously. Like, way to separate yourself right now. You know what I'm saying? Telling you, man. Remember I said it? Like, this is the moment to separate yourself. Like, that's it. It's like, who has discipline and who doesn't? Who's lazy and who is, like, that's it. Just separate yourself. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so keep that up. That's admirable. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, I took every summer class I could take in college, I took. I got a whole year and a half of my college knocked out in summer credits, and I saved $50,000 to $60,000 in tuition because they charged in-state for the summer courses. That was just get ahead when you can. I was like, why the fuck do I need a summer? I said, run it, baby. Summer water. Real estate call buying a $10 million apartment. Let's go, baby. Let me in. Actually, I'll buy it at 7. 70%. Email me. I'll take a look. Pace rare until market open tomorrow. There you go. That's a solid strategy, I feel. Josh, I lost a couple thousand on zombies, CCL, RCL, and UAL, and let them all go. You saved me at least a few thousand that could have been wiped out. Amen. Hopefully you didn't get in a VTech. Real cult shit. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. If you want Lil Dicky, do this. You guys, can you do that? If you guys, why don't all of you, how many people are in here? 2,600. Can you guys email and DM your favorite athletes and celebrities? Just DM and message them and say, hey, will you come on this show? We'll pay you. I'll give them money too. Just hit them up and tell me who you got. Just say, hey, here it is. Just be like, take a look. Would you want to come on for a 15-minute interview? Say it's a finance show. Yeah, tell them it's a finance show. They love that. They fucking love that. We need a little job. Oh. Patrick, go hit him up. Any of them, hit him up and just let them know. Be like, what do you want? And then if you got them, hit me up and I'll get back to you on it. We'll see. We'll negotiate. See what they're pricing, and maybe you could wholesale it. No, most celebs charge. Nah, bro. See, you don't know about me, man. I get here $2K. You crazy? $15K? You're right. These rappers ain't that rich. Come on, man. I'll talk to Gary. Oh yeah, Gary. That'd be very relatable. I wanted like athletes and like just people not into that. I think it's just a fun call, but I mean, someone just said something that reminded me of it because I had a few people who wanted to come on, but I don't know. I still don't know if I want to do it. Gary Busey, bro. If you could get me Gary Busey, I'd be so down. Lil Boozy, I don't want Lil Boozy. I don't think I would. Lil Boozy would not do it for me on this call. That would be so bad, Lil Boozy. I don't want to talk to Lil Boozy. I don't think I could get anything out of that conversation. I just don't feel like he'd feel me in any way, shape, or form. Like, I just don't think me and Boozy would just like, because you know him, he would be like, nah. He gets an idea, that's it. I'm like, all right. We're all hating Lil Boozy. Please don't do that. Don't hit up Gary Vayner. Bro, Babinski is friends with Vaynerchuk. You don't need to spam him. Don't worry. Leave it up to Babs, bro. Don't worry about it. That's my favorite. Boosie, I'm not saying the music is one. I just think like if I was going to discuss with him, you know what I'm saying? He'd be funny, but like, and then imagine the chat. Imagine the 50% of chat who doesn't know who Lil Boosie is. They would be so angry. They would be so mad. Oh, it would be great. They'd be like, what? You know it'd be funny. If they don't find his they'd be mortified. I mean, there you go. How do you do philosophy and let this trash on here? Amir Obi. I don't know who that is. If you think I'm saying, someone brought this up, they said, get this person. If you think there's somebody that's cool enough and you would want them on, hit them up. And I'd be down for it. Like if they're really down and like it would take something like they just want like, every single person could they all just want money. Like that's it. Like all right, straight. Like what do y'all want to do? Like I'll do Nancy Pelosi. That'd be hype. I would call Nancy. I'm like, Nancy, what's up, baby? Nah, that'd be really cool. I'll be like, Nancy, tell us about these stuff. I already called Fauci. I sent him an email, no response. I got Fauci's, then the number they switched. I have Fauci's office line, but it didn't work. I sent the email. Like it works. You could send a voicemail, but he's packed right now. Even his email forwards to an automated one now. It's 6ix9ine's number. It's probably old. It's old at this point. That was from 2019, 2018. I don't care. You hit him up. I don't care. If you guys are serious about it, you hit him up. I'm open to it. I'm not going to, Remember, I just told you this. Okay, I need to go. Man. I love you guys. Okay, God bless you. I hope you're blessed. Stay blessed. Be safe. Make sure you guys are positive and respectful. I love you all. I'm going to get going. But that's it. Stay blessed. Be safe. I'll see you on the watch list. We should have a premiere tonight. We'll see what happens. Smile. I love you all. Thank you for being here. I hope you're ready.
Oh, yeah! I'm ready! We need to get a pony this week, but I'm excited. Okay.